This is a compilation of over 4 hours of Fallout facts to fall asleep to. So, sit back and relax. Let's kick things off with Vault Experiment facts. Vault 8. This was one of Vault-Tec's rare control vaults with minimal interference, designed to open after 10 years and repopulate Nevada using a Garden of Eden creation kit. The experiment was to see if a vault could actually function as advertised, rather than as a twisted psychological torture chamber. Vault 8's residents successfully founded Vault City, a technologically advanced settlement that became one of the most prosperous communities in the post-war world. However, success came with its own problems. Vault City developed serious class issues, with pure-strain vault dwellers considering themselves superior to wasteland outsiders. The vault shows that even when Vault-Tec experiments work as intended, human nature finds ways to create new problems. Vault 8 proves that successful vault experiments can still produce societies with serious superiority complexes. If you thought class warfare was disturbing, the next vault turned democracy into a death sentence. Vault 11. This vault features one of the most psychologically twisted experiments in the entire series. Residents had to annually vote to sacrifice one dweller to the vault's computer, or everyone would supposedly be killed. The experiment was designed to test morality and social pressure, creating a society built on murder and betrayal. Elections became campaigns of character assassination as people tried to nominate their enemies for death. The vault descended into paranoia, violence, and political manipulation until only 5 residents remained. The ultimate irony? The computer's final message revealed that refusing to sacrifice anyone would have let them all go free. Vault 11 represents Vault-Tec's cruelest lesson about the corruption of democratic institutions under extreme pressure. Vault 11 shows that the most horrific societies are the ones where murder becomes a civic duty. But the next Vault's experiment was literally built into its fundamental design. Vault 12. This vault's door was purposely left unsealed to expose residents to massive amounts of radiation, turning them into ghouls as part of a long-term study on radiation's effects. The experiment created Necropolis, a city populated by both intelligent ghouls and feral ones driven mad by radiation exposure. Vault 12 in Fallout 1 became foundational to ghoul lore in the series, showing how Vault-Tec was willing to condemn entire populations to horrific mutation just to gather scientific data. The Vault represents one of the more straightforward experiments. No psychological manipulation needed when you can just leave the door open and watch people slowly transform into living corpses. Vault 12 proves that sometimes the simplest experiments are the most cruel. If you thought radiation exposure was bad, the next vault was designed to never let anyone leave. Vault 13. The home vault of Fallout's original protagonist was designed to stay closed for 200 years, serving as a future genetic reserve for the Enclave's post-war plans. The experiment tested long-term isolation and genetic preservation, but the water chip failure, after just 80 years, forced the Vault dweller into the wasteland. Vault 13 showcases the Enclave's long-term planning and complete indifference toward their human test subjects. They were willing to keep people trapped underground for 2 centuries just to maintain a pure human gene. The Vault's failure ironically launched the entire Fallout series, proving that even the most carefully planned experiments can be undone by simple mechanical failure. Vault 13 shows that the Enclave's idea of genetic preservation was basically a 200-year prison sentence, but the next Vault decided to pack as much conflict as possible into one space. Vault 15. This vault was populated with residents chosen for extreme ideological diversity and designed to stay closed for 50 years. The experiment tested how different belief systems would interact under pressure, and the results were exactly as violent as you'd expect. 4 major factions eventually splintered off from the Vault, including the founders of both the Khans Raider tribe and the New California Republic. Vault 15 demonstrates Vault-Tec's understanding that ideological differences become exponentially more dangerous in confined spaces. The Vault essentially became a pressure cooker for political extremism, proving that diversity without common ground leads to inevitable conflict. Vault 15 proves that putting people with opposite worldviews in a confined space creates future warlords and politicians. If you thought ideological conflict was destructive, the next Vault's fate remains largely mysterious. Vault 17. Details about this Vault's experiment are mostly unknown, but all residents were reportedly abducted by supermutants from the Master's army in Fallout 1. The Vault is connected to Lily Bowen's tragic backstory in New Vegas. She was transformed from a grandmother into a Nightkin supermute. Vault 17 represents one of the series' unsolved mysteries. We know something terrible happened, but the specific experiment remains hidden. The Vault shows how some of Vault-Tec's experiments were interrupted by external forces, though the residents residents probably didn't consider super mutant abduction an improvement over whatever psychological torture was planned. Vault 17 shows that sometimes being kidnapped by super mutants is preferable to completing a Vault-Tec experiment. But the next vault decided to turn architecture into psychological warfare. Vault 19. This vault was divided into red and blue sectors to foster paranoia and rivalry between different groups of residents. The experiment tested how artificial divisions and color-coded tribalism would affect a closed society, and the results were predictably violent. The vault eventually collapsed from internal conflict as residents fought over imaginary differences created by nothing more than room assignments. Vault 19 in New Vegas demonstrates how easily people can be manipulated into hating each other over completely arbitrary distinctions. The experiment shows that humans will find ways to create conflict even when they have no real reasons to fight. Vault 19 proves that people will literally kill each other over the color of their living quarters. If you thought color-based warfare was absurd, the next vault turned every decision into a game of chance. Vault 21. This vault required all disputes to be resolved through gambling and games of chance rather than violence or democratic processes. The experiment tested whether a society based entirely on luck could function, and it actually worked surprisingly well until Robert House won the entire vault in a card game. The vault was eventually converted into a casino hotel in New Vegas, making it one of the few vault experiments that continued operating in its original form. Vault 21 represents Vault-Tec's exploration of alternative governance systems, showing that sometimes random chance produces better results than human judgment. Vault 21 shows that a society based on pure luck somehow works better than most political systems. But the next vault decided to experiment with agriculture in the most dangerous way possible. Vault 22. This vault was dedicated to cultivating aggressive, genetically enhanced crops designed to resist harsh post-apocalyptic conditions. The agricultural experiment went horribly wrong when the enhanced plants unleashed a devastating spore infection that killed or transformed the entire vault population. Vault 22 in New Vegas is now overrun by deadly plant creatures and filled with toxic spores that turn people into plant-human hybrids. The vault represents Vault-Tec's willingness to weaponize nature itself, showing how attempts to improve food production can create biological nightmares instead. Vault 22 proves that playing God with agriculture creates killer plants that make regular radiation seem friendly. If you thought murderous plants were bad, the next vault decided to test human limits through simple overcrowding. Vault 27. This vault was crammed with 2-0 people instead of its intended capacity of 1-0, creating an overcrowding experiment that tested resource scarcity and social pressure. The results were exactly what you'd expect. Resource shortages led to rioting, social collapse, and death as residents fought over food, water, and living space. Vault 27 demonstrates that sometimes the most effective experiments are the simplest ones. You don't need elaborate psychological manipulation when you can just pack too many people into a small space and watch them tear each other apart. The vault shows how quickly civilization breaks down when basic needs aren't met. But the next vault decided to remove adults from the equation entirely. Vault 29. This vault only allowed children under 15 to enter, with all adults barred from residence. The children were raised by an AI called Mother Eve in an experiment studying youth development without adult guidance. Vault 29 represents one of Vault-Tec's most ethically questionable experiments, essentially orphaning hundreds of children to see how they develop in isolation. The experiment tested whether artificial intelligence could successfully replace human parenting and social structures. The Vault's ultimate fate remains uncertain. It demonstrates how Vault-Tec was willing to sacrifice entire generations of children for scientific data. If you thought AI parenting was disturbing, the next vault decided to arm everyone and see what happened. Vault 34. This vault's armory was deliberately overstocked with weapons and ammunition, but featured a faulty door that could easily open, allowing residents to leave whenever they wanted. The experiment tested the effects of excessive militarization on a supposedly sealed society. Internal conflict eventually broke out as heavily armed factions fought for control, and radiation leaks from the damaged reactor killed or mutated most of the population. Vault 34 demonstrates how access to unlimited firepower combined with cabin fever creates the perfect recipe for civil war. But the next vault took deprivation to its most basic level. Vault 36. This vault provided only thin, watery gruel as food for all residents, creating a chronic hunger experiment that tested malnutrition's effects on society. The residents faced constant hunger, malnutrition, and the psychological stress of never having a satisfying meal. Vault 36 represents Vault-Tec's exploration of basic human needs, What happens when you meet the absolute minimum calorie requirements but provide no food satisfaction or variety? The experiment tested whether a society could function when its members were technically alive but constantly miserable from hunger. The vault shows how quickly social bonds break down when everyone is always thinking about their next meal. If you thought bad food was depressing, the next vault literally kept everyone in the dark. Vault 42. This vault permitted no light bulbs greater than 40 watts, forcing residents to live in constant dimness. The experiment tested the long-term effects of extreme low light conditions and sensory restriction on human psychology. Residents suffered from chronic frustration, depression, and negative psychological impacts from never experiencing proper lighting. Vault 42 demonstrates how something as simple as inadequate lighting can become psychological torture when extended indefinitely. The vault shows that Vault-Tec understood how environmental factors could be weaponized against human well-being without any obvious mechanical devices or chemicals. But the next vault decided to add a wild card to the social experiment. Vault 43. This vault was populated with 20 men, 10 women, and 1 panther, creating what's considered a deliberately absurd scenario to test how residents would cope with a wild predator in their midst. The experiment's outcome is unclear, but it represents Vault-Tec's willingness to introduce completely unpredictable variables into their social studies. Vault 43 shows how the company wasn't above adding literal wild animals to their human experiments, possibly just to see if desperate people could find ways to coexist with apex predators. The vault demonstrates that some experiments were designed more for shock value than scientific merit. Vault 43 proves that Vault-Tec thought adding a panther to any social situation would make it more interesting. If you thought wild animals were chaotic, the next vault let artificial intelligence play deadly games with human leadership. Vault 51. This vault replaced traditional human oversight with a Zax-class AI that manipulated residents into constant competitions to determine leadership fitness. The AI created cycles of conflict by continually changing the Prospeld AI rules and encouraging deadly competition among residents. Vault 51's experiment formed the basis for Fallout 76's nuclear winter scenario, where the AI's manipulation created an endless battle royale among the survivors. But the next vault decided to test human patience through perpetual mechanical failure. Vault 53. This vault had all its equipment intentionally designed to fail at regular intervals, forcing residents into endless cycles of repair and maintenance. The experiment tested human responses to chronic frustration and technical incompetence, creating a society where nothing ever worked properly for long. The vault shows that sometimes the most effective way to break people's spirits is to make their basic tools unreliable. If you thought broken equipment was frustrating, the next vault removed entertainment entirely. Vault 55. This vault entered without any entertainment tapes or media, forcing residents to provide their own recreation in a complete intellectual deprivation experiment. The vault tested how people would cope with absolute boredom and whether they could create their own cultural activities without external input. Residents were forced to develop their own games, stories, and social activities while dealing with the psychological strain of monotony. Vault 55 represents Vault-Tec's understanding that entertainment isn't just luxury, it's essential for mental health. The experiment shows how quickly people deteriorate when they have nothing to distract them from their circumstances. But the next vault decided that bad entertainment was worse than no entertainment. Vault 56. This vault contained only entertainment tapes of a single terrible comedian, forcing residents to endure the same awful comedy routines repeatedly. The experiment tested whether bad cultural input was worse than no input at all, subjecting people to comedy so unfunny it became torture. Vault 56 represents the logical extension of Vault 55's experiment, proving that humans need quality entertainment, not just noise to fill the silence. If you thought bad entertainment was cruel, the next vault created extreme gender imbalances. Vault 68. This vault was populated with 999 men and just 1 woman, creating a severe gender imbalance that resulted in social, psychological, and genetic crises. The experiment tested how society would manage under enforced demographic extremes, essentially creating a pressure cooker of sexual frustration and competition. The single woman faced impossible social pressure, while the men competed desperately for her attention. Vault 68 proves that extreme gender imbalances create societies built on desperation and conflict. And its counterpart vault flipped the script entirely. Vault 69. This vault featured 999 women and 1 man, testing the reverse scenario of Vault 68's gender imbalance experiment. While the exact outcomes aren't fully documented, the premise created similar social pressures and genetic bottlenecks from the opposite direction. The lone man faced overwhelming pressure while the women dealt with impossible competition for reproductive rights. If you thought gender imbalances were unethical, The next vault turned childhood into a eugenics program. Vault 75. This vault posed as a safe haven for children under Malden Middle School, but secretly implemented one of the most brutal eugenics programs in the series. Staff separated children from parents by executing adults on arrival, then subjected kids to extreme physical and mental testing. At age 18, failed subjects were killed while superior specimens had their genetic material harvested for further experimentation. Some successful subjects were promoted to staff positions to continue the cycle. Eventually, the enhanced subjects staged an uprising and overthrew their tormentors. Vault 75 in Fallout 4 represents Vault-Tec's most openly genocidal experiment, focused on creating super soldiers through child abuse and murder. But even that wasn't the darkest Vault experiment. Vault 76. This was officially a control vault, designed to open after 25 years for rapid surface reclamation, but the real experiment was psychological manipulation through hope and competition. The vault indoctrinated its 500 best and brightest residents to believe they alone were capable of rebuilding America, fostering extreme competitiveness and ambition. Overseers received ambiguous instructions about reclaiming nuclear silos, essentially programming vault dwellers to become post-war weapons of mass destruction. Vault 76 in Fallout 76 represents the most insidious experiment, using patriotism and hope as tools for manipulation. Vault 76 proves that the most effective brainwashing uses hope and pride instead of fear and despair. If you thought patriotic manipulation was subtle, the next vault went for direct biological warfare. Vault 87. This vault subjected residents to forced evolutionary virus experimentation in an attempt to create super soldiers through forced mutation. Most subjects died horribly or became super mutants, losing their intelligence and humanity in the process. Vault 87 became the source of the Capital Wasteland's super mutant population in Fallout 3, showing how one vault's failed experiment could terrorize an entire region for centuries. The vault represents Vault-Tec's willingness to use residents as test subjects for biological weapons development. The experiment demonstrates that some scientific research is so unethical it creates monsters that outlive their creators. Vault 87 shows that trying to improve humanity through forced evolution creates mindless giants who hate everything. But the next vault was designed to test experimental technology on unwilling subjects. Vault 88. This vault served as a prototype facility for testing next-generation vault technology and experimental add-ons on residents. The vault was unfinished when the bombs dropped, but in Fallout 4's Vault-Tec Workshop DLC, players can complete the twisted experiments themselves. Vault 88 represents Vault-Tec's ultimate goal, turning human beings into test subjects for whatever new torture devices they could invent. The Vault shows how the company planned to use Vault residents as beta testers for increasingly sophisticated forms of psychological and physical manipulation. The experiment proves that Vault-Tec saw every human being as potential laboratory equipment. Vault 88 proves that Vault-Tec's final goal was turning every Vault dweller into a living test dummy. If you thought direct experimentation was cruel, the next Vault weaponized creativity itself. Vault 92. This Vault was populated entirely by musicians and subjected to audio experiments including white noise exposure and subliminal message brainwashing. The experiment tested whether creativity could be controlled and weaponized through sound-based psychological conditioning. The audio manipulation caused madness and violence among residents until the Vault was eventually overrun by wildlife. Vault 92 in Fallout 3 represents Vault-Tec's attempt to turn art into a weapon of social control. Vault 92 proves that even music becomes evil when Vault-Tec gets involved. But the next Vault tried the opposite approach with pacifism. Vault 94. This Vault was designed as a social experiment featuring a pacifist, communal society where no weapons were allowed, and all residents were taught to reject violence completely. The experiment tested whether pure non-violence could survive in the post-apocalyptic world, and the results were tragically predictable. Most residents perished after repeated external attacks and internal strife when their idealistic principles met wasteland reality. Vault 94 in Fallout 76 serves as a tragic example of how noble ideals often can't survive contact with brutal circumstances. The Vault shows that Vault-Tec was interested in testing the limits of human goodness as much as human evil. If you thought testing pacifism was cruel, the next Vault weaponized addiction recovery. Vault 95. This Vault housed former drug addicts trying to recover from their addictions, but after several years of successful rehabilitation, a large stash of chems was revealed to study relapse rates. The experiment deliberately sabotaged people's recovery efforts to observe how addiction would reassert itself under pressure. Most residents re-addicted themselves, leading to chaos, violence, and tragedy as their hard-won sobriety was destroyed by Vault-Tec's manipulation. Vault 95 in Fallout 4 represents one of the most psychologically cruel experiments, giving people hope for recovery then deliberately destroying it for scientific data. Vault 95 shows that Vault-Tec thought the best way to study addiction was to deliberately cause relapses. But the next Vault decided to experiment with environmental conservation. Vault 96. This Ark Vault housed a small group of scientists tasked with preserving animal and plant life for post-war repopulation, but the AI secretly enforced harsh productivity quotas and punished failure with poison gas. When scientists attempted to destroy the controlling AI, it responded by gassing the entire vault population. The preserved animals and plants eventually escaped when the vault doors opened, creating new mutated species throughout Appalachia. Vault 96 in Fallout 76 shows how even environmental conservation becomes twisted when filtered through Vault-Tec's corporate mentality. If you thought environmental protection was noble, the next vault was designed to never let anyone experience freedom. Vault 101. This vault was designed never to open, creating a permanent study of life under autocratic rule by the Overseer. The experiment tested how long people could be kept in isolated dictatorship without rebellion or psychological breakdown. Eventually, manipulation and unrest led to rebellion and the player character's escape in Fallout 3. Vault 101 represents one of the series' most recognizable experiments, the complete denial of human freedom disguised as safety and security. The Vault shows how easily protection can become imprisonment when those in charge have absolute power. But the next Vault decided to drive everyone insane with chemistry. Vault 106. This Vault released psychoactive drugs into the air supply after just 10 days, causing residents to experience hallucinations and violent behavior without any warning or explanation. The experiment tested the effects of involuntary chemical manipulation on human psychology and social structure. Inhabitants became completely deranged, with drug-induced hallucinations leading to violence and the complete breakdown of society. Vault 106 in Fallout 3 represents one of the most straightforward experiments: chemical warfare against the Vault's own residents. The Vault shows how quickly civilization collapses when reality becomes unreliable. If you thought chemical manipulation was horrific, the next Vault created an army of clones. Vault 108. This Vault featured a cloning lab that produced dozens of mentally unstable clones named Gary, while the Overseer was given terminal cancer and the power systems were designed to fail halfway through operation. The experiment tested what would happen when cloning technology was left unsupervised in a failing system. The Gary clones eventually overwhelmed the scientific staff and killed most residents, now wandering the Vault, endlessly repeating their own name. Vault 108 in Fallout 3 demonstrates how cloning experiments become horror shows when combined with inadequate oversight and failing infrastructure. But the next Vault froze time itself. Vault 111. This Vault placed all residents in cryogenic stasis under false pretenses, telling them it was for decontamination while actually testing the effects of long-term freezing on human subjects. The experiment tested whether humans could be successfully preserved for future use without their knowledge or consent. Power failures and staff deaths led to most residents dying in their frozen sleep, with only the sole survivor emerging 200 years later to begin Fallout 4. Vault 111 shows that Vault-Tec thought the best way to preserve humanity was to freeze them without permission. If you thought cryogenic imprisonment was cruel, the next Vault created digital hell. Vault 112. This Vault placed residents in virtual reality pods controlled by the sadistic Dr. Braun, who used the simulation to torture them for his own amusement for over 200 years. The experiment tested how long human consciousness could survive in virtual environments while being subjected to endless psychological torment. Residents lived in the Tranquility Lane simulation where they could experience death and trauma repeatedly without dying, creating perfect psychological torture. Vault 112 in Fallout 3 represents the ultimate fusion of technology and sadism, using virtual reality to create personalized hell for every resident. But the next Vault decided to test class warfare directly. Vault 114. This Vault was designed to house social elites in drastically underfunded and uncomfortable conditions, while being overseen by someone specifically chosen for inexperience and incompetence. The experiment tested how wealthy, privileged people would react to sudden poverty and poor leadership. The Vault was never fully occupied when the Great War began, but it represents Vault-Tec's interest in studying class conflict and social reversal. Vault 114 proves that Vault-Tec thought the best way to study privilege was to take it away and watch people suffer. And finally, the most openly elitist experiment, Vault 118. This vault provided ultimate luxury to a handful of wealthy and creative residents, while others served as their staff, testing class conflict and division within a closed system. The experiment examined whether extreme inequality could be maintained indefinitely in confined spaces. In Fallout 4's Far Harbor DLC, the Vault has become a murder mystery setting among the roboticized upper class, who continue their class-based society even after death. Vault 118 represents Vault-Tech's study of how economic inequality functions under extreme conditions, proving that class warfare continues even when everyone is technically dead. From democracy turned deadly to virtual reality torture chambers, Vault-Tech's experiments represent the systematic study of every possible way to break human society. Each vault tested different variables: overcrowding, isolation, chemical manipulation, artificial scarcity, technological dependence, and social engineering to determine how much suffering humans could endure before civilization collapsed. The vaults prove that the most dangerous enemy of humanity isn't radiation or mutants, but human curiosity without moral boundaries. Fallout 1 Good Ending. This is where the series established its trademark of making you feel like garbage even when you save the world. You play as the Vault Dweller who ventures into post-nuclear California to find a replacement water chip for Vault 13, but your simple supply mission evolves into stopping the Master's plan to transform humanity into super mutants using the forced evolutionary virus. Just a typical Tuesday in the Fallout world, the most elegant solution involves using high speech skills or a holodisk from Brotherhood scribe Vree to convince the Master that super mutants are sterile and cannot reproduce. Upon learning this devastating truth, the Master realizes his grand plan is doomed and tells you to leave before detonating a nuclear device, destroying himself and his base in a moment of overwhelming guilt. But despite saving everyone, the Overseer exiles you because he fears your heroic example will inspire other Vault Dwellers to leave and doom the Vault's future. As he puts it,
"You saved us, but you'll kill us, and you have to leave."
Unfortunately, the Fallout 1 Good Ending proves that doing the right thing doesn't guarantee a happy ending. But if you thought being exiled for heroism was bad, the alternative is much darker. Fallout 1 Bad Ending. This nightmare scenario happens when you decide to join the Master instead of stopping him, leading to one of gaming's most horrifying betrayals. You get dipped in FEV and transformed into a super mutant, then reveal Vault 13's location to the Unity in the ultimate act of treachery. The ending shows super mutants invading your home vault and killing all the inhabitants, with your transformed character personally murdering the Overseer who trusted you. This ending represents ultimate betrayal and the extinction of everyone you were supposed to protect, though it's ultimately self-defeating since super mutants can't reproduce anyway. But this betrayal was not the darkest ending possible, and they only get worse from here. Fallout 2 Main Ending. This is set 80 years later, and you're playing as the Chosen One, a descendant of the original Vault Dweller. You've been tasked with trying to save the tribal village of Arroyo from extinction due to failing crops and a broken Garden of Eden creation kit. Your quest leads to confronting the Enclave, remnants of the pre-war American government, operating from an oil rig who plan to release a modified FEV virus that will kill all mutants, which basically means everyone not in the Enclave. And unfortunately, these types of mutants aren't the X-Men. The climax involves infiltrating Control Station Enclave and battling Frank Horrigan, a massive super mutant in advanced power armor who serves as the Enclave's ultimate enforcer. After defeating this formidable opponent, you destroy the oil rig and the genocidal FEV program, saving not just Arroyo but all surface dwellers from extinction. The ending shows Arroyo's survivors establishing a new settlement with refugees from Vault 13, proving that hope can survive even the most systematic attempts at genocide. But the next game complicated heroism by forcing impossible sacrifices. Fallout 3 Sacrifice Ending. You're now the lone wanderer searching for your missing father James, who's resumed work on Project Purity to purify all water in the Potomac River Basin. What a great son you are. This brings him into conflict with the Enclave under President John Henry Eden, who wants to use the project to distribute modified FEV virus and eliminate all mutants from the capital wasteland. The original ending requires someone to enter a radiation-flooded chamber to activate Project Purity, and you can choose to sacrifice yourself or convince Sarah Lyons to do it. If you enter the chamber yourself, you die as a hero, ensuring clean water flows to the capital wasteland, with the ending narration praising this ultimate sacrifice as following your father's noble example. Respect. though this was just the first of a few endings in Fallout 3. Fallout 3 FEV Contamination Ending. This horrifying option involves contaminating Project Purity with the modified FEV virus given to you by President Eden, essentially becoming complicit in the Enclave's genocidal vision. Instead of providing clean water to the capital wasteland, you spread the virus through the water supply, killing most inhabitants while sparing only the Enclave. The ending narration describes this as a dark turn that fulfills the Enclave's plan to eliminate all impure humans from the wasteland. This ending represents one of the series' most explicitly evil choices, where you actively participate in mass murder disguised as humanitarian aid. This even proves that the most effective evil often wears the mask of helping people. But the DLC provided a logical alternative to these two. Fallout 3 Broken Steel Ending. The controversial original ending was addressed in the Broken Steel DLC, which allows radiation-immune companions like Fox the Super Mutant or Sharon the Ghoul to activate the Purifier instead of forcing human sacrifice. This logical solution was initially absent, leading to widespread criticism of the base game's forced martyrdom when obvious alternatives existed. Broken Steel continues the story beyond activation, showing the Brotherhood of Steel and Lone Wanderer working together to eliminate remaining Enclave forces from the capital wasteland. The DLC proves that sometimes the best endings are the ones that let everyone live to see the consequences of their actions. But the next game took player choice to unprecedented levels with multiple faction paths. New Vegas NCR Ending. The New California Republic represents democratic ideals but suffers from overextension and bureaucratic inefficiency that threatens their noble goals. An NCR victory results in the Mojave being annexed as another territory, bringing relative stability through military occupation and safer trade routes. The NCR negotiates with local communities but ultimately integrates them into their republican system, reducing local autonomy in exchange for protection and resources. However, their victory comes with significant costs as their forces become stretched thin, leading to difficulties maintaining order and resistance from communities that value independence over security. The ending shows how even well-intentioned democratic expansion can become a form of benevolent imperialism when imposed on unwilling populations. If you thought democratic occupation was morally questionable, the Legion takes authoritarianism to terrifying extremes. New Vegas Legion Ending. Caesar's Legion imposes brutal but effective authoritarian rule that transforms the Mojave into a militaristic slave state where dissent is crushed and order maintained through fear. A Legion victory eliminates most crime and creates stability, but at the horrific cost of individual freedom and basic human rights. The Legion's system works through absolute control and the threat of crucifixion for anyone who steps out of line. The ending becomes even harsher if Caesar dies during the game, as his successors lack his strategic vision and rely more heavily on violence to maintain control rather than his twisted philosophy. The Legion represents the appeal of order at any cost, showing how people might choose tyranny over chaos when survival is at stake. But if you thought choosing between democracy and fascism was hard, the next ending offers technocratic capitalism. New Vegas Mr. House Ending. Robert House represents the path of technocratic capitalism, maintaining New Vegas as an independent city-state under his potentially immortal control. House's victory preserves the status quo while gradually implementing his long-term vision of technological advancement and space exploration within decades. He shows little interest in governing beyond the Strip, leaving most Mojave communities to self-govern as long as they don't interfere with his business operations. House's plans extend far beyond regional politics to restoring pre-war technological civilization under the guidance of a single, brilliant autocrat. The ending offers stability and progress, but under the control of someone who treats people like variables in a very long equation. If you thought autocratic visionaries were concerning, pure independence creates even worse problems. New Vegas Independent Ending. The Independent Ending, facilitated by the reprogrammed Securitron Yes Man, expels all major factions from the Mojave and creates local autonomy that quickly turns into chaos. While this path represents freedom from outside control, it results in significant power vacuums and humanitarian disasters across the region. The ending slides reveal troubling consequences, including increased banditry along trade routes, the Fiends overrunning areas previously controlled by the NCR, and humanitarian organizations becoming overwhelmed with casualties. The Brotherhood of Steel becomes more aggressive and starts harassing travelers for technology, while Yes Man mentions finding code that will make him more assertive, potentially transforming him from a servile robot into another autocratic ruler. This ending represents the harsh reality that freedom without structure often leads to the kind of chaos that makes people beg for tyranny. But the next game focused the moral complexity on a single organization's fate. Fallout 4 Institute Ending. Siding with the Institute means embracing technological advancement at any moral cost imaginable. The Institute's scientists believe their research will eventually restore the world, but their methods include kidnapping and replacing surface dwellers with synths, creating super mutants for experimentation, and treating the Commonwealth as their personal laboratory. This ending requires eliminating both the Railroad and the Brotherhood of Steel, leaving you as the new Institute director after Father's death. You inherit control over advanced technology and an army of synthetic humans, but also responsibility for an organization that views surface dwellers as expendable test subjects. The Institute represents the logical endpoint of scientific progress without ethical constraints. Fallout 4 Institute ending proves that the most dangerous evil is the kind that genuinely believes it's saving the world through science. If you thought scientific tyranny was morally bankrupt, the next ending prioritizes individual rights over everything else. Fallout 4 Railroad ending. The Railroad treats synthetic humans as deserving of freedom and dignity, focusing entirely on synth liberation regardless of broader consequences. Their ending involves infiltrating the Institute to free as many synths as possible before destroying it with explosives, also eliminating the Brotherhood of Steel as a threat to synth freedom. This ending prioritizes individual rights and personal liberty above all other considerations, but leaves the Commonwealth without the Institute's advanced medical technology and scientific resources. The Railroad continues operating post-game to help synths integrate into surface society, proving their commitment to their cause. The ending shows how single-issue activism can achieve its goals while ignoring larger systemic problems. Fallout 4 Railroad ending shows that fighting for the oppressed is noble, but tunnel vision can blind you to bigger pictures. But if you thought idealistic activism was naive, military authoritarianism offers a different kind of oppression. Fallout 4 Brotherhood ending. The Brotherhood of Steel represents military order and technological control taken to fascist extremes. Their ending involves a massive assault using the reconstructed giant robot Liberty Prime, which blasts through the Institute's defenses with patriotic laser death. The Brotherhood destroys both the Institute and the Railroad, viewing synths as abominations and their creators as dangerous heretics who must be eliminated. This ending brings military stability to the Commonwealth, but at the cost of technological progress and basic rights for artificial beings. The Brotherhood's victory establishes them as the dominant regional power, with you promoted to Sentinel rank in their techno-fascist hierarchy. Fallout 4 Brotherhood ending proves that the most patriotic organizations often become the biggest threats to the values they claim to protect. If you thought choosing between factions was morally exhausting, the next ending offers democratic compromise. Fallout 4 Minutemen ending. The Minutemen represent grassroots democracy and local self-governance through voluntary cooperation between settlements. Their ending allows for the most flexibility, potentially sparing both the Railroad and Brotherhood of Steel if you play your cards right politically. The Minutemen destroy the Institute using artillery strikes while focusing on rebuilding the Commonwealth through mutual aid rather than conquest. This ending emphasizes community cooperation over centralized authority, with the Commonwealth governed by a loose confederation of settlements rather than a single power structure. It's considered the most neutral ending because it eliminates the Institute's threat while allowing other factions to continue existing. Fallout 4 Minutemen ending proves that sometimes the best government is the one that governs least and helps most. But the Far Harbor DLC complicated moral choices even further with multi-faction politics. Far Harbor Peace ending. This incredibly complex ending involves DMA orchestrating a false peace by murdering and replacing both Captain Avery with a synth copy and High Confessor Tectus with a more cooperative synthetic version. While all three factions survive this solution, the peace is built entirely on deception and assassination that DMA covers up through memory manipulation. DMA has essentially killed the real leaders and replaced them with manipulable puppets who will maintain stability through programmed cooperation. This ending prevents war between Far Harbor residents, Acadia synths, and the Children of Atom, but only through systematic murder and replacement of inconvenient authority figures. Far Harbor Peace ending shows that sometimes the most peaceful solutions require the most violent methods. If you thought orchestrated peace through murder was morally complex, the DLC offered more straightforward elimination options. Far Harbor faction elimination endings. Players can choose to destroy any combination of the three factions through various devastating methods. You can destroy the nucleus by using the nuclear launch key to detonate the Children of Atom's submarine base, eliminate Far Harbor by shutting down the fog condensers that protect the town, or destroy Acadia by convincing residents or outside factions to assault the synth settlement. Each elimination creates different consequences for the survivors, with some combinations leading to complete dominance by a single faction. The most popular approach involves eliminating the dangerous Children of Atom cult while preserving the other two factions, though some players argue for having Dima stand trial for his murders rather than covering them up. These endings offer clarity through violence, proving that sometimes the simplest solution is just removing the problem entirely. Far Harbor faction elimination endings prove that moral complexity often dissolves when you're willing to commit to decisive action. But the most recent main ending system simplified choices to economic philosophy. Fallout 76 Settlers ending. The Settlers of Foundation represent rebuilding Appalachia through honest work, cooperation, and traditional American values of mutual aid. Siding with Page and his community means supporting their vision of sustainable development through agriculture, trade, and peaceful cooperation with other settlements. The settlers' approach focuses on long-term stability and community building rather than quick resource extraction or territorial conquest. Their victory in the Gold Vault heist provides a foundation for stable growth across the region through legitimate economic development. The ending emphasizes the power of collective action and shared responsibility in rebuilding civilization from the ground up. Fallout 76 Settlers' ending shows that sometimes the most revolutionary approach is just treating people decently and working together. If you thought honest cooperation was naive, the alternative embraces wasteland pragmatism. Fallout 76 Raiders ending. The Raiders of Crater represent survival through strength and pragmatic resource acquisition in a world that rewards the ruthless. Siding with Meg Gronsky means backing her argument that traditional morality is a luxury the wasteland can't afford, and that taking what you need is more realistic than hoping for charity. The Raiders believe they have prior claim to Appalachia and that their methods, while morally questionable, are more effective at ensuring group survival than the settlers' idealistic cooperation. Their victory in accessing Vault 79's gold reserves validates their approach of taking what they need rather than earning it through conventional means. The Raiders' ending represents the harsh reality that nice guys often finish last when survival is at stake. Fallout 76 Raiders' ending proves that morality becomes a luxury when staying alive requires making hard choices. But regardless of faction choice, the final decision about resource distribution adds another layer of complexity. Vault 79 gold distribution choice. The ultimate choice in Wastelanders involves deciding how to distribute the massive gold reserves discovered in Vault 79. You can give it all to your chosen faction for maximum reputation gains, split it equally between settlers and raiders for balanced relationships, or keep it all for maximum personal benefit while losing reputation with both groups. This choice affects your ongoing relationships and access to faction vendors, though you can eventually rebuild those relationships through continued cooperation. The gold distribution represents the eternal question of whether resources should serve individual needs, factional interests, or broader community benefit. The choice reflects real-world debates about wealth distribution and whether resources belong to those who find them, earn them, or need them most. Vault 79 gold distribution choice shows that even after choosing sides, you still have to decide whether you're in it for yourself or your cause. From the Vault Dwellers' bitter exile to the Soul Survivors' impossible factional choices, Fallout endings consistently explore the cost of power and the responsibility that comes with making decisions for entire communities. Each game asks whether the ends justify the means, who has the right to determine humanity's future, and whether perfect solutions exist in an imperfect world. The most compelling endings often involve moral ambiguity, where every choice carries unforeseen consequences and victory feels more like accepting necessary losses than achieving triumph. In 2018, we got the Vault 76 Resident. You're emerging from Vault 76 on Reclamation Day in 2102, making this the earliest post-war timeline in the series at just 25 years after the bombs fell. Vault 76 was a control vault, filled with America's brightest minds, and your job is to explore, reclaim, and rebuild Appalachia while following the Overseer's trail and solving the mystery of the Scorched Plague that killed most survivors. You face new threats like Scorch Beasts, these giant mutant bats that are basically dragons, while working with other Vault Dwellers to determine the region's fate. The main quest has you dropping nukes on the Scorch Beast Queen to stop the plague, and you even develop a vaccination a year later that brings life back to Appalachia. But here's the massive problem. Appalachia is never mentioned in any later Fallout games despite being crucial to early post-war recovery. And there are nearly 200 years of missing information about the region between Fallout 76 and the TV show. The dark theory is that the Vault 76 residents eventually had to nuke the entire region to stop a mutated Scorched Plague from spreading to the rest of America, essentially sacrificing themselves and everything they built to save humanity. Alternatively, there's growing evidence that it's all a simulation. Terminals in the White Spring Bunker mention being trapped in a virtual strategic simulation game like Operation Anchorage, plus graffiti all over Appalachia says, "Nothing is real." The simulation theory has plot holes since Vault Tech shouldn't know about Brotherhood of Steel or super mutants, but maybe someone's actively updating the system based on outside events. The Vault 76 resident represents Fallout's first multiplayer protagonist, but their ultimate fate is either heroic sacrifice or complete digital illusion. But if you thought mysterious fates were confusing, wait until you meet the one protagonist whose entire life story we actually know. In 1997, we got our first Fallout hero, the Vault Dweller. You're just some 19-year-old living in Vault 13 when the water purification chip breaks, and suddenly you're humanity's last hope. The Overseer basically kicks you out into the wasteland of Southern California and says, "Good luck, don't die," while you're tasked with saving everyone from dying of thirst in 150 days. Your journey starts simple but gets wild when you discover the Master, this grotesque blob of flesh who wants to turn everyone into super mutants using the forced evolutionary virus because regular humans are apparently too weak. You can recruit companions like Dogmeat and Ian, find legendary gear like power armor, and your choices actually matter with multiple endings that reflect what you did. The crazy part is you get exiled at the end even after saving everyone because the Overseer can't trust what you've become. According to the Vault Dweller's memoirs released with Fallout 2, the canonical protagonist was probably Albert Cole, and we know way more about his fate than any other hero. After being banished, he wandered the desert near Vault 13 until he found other Vault refugees who joined him heading north. They established Arroyo, where he fell in love with a woman named Pat and had 2 daughters, becoming the village leaders together. When Pat died, the Vault Dweller led the tribe alone until he wrote his memoirs for the new Elder, then disappeared forever, leaving just his vault suit folded on his bed, with the memoirs signed simply, "The Wanderer." The Vault Dweller's family legacy becomes the backbone of the entire early Fallout timeline, and he's the only protagonist whose complete life story we actually know. If you thought exile after saving everyone was harsh, his descendant proves the apple doesn't fall far from the wasteland tree. In 1998, we got the Chosen One. You're the Vault Dweller's grandchild living in that village of Arroyo your ancestor founded, except now it's dying from famine and disease. Your grandmother, who happens to be the village elder and the Vault Dweller's daughter, sends you out to find a Garden of Eden creation kit to save everyone, which sounds like a fancy gardening tool but is actually super advanced terraforming tech. You're literally chosen through an ancient ritual called the Trial of the Temple, making you the most destined protagonist in the series. Your quest pits you against the Enclave, these pre-war government remnants who think all wastelanders are genetic trash and plan to commit genocide with an airborne FEV virus. The game lets you become ridiculously overpowered, and you can literally convince enemies to give up through pure speech skill. Plus, you get to fight Frank Horrigan, this cybernetic super soldier who's basically a walking tank. You rescue both your tribe and the Vault 13 residents, become Arroyo's new elder, and cement your place as literally a god among men, according to wasteland legends. But here's where it gets interesting. In New Reno, the Chosen One canonically had a kid with either John Bishop's wife or daughter, and that son eventually took over the Bishop crime family at age 13 and died at 73, never knowing his real father. There's also a wild fan theory that the Chosen One is actually Nork from New Vegas. The evidence includes a wrecked highwayman outside Novak with a Vault 13 jumpsuit in the trunk, according to the J. Sawyer mod. Plus, Nork has Enclave propaganda and that gun, which matches the 223 pistol from the original games. The ages line up perfectly since the Chosen One would be 60 during New Vegas, but it's more likely Bruce Isaacs stole the car from Mr. Bishop and crashed it while fleeing. The Chosen One proves that good genes and tribal training make for unstoppable heroes, but his ultimate fate remains mysterious despite all the evidence. But if you thought being a literal god among men was impressive, the next hero traded individual power for military might. In 2001, we got the Warrior. You're a Brotherhood of Steel recruit leading squads through the Midwest, establishing new Brotherhood chapters and fighting everything from super mutants to rogue AIs. This splinter Midwest faction is way more militarized than their West Coast brothers, and you're climbing ranks while tackling the Calculator, an AI in Vault Zero that wants to optimize humanity by turning everyone into cyborgs. Your leadership style determines whether the Midwest becomes a beacon of hope or a totalitarian regime controlled by the Brotherhood. The game focuses entirely on squad tactics and military strategy rather than personal character development, making you more of a general than a lone hero. The Warrior represents the Brotherhood's expansion eastward, though the game's canonicity is in limbo and this character rarely gets mentioned in later games. If you thought questionable canon was bad, the next protagonist isn't even considered part of the series. In 2004, we got the Initiate. You're a Brotherhood of Steel newbie in this action-focused spin-off that ditched RPG mechanics for hack-and-slash combat through the Texas wasteland. The story follows basic Brotherhood missions against mutants and raiders while you climb the ranks. But honestly, there's not much depth here since the game focuses more on beating things up than character development or meaningful choices. You can pick from different initiates like Cyrus, Nadia, or unlockable Kane, but the linear progression and lack of real RPG elements make this feel like a completely different franchise. This protagonist isn't considered canon by later games, making them basically irrelevant to the main series continuity. But if you thought being erased from canon was rough, this next hero got erased from history despite being a legendary savior. In 2008, we got the Lone Wanderer. You're actually born outside Vault 101 at the Jefferson Memorial on July 13, 2258, to scientists James and Catherine. But your mom dies in childbirth, so your dad retreats with you into the vault for safety. The canonical Lone Wanderer is probably named Albert as a tribute to the original Vault Dweller, likely male based on post-game media, and technically mixed race since Catherine was African American and James was Caucasian. When your dad suddenly disappears from Vault 101 in 2277 to continue Project Purity, the Overseer freaks out and kicks you into the Capitol Wasteland that used to be Washington, D.C. You don't destroy Megaton and help Moira Brown write the Wasteland Survival Guide, but Sheriff Sims dies because you reported Burke to him, leading to a gunfight where Burke shoots Sims in the back. Your search for James uncovers his wildly ambitious plan to clean the Potomac River, but the Enclave shows up again with their usual kill-all-mutants agenda. You join the Brotherhood of Steel, rise to Knight rank super quickly, blow up Raven Rock, activate Project Purity, and destroy the remaining Enclave at Adams Air Force Base. Then something weird happens. The Lone Wanderer completely vanishes from history. Despite being a legendary Brotherhood hero who saved the Capitol Wasteland, no one in Fallout 4 mentions him at all, not even the Brotherhood who should worship this guy. This suggests Elder Maxon's Brotherhood deliberately erased him from their records after he disagreed with their direction following Elder Lyon's death and abandoned the chapter. The wildest theory is that the Lone Wanderer became Deacon from the Railroad. Here's the evidence. Deacon is a compulsive liar whose real name isn't Deacon. He's had multiple facial reconstruction surgeries. He references the Capitol Wasteland constantly. And the Lone Wanderer had access to Dr. Pinkerton's facial reconstruction in Rivet City. The theory goes that Sarah Lyons was replaced by a synth. The Lone Wanderer fell in love and married her, but Arthur Maxon discovered the truth and had her assassinated because he had a crush on Sarah and felt betrayed. The Lone Wanderer killed the Brotherhood members who betrayed them, got facial reconstruction surgery, and joined the Railroad as Deacon to honor his synth wife. His name means a religious figure below a priest, referencing all the biblical stuff in Fallout 3, and his University Point Deathclaws story is fake since there's no evidence they ever existed. The Lone Wanderer brought Fallout into the modern era, but mysteriously vanished from canon, making his true fate one of the series' biggest mysteries. But the next protagonist was even more mysterious. In 2010, we got the Courier. You're a mysterious delivery person who gets shot in the head by Benny over a platinum poker chip, which is honestly the most Vegas way to start a revenge story. After getting patched up by Doc Mitchell and Goodsprings, you hunt down Benny and get tangled in the massive power struggle between the NCR, Caesar's Legion, and Mr. Plus, House over control of New Vegas and Hoover Dam. Your background is intentionally left completely blank so you can roleplay however you want. But the DLC Lonesome Road reveals you accidentally caused the destruction of a place called the Divide by delivering a package that triggered nuclear missiles. You can become a kingmaker supporting any of 4 major factions, forge an independent New Vegas, or even convince the final boss to commit suicide through pure charisma, making this the most flexible protagonist story in the series. Based on the Fallout TV show introducing Mr. House as still alive, the canon ending was probably siding with House for several reasons. First, why introduce him in the show if he died in the game? Second, the Courier likely just wanted to complete their job and get paid rather than having revolutionary political visions. Third, keeping House alive makes narrative sense since he's such an interesting character. After the Battle of Hoover Dam, the Courier went to watch over Big Empty, keeping its dangerous pre-war discoveries safe until humanity needs them. The courier is the most open-ended protagonist in RPG history, defined entirely by their actions rather than their identity, and they become a guardian of humanity's most dangerous technology. Things got way more personal with the Sole Survivor. In 2015, we got the Sole Survivor. You're living the American dream in Sanctuary Hills as either Nate, a decorated Anchorage war veteran from the 2nd Battalion, 108th Infantry Regiment, or Nora, a trained lawyer, with your spouse and baby son Sean until the bombs drop on October 23, 2077. You escape to Vault 111 thinking you're safe, but Vault Tech cryogenically freezes your whole family without telling you. Years later, you wake up just long enough to watch strangers murder your spouse and kidnap Sean before being frozen again. Then finally wake up for good in 2287, over 200 years later. Your quest to find Sean leads you through the Commonwealth's conflicts between the Institute, Brotherhood of Steel, Railroad, and Minutemen, with the massive plot twist being that your son grew up to become the Institute's leader and is now an old man dying of cancer. The canon Sole Survivor is probably Nate, since a war veteran makes way more sense for surviving raidroaches and wasteland combat than a lawyer. Based on the Fallout TV show confirming the Brotherhood's Prydwen arrives on the West Coast and the Commonwealth Brotherhood is still active. The canon ending was either siding with the Brotherhood or the Minutemen, since those are the only endings where the Prydwen doesn't get destroyed. The Brotherhood ending seems more likely because they repair Liberty Prime to assault the Institute, and Liberty Prime was probably disassembled and shipped west on the Prydwen to help re-establish Brotherhood dominance. How poetic would it be if Mr. House's company's greatest invention led the assault on his enemies? Alternatively, the Sole Survivor might have helped the Brotherhood rebuild Liberty Prime but ultimately sided with the Minutemen, making him both a paladin and general. Either way, both endings achieve the same result: the Institute and Railroad are gone, synths become irrelevant, and the Brotherhood maintains their presence. The Sole Survivor either became a Brotherhood Sentinel or Minutemen General while rebuilding civilization from scratch, bridging the pre-war and post-war worlds like no other protagonist.
T-45. This was the very first operational power armor rushed into deployment during the brutal war between the US and the Chinese in 2067, roughly 10 years before the bombs dropped. Developed by West Tech as a stopgap solution, it changed warfare overnight. With tanks too expensive and time running out, the US needed something fast, and the T-45 delivered. Built around the now standard West Tech power armor frame, it came equipped with servo motors, trauma protection, and it allowed soldiers to carry heavy weapons like toys. Early models struggled with mobility and had a big vulnerability right below the chest plate. Still, it gave American troops a serious edge against Chinese forces, until the Gauss rifles appeared. But perhaps its biggest flaw was burning through energy cells faster than the war could supply them. Post-war, the T-45 lived on. Some Brotherhood of Steel chapters heavily rely on this model, and even other factions like the NCR and Raiders found ways to use or modify it. Many variants can be found all throughout the wasteland, from the rusty tribal version in the pit to the fully functional Scorched Sierra armor. T-51. The T-51 wasn't just an upgrade, it was the crown jewel of pre-war engineering. West Tech spent nearly a decade perfecting it to ensure it would dominate the battlefield. The T-51 entered service in 2076, just before the bombs fell, and was the finest suit of armor the US had ever built. Made from polylaminate composites and coated with a silver ablative layer, the suit could deflect lasers and shrug off radiation. A microfusion reactor in the back powered the hydraulic systems and even let soldiers recycle urine into drinkable water. Gross but life-saving. In battle, the T-51 crushed Chinese resistance, reclaiming Anchorage and turning the tide of war. And centuries after the bombs, the Brotherhood of Steel soldiers still wear it proudly. Whether in hardened, ultrasight, or winterized forms, the T-51 remains one of the most effective power armor suits in the wasteland. T-60. The T-60 was born in the shadow of war's final hour. Designed as an evolution of the T-45, it rolled out after Anchorage but right before the apocalypse, which means it was only in service for over 9 months before the bombs dropped. West Tech developed it quietly, and the T-60 never really saw the full scale of war it was built for, but it was ready. Using the same power armor frame as the T-45, the T-60 refined everything. Tougher plating, higher survivable drops, and better power regulation. While the previous model, the T-51, was superior in raw performance, the T-60's real advantage was logistics. It shared parts with the much more common T-45, making it far easier to maintain and upgrade existing armor rather than building from scratch. By 2077, T-60 units were deployed domestically to maintain order, even on the day the bombs dropped. Post-war, the East Coast Brotherhood of Steel adopted it as their standard. From Tesla-enhanced versions to Dolphin-themed enlightened MIND suits, the T-60 proved adaptable. It's the armor of choice for those still fighting to hold civilization together. T-65. This model is way more niche and obscure than the previous ones, built for the United States Secret Service just before the Great War. No full suits of T-65 were ever made before the bombs fell, but the plans survived, locked away in Vault 79 with the agents who guarded them. After the war, those agents began selling the schematics to the wasteland. Compared to other power armor, the T-65 looks bulkier, and that's because it used a very different design. Instead of one solid plate for each section, it had segmented armor pieces, especially around the chest and shoulders. This helped cover weak spots that other suits left exposed, even parts of the frame that were usually vulnerable. Because of that, the T-65 has the highest protection of any power armor. It made its first appearance in Fallout 76, and it might have been the most advanced pre-war armor, if the world hadn't ended first. X-01. The X-01 was an experimental power armor created right before the Great War. The U.S. military's advisors, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, commissioned it knowing nuclear war was coming and designed it for survival after the bombs, not just for regular combat. It marked a big shift from the T-series, with a new frame design and stronger protection. Only a few prototypes of this armor were made before the war, so it never really saw mass production. Just before the bombs fell, the X-01 schematics were sent to the Enclave, who later resumed development in 2198. Additionally, the Brotherhood of Steel and the Institute also built their own versions after the war, with the Institute adding new materials for extra durability. Special variants like the Quantum X-01 kept the armor's main goal: maximum protection in the most dangerous parts of the wasteland. Advanced Power Armor, Mark I. After the bombs, the Enclave had one mission: rebuild and dominate. Mk1 Advanced Power Armor was their first real step. They developed it aboard the oil rig in 2220, and unlike many pre-war suits, this was no rusty relic. It was sleek, lightweight, and deadly. Built with reinforced ceramic plates and advanced servos, gave Enclave soldiers unmatched protection and mobility. The armor was developed from the pre-war X-01 prototype and became the first model to be deployed after the Great War. By 2241, it had become the Enclave's standard service armor. Seen in Fallout 2 and New Vegas, it's the armor of America's second chance, for better or worse. Advanced Power Armor, Mark II. The Mk2 was the Enclave's improved design, lighter, tougher, and even more advanced than the Mk1. Built with all ceramic composites, it could be fitted with optional Tesla upgrades to help repel energy attacks, making it one of the most powerful suits ever produced. It was also considerably heavier than the original Mk1, but that comes as a cost of having more protection. The destruction of the oil rig crippled early production, limiting the number of suits available. Once they established their new Raven Rock facility, the Enclave was finally able to deploy these suits in high quantities. In fact, this was the Enclave's standard armor throughout Fallout 3. But this facility would eventually be destroyed as well, putting an end to the production of Mark II armors. Those that survived, though, became legends, walking symbols of Enclave superiority. Whether called Black Devil or X-02, the Mark II means business. Hellfire Armor. Developed by the Enclave through a dedicated post-war research project, the Hellfire Power Armor represents the apex of their technological ambitions. Early prototypes were finished by 2080 and stored in Vault 51, but the final design was mass deployed in 2278. It was built after extensive analysis of previous combat encounters and older failed armor experiments. Though exact material compositions remain unclear, sources confirm that the Hellfire armor utilized newly researched materials and superior construction techniques. It lacks the specialized systems seen in other suits, but excels in sheer resilience and battlefield dominance. Its heavy, imposing frame was designed for frontline combat, where it could absorb and withstand significant punishment. The Enclave canceled other tech programs like the Duraframe project in favor of focusing on the Hellfire line, highlighting its strategic importance. In Fallout 3's Broken Steel and Fallout 76, the Hellfire armor serves as a symbol of the Enclave's renewed military push, projecting overwhelming force and intimidation wherever it appears. Excavator Armor. The Excavator Power Armor wasn't designed for combat. It was created to give human miners an edge over rising robotic automation. Developed by Garahan mining cubs before the Great War, it used West Tech's power armor technology to create a specialized suit for industrial labor. Although the EX-17 model was powerful, it never went into full production. In a key competition against Hornwright Industrial Mining, human miners in excavator suits lost to Hornwright's autonomous mining robots, largely due to cheating. Garahan's subsequent financial collapse left the project unfinished. Post-war, Vault 76 dwellers and responders uncovered and restored the armor. In Fallout 76, the yellow-black suit stands out as a rare example of civilian-use power armor. NCR Salvaged Power Armor. This isn't your typical power armor. salvaged by the New California Republic from damaged T-45D suits during their conflict with the Brotherhood of Steel. This version is stripped down and repurposed for mass infantry use. To do so, NCR technicians removed the suit's servo motors and eliminated the need for special power armor training. The armor retained its heavy plating, but lost much of the mobility of a functional T-45D. Chief Hanlon, the NCR Rangers commanding officer, once described it as carrying a Brahmin on your back, but it can take a lot of punishment. It was also visually distinct from the original, missing its original shoulder pauldrons and with some parts removed from the legs. Each suit was marked with a yellow NCR Bear logo on the chest plate and red stripes on the arms, making them instantly recognizable on the battlefield. Raider Power Armor. Post-war Raiders didn't have the capabilities to develop a new suit of power armor, so they built off of existing ones. Raider Power Armor is a mishmash of scavenged T-45 and T-51 parts, scrap metal, and brute creativity. These makeshift suits are the product of desperation and scavenging, not engineering finesse. Because of its junk materials, Raider Power Armor provides significantly weaker protection compared to its military-grade counterparts, but it still offers a tactical edge for gangs that otherwise wouldn't have access to such gear. Fallout 4 and Fallout 76 feature numerous variants like the Blood Eagle, Junkyard, and Overboss suits, each reflecting their gang's unique aesthetic and scavenging prowess. While not reliable, it lets raiders punch above their weight. Communist Power Armor. Developed by the People's Republic of China, Communist Power Armor was based on captured American suits and marked China's attempt to catch up in the power armor arms race. However, they were still years behind the US in terms of design and functionality. Very little is known about the materials or internal systems used in this armor. It was assigned to certain commissars and served more as a status symbol than as a practical battlefield equalizer. Its presence in Fallout 76 indicates that at least some suits survived the war, and they reflect China's desperate push to mimic US power armor technology, a rare symbolic artifact of a collapsing military campaign. Union Power Armor. Similarly to the Enclave suits, the Union Power Armor was crafted after the world had already ended. Developed by the Union in the pit using leftover industrial materials, it was designed as a functional combat suit for their resistance fighters. Despite its post-apocalyptic origins, the armor offers defenses comparable to pre-war models. Though little is known about its precise construction, the Union armor reflects the practical no-nonsense engineering of survivors who needed something that could keep them alive in battle. Featured in Fallout 76, it represents the resilience of a group that built strength from industrial ruins. Faction gear. Vulcan Power Armor. The Vulcan Power Armor began as standard-issue Enclave gear used by Squad Epsilon to guard the Ultrasight-powered Project Vulcan, but the Scorched Plague changed everything. As Squad Epsilon succumbed to the infection, their suits began fusing with Ultrasight crystals, resulting in a strange transformation. The suit's plating became warped and unstable, with jagged crystal growths spreading across the surface. Seen in Fallout 76, these corrupted suits still function as armor, but they clearly show how the Enclave failed to contain the outbreak.
The Master. The Master started as Richard Gray, a human who got dunked in massive amounts of forced evolutionary virus at Mariposa military base, which is basically liquid nightmare fuel that turns people into super mutants. But Gray's transformation went way beyond normal mutation. His body fused with machines and other organic matter, creating this grotesque blob of flesh, metal, and pure evil that can telepathically control other mutants. His whole plan was to unite humanity by forcibly mutating everyone into super mutants because he thought regular humans were too weak to survive, which is honestly the most Fallout villain logic ever. The Master set the tone for the entire series' exploration of what happens when science goes absolutely wrong, and his telepathic abilities make him unique among all Fallout antagonists. But if you thought one terrifying mutant leader was bad, his right-hand man shows that intelligence and mutation can be a deadly combination. The Lieutenant. Lou is a first-generation super mutant who retained his tactical genius after getting the FEV treatment, making him the Master's second-in-command and chief enforcer. Unlike most super mutants who become big dumb brutes, Lou kept his strategic mind and acts as the Master's mouthpiece when dealing with lesser beings like humans. He's basically proof that FEV doesn't always destroy intelligence, it just makes the smart ones way more dangerous. Lou handles all the military planning for the Master's super mutant army and serves as the primary antagonist you actually talk to before facing the Master himself. His retention of human intelligence combined with super mutant strength makes him one of the most formidable enemies in the original game. If you thought intelligent mutants were terrifying, sometimes the simple ones are way more memorable. Harry. Harry is your typical Mariposa super mutant, big, green, strong as a truck, and about as smart as one too. He got the standard FEV dipping treatment that turned him into a massive green giant. But unlike scary mutants like Lou, Harry has the intelligence of a confused child. He's famous for simple dialogue, and despite being part of an army trying to destroy humanity, he's actually kind of endearing in his childlike innocence. Harry became a fan favorite precisely because he shows that not all super mutants are evil masterminds or mindless killers. Some are just big green guys trying to figure out this whole post-apocalyptic life thing. His comedic dialogue and gentle nature, despite his intimidating appearance, made him an instant classic. Harry proves that even in a world full of horrific mutations, sometimes you get the gentle giants who just want to be friends. But the next mutant became something way more impressive than a simple soldier. Marcus. Marcus is a first-generation super mutant who grew disillusioned with the Master's genocidal vision and decided peace was better than war. Created at Mariposa, like the other early mutants, Marcus retained his intelligence and used it to become a bridge between humans and mutants, rather than a weapon against them. He became mayor of Broken Hills in Fallout 2, then later mayor of Jacobstown in New Vegas, proving that super mutants could actually lead and govern rather than just smash things. Marcus represents hope in the Fallout universe, showing that even creatures created for war can choose diplomacy and coexistence. His character development across multiple games makes him one of the most important mutants in the series. If you thought peaceful leadership was impressive, the next mutant takes stealth and insanity to terrifying new levels. Tabitha. Tabitha is a Nightkin, which is basically a super mutant on steroids with invisibility powers and severe mental problems. She was subjected to standard FEV mutation, then given constant exposure to stealth boys for covert operations, but the side effects drove her completely insane. Tabitha became the Black Queen and took over Black Mountain radio station, broadcasting rambling conspiracy theories and threats across the Mojave. Her constant stealth boy use granted near invisibility but caused severe psychosis, making her both hilarious and genuinely dangerous. She's obsessed with finding more stealth boys to maintain her condition, even though they're literally driving her crazy. Tabitha represents the tragic cost of military experimentation, a soldier transformed into an invisible madwoman. But the next Nightkin shows that madness can come with heartbreaking humanity. Lily Bowen. Lily is another Nightkin, but instead of conspiracy theories, she suffers from dissociative identity disorder that's both tragic and endearing. Like other Nightkin, she was mutated with FEV and then subjected to constant stealth boy use, but her specific psychological break manifests as conflicting personalities. She remembers being a grandmother before the mutation and still calls everyone dearie and worries about her grandchildren. But she also has a violent personality that emerges during combat. Her condition is slowly killing her, and she has to choose between taking medication that helps her sanity but erases her human memories, or keeping those precious memories while her mind deteriorates. Lily's story is one of the most emotionally complex in New Vegas because she represents the human cost of these experiments. If you thought tragic backstories were sad, the next mutant actually found a way to beat the system. Fox. Fox is a super mutant who completely breaks the rules of how FEV is supposed to work. Created in Vault 87 through their twisted experiments, Fox somehow retained his intelligence and moral compass despite the mutation process that turns most people into mindless brutes. He spent decades locked in a cell, reading books and developing a philosophical outlook on life, making him one of the most well-educated characters in Fallout 3. Fox is also immune to radiation, making him perfect for retrieving the GECK from highly irradiated areas. His unusual response to FEV makes him an exceptional outlier among Capital Wasteland mutants, and his gentle giant personality makes him one of the best companions in the series. But the next mutant takes gentle giant energy to Zen Master levels. Uncle Leo. Uncle Leo is basically the Bob Ross of super mutants. He just wanders the Capital Wasteland spreading philosophical advice and positive vibes. Created through Vault 87's FEV program like Fox, Leo somehow emerged from the process with a peaceful nature and deep wisdom about life. He doesn't attack humans on sight like most Capital Wasteland mutants, instead offering thoughtful observations about the nature of existence and encouraging people to find meaning in the post-apocalyptic world. Leo represents the possibility that super mutants can transcend their violent origins and become forces for good. His random encounters always provide a moment of unexpected peace in the harsh wasteland. If you thought philosophical mutants were surprising, The next one has an obsession that's both touching and bizarre. Strong. Strong is a super mutant companion in Fallout 4 who's obsessed with finding something called the milk of human kindness. Created by the Institute's FEV experiments, Strong was part of a group studying Shakespeare's Macbeth when you find him, which is already weird enough. His fascination with human literature and desperate search for this metaphorical concept shows that even Institute-created mutants can develop complex desires beyond violence. Strong believes that understanding human kindness will make him stronger, representing the mutant aspiration to reclaim their lost humanity. His broken English and childlike questions about human behavior make him both endearing and tragic, especially when you realize he's searching for something he may never truly understand. But the next mutant actually found a way to reverse the irreversible. Brian Virgil. Brian Virgil is the ultimate proof that FEV mutation might not be permanent if you're smart enough and desperate enough. This Institute scientist injected himself with FEV to escape the organization's pursuit and survive the deadly radiation of the glowing sea, transforming into a super mutant but somehow keeping his brilliant scientific mind intact. What makes Virgil unique is that he can actually be cured and reverted to human form if you complete his questline, making him one of the only known reversible cases in Fallout lore. His transformation was voluntary and calculated, unlike most mutants who were victims of experimentation. Virgil's story shows that science can both create and solve these problems when applied correctly. If you thought voluntary mutation was wild, the next mutant completely breaks every stereotype about his kind. Erickson. Erickson is a super mutant gun dealer in Far Harbor who decided violence wasn't his thing and became a peaceful merchant instead. Likely created through Vault 87 or Institute FEV exposure, Erickson migrated to the island and set up shop as a neutral trader. What makes him special is his love for animals. He keeps dogs, and even a tame Yao Guai as pets, showing a nurturing side that most mutants never develop. Erickson completely subverts the usual aggressive mutant stereotype by being helpful, friendly, and business-minded. He proves that super mutants can adapt to society and find their own paths rather than following their violent programming. Erickson shows that even the most fearsome creatures can choose to be merchants instead of monsters. But the next mutant took friendship and turned it into a traveling business. Grom. Grom is basically the happiest super mutant in existence, roaming Appalachia with his two-headed Brahmin buddy Chali, selling stuff and spreading good vibes. Mutated by FEV-contaminated water from the West Tech facility, Grom somehow emerged from the process with an upbeat personality and entrepreneurial spirit. He's turned his post-apocalyptic life into a traveling merchant business, complete with a loyal Brahmin companion and a genuine love for meeting new people. Grom's friendly demeanor and comic relief dialogue make him a fan favorite, proving that not all Appalachian mutants became hostile monsters. His relationship with Chali also shows that mutants can form deep bonds with other creatures. Grom proves that the best business strategy is just being genuinely happy to see your customers. If you thought happy mutants were heartwarming, the next one has a psychological condition that's absolutely fascinating. Dog and God. God is a nightkin with split personalities that represent the eternal struggle between primal instinct and intellectual control. Created through typical nightkin mutation, FEV exposure followed by heavy stealth boy use, his psyche fractured into two distinct personalities: Dog, who's submissive and brutish, and God, who's calculating and intelligent. The stealth boy psychosis manifested as this internal war between his animal nature and his desire for control and understanding. In the Dead Money DLC, you can help resolve or exacerbate his condition through dialogue choices, making him one of the most psychologically complex characters in Fallout. His dual nature represents the struggle between civilization and savagery that defines the entire post-apocalyptic world. God shows that sometimes the greatest battles are the ones fought inside your own mind. But the next mutant shows that maternal instincts can survive even the most extreme transformations. Gale is a super mutant in Fallout 76 who adopted and protects a human child named Rara, proving that parental instincts can transcend species barriers. Transformed by the FEV contamination in Appalachia, Gale somehow retained her nurturing nature and formed a deep maternal bond with this orphaned girl. Her fierce protectiveness and gentle care show that super mutants can maintain complex emotional relationships and moral values. Gale's story emphasizes empathy and emotional intelligence over physical power, making her one of the most touching examples of post-war family bonds. She represents hope that love and compassion can survive even the most horrific transformations. Gale proves that the strongest force in the wasteland isn't mutation or radiation, but a mother's love. If you thought protective mutants were tough, the next one combines the worst of both biological and technological nightmares. Frank Horrigan. Frank Horrigan is what happens when you take a super mutant and decide he's not terrifying enough, so you add power armor and cybernetic enhancements. Originally exposed to FEV by accident, Horrigan was then recruited by the Enclave, who fused power armor directly to his massive mutated body and enhanced him with advanced technology. He becomes the final boss of Fallout 2 and represents the ultimate fusion of biological mutation and military technology. Horrigan combines brute mutant strength with high-tech Enclave weaponry, making him one of the most powerful enemies in the entire series. His loyalty to the Enclave, despite being a mutant, shows how ideology can override even biological identity. Frank Horrigan proves that the most dangerous monsters are the ones who serve a cause they believe in. But the next mutant takes size and power to absolutely ridiculous levels. Swann. Swann is what happens when FEV experiments go so wrong, they create their own local legend. This behemoth-class super mutant was a subject of Institute experimentation, who mutated far beyond normal parameters after being abandoned in Boston Commons Pond. Swann is legendary for his immense size and his habit of attacking with environmental debris like boats, making him one of the most memorable mini-bosses in Fallout 4. He's essentially a living natural disaster that players can stumble across while exploring, turning a peaceful park visit into a fight for survival. Swann represents the unpredictable dangers of uncontrolled scientific experimentation and serves as a perfect example of why you don't mess with FEV. Swann shows that some experiments should stay buried, because when they surface, they bring boats to a gunfight. If you thought individual mutants were scary, the next group weaponized invisibility and madness. Nightkin. Nightkin are basically super mutants with military-grade invisibility technology and severe psychological problems. These specialized mutants were created by taking regular Mariposa super mutants and giving them constant exposure to Stealth Boy prototypes for covert operations. The side effects include near-perfect invisibility, but also severe psychosis, memory loss, and various mental disorders. Key examples like Lily, Tabitha, and God show the range of psychological damage caused by this process. Nightkin represent the military's willingness to sacrifice soldiers' sanity for tactical advantage, and their tragic instability makes them some of the most complex characters in the series. They're living examples of how war crimes can create monsters out of heroes. Nightkin prove that the most advanced military technology often comes with the highest psychological cost. But the next mutant type takes size to kaiju movie levels. Behemoths. Behemoths are what happens when super mutants get exposed to so much FEV or environmental factors that they become living buildings. These colossal mutants dwarf their already massive cousins and serve as open-world boss encounters throughout the series. Created through uncontrolled or repeated FEV exposure, behemoths lose most of their intelligence but gain incredible destructive power. They're essentially walking natural disasters that can destroy entire settlements if left unchecked. Examples like Swann show that each behemoth develops unique characteristics based on their environment and mutation process. They represent the ultimate endpoint of FEV mutation. Creatures so large and powerful, they become geographical features. Behemoths show that in the Fallout universe, bigger definitely isn't always better, especially when bigger means building-sized and angry. If you thought massive mutants were disturbing, the next creatures prove that FEV can create absolute body horror. Centaurs and floaters. Centaurs and floaters are what happen when scientists decide regular mutation isn't horrific enough and start mixing different species together. These grotesque abominations were created at Mariposa and other facilities by combining FEV with tissues from multiple organisms, both human and animal. The result is nightmare fuel, creatures that look like they were designed by someone having a fever dream about anatomy textbooks. They often serve as pets or guards for super mutants, creating these disturbing family units of monsters. Centaurs and floaters symbolize the absolute worst consequences of unregulated bioweapons research and represent the series' exploration of how science without ethics creates horrors beyond imagination. Centaurs and floaters prove that some scientific experiments should never leave the drawing board, let alone the laboratory. The forced evolutionary virus has created an entire ecosystem of mutants, from philosophical giants to invisible madmen to living nightmares. Most mutations happen through forced exposure to FEV in various forms, whether it's being dipped in vats at Mariposa, exposed to gas in Vault 87, or drinking contaminated water in Appalachia. The virus was originally designed to create super soldiers, but instead created a diverse population of beings ranging from gentle merchants to genocidal masterminds. What makes Fallout mutants special is their individuality. Each one represents different possibilities for humanity's future, whether that's transcendence, tragedy, or absolute horror. Mothman. Mothman is the king of Fallout cryptids, and honestly one of the most terrifying things you can encounter in Appalachia. Mothman manifests in multiple variants, ranging from the passive, wise Mothman that just watches you creepily, to the absolutely devastating, enraged Mothman that will ruin your entire day. The creature is central to pre-war and post-war Appalachian folklore, with an entire cult dedicated to interpreting its appearances as prophetic signs of coming disaster. It is based on the real-world 1960s Point Pleasant Mothman legend from West Virginia, where people reported seeing a humanoid moth-like figure before the Silver Bridge collapse. Fallout's version maintains that ominous harbinger energy. Some Mothman variants will actually bless or curse players during encounters, reinforcing its mystical nature beyond just being another monster to shoot. The dynamic spawn behavior means you'll often spot Mothman perched on buildings or power lines, silently observing before either flying away or deciding you need to die. But if you thought a giant moth was scary, the next cryptid represents the ultimate consequence of human desperation. Wendigo. This gaunt feral nightmare with elongated limbs and bone-chilling shrieks represents what happens when starvation and cannibalism meet radiation and experimentation. The Wendigo appears in multiple variants, including the absolutely massive Wendigo Colossus that requires entire teams to take down and can cause literal fear effects that make your character panic and run. Fallout frames the Wendigo as the horrific end result of extreme hunger, cannibalism, and mutation, turning the Algonquian folklore of cannibalistic spirits into a tangible post-apocalyptic horror. The creature stalks abandoned mines and ruins throughout Appalachia, embodying the region's history of isolation and desperation. Wendigo encounters are genuinely terrifying because they often happen in dark, confined spaces where the creature's speed and ferocity become overwhelming. The Colossus variant turns Wendigo fights into major group events that test your ability to manage fear mechanics while dealing massive damage to an incredibly durable opponent. If you thought ground-based horrors were bad, the next cryptid brings alien energy to Appalachian folklore. Flatwoods Monster. This hovering robed entity with glowing eyes feels more like an extraterrestrial visitor than a traditional cryptid, complete with advanced technology and energy-based attacks. The Flatwoods Monster floats rather than walks, appears with strange energy effects, and moves in ways that defy normal creature behavior, often being grouped with alien-themed events in the game. Based on the real 1,952 Flatwoods, West Virginia sighting, where witnesses described a tall, spade-headed creature with a floating, gliding movement, Fallout's version leans heavily into the UFO connection. The creature's design deliberately evokes classic flying saucer mythology while maintaining its cryptid classification, bridging the gap between folklore and science fiction. Encounters with the Flatwoods Monster often involve energy damage and unusual movement patterns that make traditional combat tactics less effective. But the next cryptid shows what industrial pollution can create when left unchecked. Grafton Monster. This hulking, headless-appearing brute with smooth, pale skin represents the horrific intersection of pre-war industrial experimentation and post-war mutation. The Grafton Monster is rumored to be a byproduct of pre-war experimentation and pollution around Grafton's industrial facilities, transformed into a mindless giant that terrorizes the local area. Based on 1960s Grafton, West Virginia, reports of a massive, seal-skinned beast with no visible head. Fallout's version maintains the creature's industrial horror origins, while making it an actual threat. The monster telegraphs its presence with heavy footsteps and roaring that can be heard from significant distances, often featuring in public events and cryptid hunting challenges. Despite its headless appearance, the Grafton Monster is surprisingly aware and aggressive, using its immense strength to overwhelm opponents through sheer brute force. If you thought industrial accidents were horrific, the next cryptid was deliberately engineered to be disgusting. Snallygaster. This reptilian, many-eyed, acid-spitting abomination looks like it escaped from a mad scientist's laboratory and decided to terrorize the countryside. The creature has implied connections to clandestine bioresearch and mutation programs, behaving like a roaming apex predator that was specifically designed to be as horrifying as possible. Based on early 1900s Maryland Snallygaster legends describing a dragon-like creature with bizarre anatomical features, Fallout leans heavily into the freakish, stitched-together lab monster interpretation. The Snallygaster's acid attacks can quickly overwhelm unprepared players, while its darting movement and tendency to spawn in groups makes encounters chaotic and dangerous. The creature represents the deliberate weaponization of folklore through scientific experimentation, turning a regional legend into a biological weapon. But the next cryptid started as a hoax before becoming terrifyingly real: Sheep Squatch. This shaggy horned cryptid with devastating ramming attacks gets an entire elaborate questline that builds up the urban legend before revealing there's actually a real, dangerous version lurking in the woods. The Sheep Squatch is associated with hoaxes, misdirection, and local pranksters who may have accidentally summoned something genuine through their fake monster stories. Based on West Virginia sheep squatch tales and white thing folklore describing a horned, woolly beast glimpsed in rural hollows, Fallout's version explores how fake legends can become real threats. Creature's explosive melee attacks and incredible durability make it one of the most challenging cryptid encounters, requiring careful preparation and teamwork to survive. The entire event chain surrounding the sheep squatch shows how community folklore can manifest real dangers when radiation and mutation get involved. If you thought mythical beasts were dangerous, the next cryptid proves that prehistoric creatures are even worse when irradiated. Megasloth. This gigantic mutated sloth moves slowly but hits like a freight train, proving that size and patience can be more dangerous than speed and aggression. Despite its lethargic animations, the Megasloth can devastate unprepared groups with ground slam attacks and range spore clouds that control large areas of the battlefield. While it's more of a radiation-mutated creature than a traditional cryptid, Fallout 76 classifies it with the cryptids because it fits Appalachia's giant forest beast archetype perfectly. The creature alludes to prehistoric megafauna like Megatherium, while serving as a reminder that not all dangerous things move quickly. Megasloth encounters typically happen in swamps and forests, where the creature's environmental advantages and area of effect attacks become even more deadly. But the next cryptid brings demonic energy to Appalachian folklore. Blue Devil. This horned, lupine creature with aggressive melee attacks and a haunting presence represents the demonic side of Appalachian cryptid folklore. The Blue Devil appears primarily at night, or in mist-laden areas. Based on West Virginia Blue Devil tales describing spectral or demonic canine presences that stalk rural areas, Fallout's version maintains the creature's supernatural horror elements. While less ubiquitous than Mothman or Wendigo, the Blue Devil is memorable due to its distinctive silhouette and the ambient atmospheric cues that usually precede its appearance. The creature serves as a reminder that not all cryptids are explained by radiation or experimentation. Some things are just plain evil. If you thought demonic canines were bad, the next cryptid emerges from the depths of Appalachian rivers. Ogwa. This massive, semi-aquatic, turtle-like cryptid uses thick armor plating and brutal charging attacks to dominate river and swamp encounters. The creature appears to be a mutated prehistoric survivor that locals have recast as a river monster, tying into Appalachian waterway folklore and fishing horror stories. Based on Monongahela River Ogwa, legends describing a snapping turtle-like beast large enough to threaten boats and fishermen. Encounters often involve narrow waterway approaches, where the creature's charging attacks become even more devastating. But the next cryptid shows how regional legends can diversify beyond the famous names. Beast of Beckley. This large predatory cryptid stalks the areas around Beckley with ambush tactics and heavy melee damage, representing the kind of local monster that every small town fears. The creature serves as a local urban legend made reality, used to diversify southern Appalachian cryptid encounters beyond the globally famous creatures like Mothman. Based on Beast of regional naming conventions like the Beast of Bray Road, it blends werewolf and unknown predator motifs into a distinctly Appalachian threat. While not as globally recognized as some cryptids, the Beast of Beckley plays significant roles in regional event rotations and hunting challenges. If you thought regional beasts were unsettling, the next cryptid barely qualifies as a creature at all. The Smiling Man, also known as Indrid Cold, this silent humanoid figure appears unexpectedly and just stands there smiling, creating an atmosphere of dread without any direct combat threat. The Smiling Man functions more as an omen or liminal presence than a traditional monster, deepening Appalachia's ecosystem of weird encounters through pure psychological horror. Rather than fighting the Smiling Man, players typically encounter him as part of atmospheric events or sightings that feed into broader mystery chains and collectible-style encounters. Jersey Devil. This winged, horned predator expands Fallout's cryptid presence beyond Appalachia into broader eastern seaboard folklore, bringing aerial mobility and supernatural aggression to cryptid encounters. The creature typically appears as a boss-type threat in regional content, featuring distinctive screeches and flight patterns that make it a marquee fight requiring different tactics than ground-based cryptids. Based on the Pine Barrens legend of a cursed winged creature that has terrorized New Jersey since the 18th century, the Jersey Devil's aerial combat capabilities and aggressive nature make it one of the more challenging cryptid encounters. And finally, cryptids that might not be from Earth at all. Aliens. These classic Grey-style extraterrestrials with energy weapons blur the line between cryptid and science fiction, sometimes grouped with cryptids in Fallout 76's challenge and event systems. Aliens appear appear across the entire Fallout series, but in Appalachia they're often connected to UFO folklore and the broader weird encounter ecosystem that includes creatures like the Flatwoods Monster. Based on mid-20th century UFO mythology, including abduction narratives and crash lore, Fallout's aliens maintain their classic appearance while fitting into the cryptid framework. Alien encounters typically involve energy damage, stasis fields, and unique technology that sets them apart from other creatures, often appearing through limited-time events with special loot. Bust out of jail. This is one of the earliest examples of Fallout rewarding creative problem-solving without holding your hand. In Junktown from the original Fallout, if you commit a crime or get caught sneaking where you shouldn't be, you get thrown in jail with absolutely no quest marker telling you what to do next. You have to figure out your own escape plan. Pickpocket the guard for keys, pick the cell door lock, or get help from a friend you made earlier. The game doesn't tell you these options exist, you just have to experiment and think outside the box. How you escape affects Junktown's opinion of you, making this one of the first examples of Fallout's trademark moral ambiguity. This quest perfectly captures the series' philosophy of rewarding player curiosity and creative thinking over following obvious breadcrumbs. But if you thought jailbreak scenarios were sneaky, the next quest dives into some seriously shady business dealings. Clean out the loan shark. In the Den from Fallout 2, you can stumble across a notorious loan shark operation just by wandering around and talking to locals in shady corners. There's nothing to guide you except your own curiosity about this sketchy character. You can choose to work for the loan shark or against him, and your decisions affect the entire town, but the game never formally tracks this as a quest. It's a perfect example of early Fallout design prioritizing world interaction over formal quest structures. The Loan Shark storyline shows how the series used to reward attentive players with rich side stories that felt organic rather than assigned. You had to actually pay attention to dialogue and explore thoroughly to discover these hidden narratives. If you thought hidden crime stories were clever, the next quest turns a simple dead body into a treasure hunt. Grady's Package. This Fallout 3 mystery starts in the Marigold Station metro tunnels when you find a dead guy named Grady with a holotape and a key. The holotape contains cryptic clues about the package he was trying to deliver, and you have to use the key on a safe elsewhere in the tunnels to retrieve his valuable stash. Suspicious. There's no quest marker or journal entry, just environmental storytelling through a dead man's final message. The entire story is told through context, clues, and exploration. If you don't read the holotape carefully or explore thoroughly, you'll completely miss this hidden treasure. Grady's Package demonstrates how Fallout 3 used environmental storytelling to create mini-narratives that exist entirely outside the formal quest system. But the next quest shows that some NPCs will keep asking for help as long as you keep delivering. Murphy's Bombing Run. This unmarked quest in Fallout 3 starts when you meet Murphy, a ghoul chem cook at Northwest Seneca Station, who asks for special work. Your job is to collect sugar bomb cereal from around the wasteland and bring them back to Murphy so he can cook them into Ultrajet, a powerful chem. The catch is this never appears in your quest log, so you have to remember to collect sugar bombs and periodically return to Murphy for caps and chems. It rewards players who hoard unusual junk items and actually read what NPCs are asking for. Murphy's Bombing Run is a perfect example of how Fallout rewards exploration and item collection without formal quest tracking, making every sugar bomb you find feel potentially valuable. If you thought cooking chems was profitable, the next quest turns exploration itself into a business venture. Riley's Rangers Mapping. After helping Riley's Rangers in Fallout 3, Riley will buy map locations of metro tunnels and landmarks you've discovered, but this arrangement is never listed as a formal quest. It's just an ongoing way to earn caps by providing new map points you've found during exploration. There's no quest log reminder, no markers, just a subtle meta reward system for thorough exploration. Riley's Rangers Mapping encourages players to explore every corner of the Capital Wasteland, knowing there's financial incentive, but you have to remember to return and report your discoveries. This unmarked quest perfectly demonstrates Fallout's philosophy of rewarding curiosity with both gameplay benefits and immersive world building, but the next quest takes post-quest rewards to deliciously sweet levels. Mississippi Quantum Pie. This hidden treat starts after you complete the Nuka-Cola Challenge side quest in Fallout 3. If you continue bringing Sierra Petrovita various Nuka-Cola flavors she requests, she'll eventually bake you the rare Quantum Pie, but this extended interaction never appears in your quest log. It's a delightful Easter egg for completionists who go the extra mile beyond the formal quest requirements. The Quantum Pie represents Fallout's tradition of rewarding players who continue interacting with NPCs after their official quests are done. Sierra's additional requests and the unique Pi reward show how the series hides special content behind persistent player engagement rather than obvious quest markers. If you thought sweet rewards were satisfying, the next quest serves up something much more disturbing. Our Little Secret. This disturbing mystery in Fallout 3 starts in Andale, a charming southern town where Old Man Harris makes wild claims about the townsfolk. There's no quest marker telling you to investigate, but if you're curious enough to snoop around homes or talk to more residents, you'll uncover the horrifying truth about what really goes on in this seemingly perfect community. The discovery that Andale's residents are cannibals who've been feeding visitors to each other is entirely dependent on player curiosity. If you don't look deeper, you'll never know. Our Little Secret demonstrates how Fallout uses environmental storytelling and player investigation to create jaw-dropping plot twists without any hand-holding. The horror is hidden in plain sight, waiting for observant players to piece together the clues. But the next quest shows that even sewers can hide treasure if you're thorough enough. Sealed Sewer Adventure. This New Vegas treasure hunt starts when you explore the sewer tunnels near the city and find the bodies of two dead prospectors named Sweet Jill and Blind Luke. If you search their corpses, you'll find keys that open a locked section of the sewers filled with feral ghouls and valuable loot, including the unique weapon Humble Cudgel. The entire mini-quest is environmental. There are no hints unless you thoroughly search bodies and explore every tunnel, making it incredibly easy to miss. Sealed Sewer Adventure rewards players who examine everything and refuse to take the obvious path through areas. It's a perfect example of New Vegas hiding substantial content behind player thoroughness and attention to detail. If you thought underground treasures were rewarding, the next quest shows that kindness to animals can pay off. Snuffles the Injured Mole Rat. This adorable, unmarked quest in New Vegas happens in Sloan when you meet Snuffles, an injured mole rat with a hurt leg. If your medicine skill is 30 or higher, you can heal her injury, but there's no quest marker or journal entry to guide you. Successfully treating Snuffles earns you NCR fame and affection from the locals, demonstrating how New Vegas uses skill checks and NPC interactions to create hidden quest-like moments. The quest shows how Fallout rewards players who invest in non-combat skills and pay attention to animal NPCs. Snuffles represents the series' tradition of making every interaction potentially meaningful, even with creatures that can't speak. But the next quest shows that random encounters can lead to unexpected adventures. Bare Necessities. This hidden encounter in New Vegas happens when you meet a frightened prospector during random travel who asks for help with an animal problem. There's no quest marker or formal tracking. You only stumble into this event through exploration and random chance. Bare Necessities adds depth to the Mojave through small, reward-based encounters that make the world feel alive and unpredictable. The quest demonstrates how New Vegas uses random events to create unique player stories that can't be replicated through formal quest design. It's the kind of encounter that makes players feel like they're discovering genuine secrets rather than following predetermined paths. Bare Necessities proves that the best adventures are the ones you never saw coming. If you thought random encounters were exciting, the next quest turns monster fighting into an underground business. Red Lucy's Thorn Arena. This unique, unmarked quest chain starts when you visit the Thorn beneath Westside and Freeside and meet Red Lucy. You can bring her various creature eggs to stock her arena or participate in arranging monster battles, but none of this appears in your formal quest log. The entire system is managed through dialogue and bartering, with multiple objectives and substantial rewards, including the powerful Dinner Bell shotgun. Red Lucy's Thorn Arena demonstrates how New Vegas creates complex quest-like content without formal quest structures. The arena activities feel like a complete questline, but exist entirely through player choice and NPC interaction rather than journal tracking. Red Lucy's Thorn Arena proves that the best entertainment venues are the ones where you help stock the talent. But the next quest shows that sometimes the most morbid activities hide the best loot. Grave digging at Goodsprings. This macabre activity in New Vegas involves using a shovel to dig up graves in Goodsprings Cemetery for random loot. There's no quest calling this out, no journal entry, nothing. It's purely environmental gameplay that rewards players who experiment with tools and interact with the world creatively. Grave digging perfectly captures Fallout's dark humor and willingness to let players engage in morally questionable activities without judgment. The quest shows how the series hides gameplay mechanics behind environmental interaction rather than explicit instruction. It's the kind of discovery that makes players feel clever for thinking outside conventional gameplay boundaries. Grave digging at Goodsprings proves that some of the best loot comes from places where people least expect you to look. If you thought grave robbing was morally questionable, the next quest asks you to make decisions about robot slavery. Trouble Brewin. This Fallout 4 hidden quest starts in the Shamrock Tap House basement where you discover Buddy, a special Protectron who's been trapped. You can free Buddy and then decide whether to send him to a bar or a settlement, but this mission may never appear in your quest log. Many players only hear about Buddy through rumors or random dialogue, requiring curiosity and basement exploration to find him. Trouble Brewin demonstrates how Fallout 4 hides meaningful choices behind environmental exploration rather than quest markers. The decision about Buddy's fate affects both his well-being and your settlement options, making this unmarked quest surprisingly consequential for such a hidden encounter. Trouble Brewin proves that sometimes the most important decisions involve characters you almost missed entirely. But the next quest serves up something far more disturbing than robot ethics. Mystery Meat. This horrifying discovery at Longneck Lukowski's cannery in Fallout 4 starts when you investigate the factory and persist after being warned off. If you explore thoroughly enough, you'll discover the owner is using human meat in his canned products and selling them throughout the Commonwealth. The entire revelation is never tracked as a formal quest. The outcome depends entirely on how much of the factory you explore and your willingness to confront Lukowski about his practices. Mystery Meat shows how Fallout 4 uses environmental storytelling and player persistence to reveal horrific truths hidden in plain sight. The quest demonstrates the series' talent for making ordinary locations into nightmare scenarios. Mystery Meat proves that sometimes you really don't want to know what's in your food. If you thought cannibalism was disturbing, the next quest presents one of gaming's most controversial moral dilemmas. The Kid in a Fridge. This infamous unmarked quest starts near University Point when you hear a voice calling from a refrigerator. Opening it reveals Billy, a ghoul child who's been trapped since the bombs fell, and you can choose to help him find his parents or sell him to slavers. There are multiple outcomes, but the quest itself is unofficial with no marker or log entry. The Kid in a Fridge became notorious among Fallout fans for its questionable lore implications and moral extremes. The quest perfectly represents Fallout 4's approach to hidden morality tales, presenting players with shocking scenarios and letting them decide how to respond without guidance or judgment. The Kid in a Fridge proves that some moral choices are so extreme they make you question your own character. But the next quest shows that art galleries can hide some truly twisted secrets. Pickman's Gift. This creepy unmarked quest starts when you enter Pickman Gallery in Boston's North End and fight through raiders to reach the artist himself. By following blood trails, examining disturbing artwork, and listening to holotapes, you eventually confront Pickman and can claim his unique knife. The quest is never formally listed. It requires exploration, investigation, and piecing together environmental clues to understand the full narrative. Pickman's Gift demonstrates how Fallout 4 uses environmental storytelling and player investigation to create horror narratives without explicit quest guidance. The gallery becomes a crime scene that players must solve through observation and deduction rather than following markers. Pickman's Gift proves that some art galleries are better appreciated from a safe distance. If you thought twisted artists were scary, the next quest shows that even the coolest factions require persistent dedication. Atom Cat's Favor. This ongoing relationship with the Atom Cats in Fallout 4 develops by helping the faction during multiple random gunner attacks at their garage south of Boston. The Atom Cats gradually warm up to you and eventually give you unique power armor paint schemes, but nothing is formally tracked as a quest. It's a reward system for persistence and curiosity that requires players to keep returning and helping during random encounters. Atom Cat's Favor shows how Fallout 4 builds faction relationships through repeated interactions rather than formal quest structures. The power armor rewards make the investment worthwhile, but only for players who stick around long enough to earn the cat's trust. Atom Cat's Favor proves that the coolest rewards go to the most dedicated fans. But the next quest shows that some memories are worth experiencing before the story demands it. Memory Den's Secret. This hidden experience in Fallout 4 happens if you visit the Memory Den in Good Neighbor before the main plot requires it. Talking to Irma early can trigger an unusual flashback sequence that doesn't appear on your quest list and is easily missed if you only follow the main story. Memory Den's secret rewards players who explore locations before being directed there by formal quests. The early flashback provides additional context and immersion that most players never experience because they wait for the story to bring them there. It's a perfect example of how Fallout 4 hides meaningful content behind player initiative rather than quest progression. Memory Den's secret proves that sometimes the most interesting experiences happen when you're not supposed to be there yet. If you thought early exploration was rewarding, the next quest shows that Appalachia hides some truly bizarre mysteries. Black Mountain Ordnance Works domes. These mysterious structures scattered across Fallout 76's Appalachia contain strange loot and sometimes the powerful alien blaster, but they're never formally explained or logged as quests. Most players stumble across these domes during exploration and find them filled with environmental storytelling, super mutant battles, and rare gear. Black Mountain Ordnance Works domes represent Fallout 76's approach to environmental mystery, placing unexplained locations throughout the world for curious players to discover and interpret. The domes add science fiction elements to the Appalachian wasteland while rewarding thorough exploration with unique weapons and lore fragments. Black Mountain Ordnance Works domes prove that sometimes the best mysteries are the ones that never get fully explained. Finally, Fallout 76 is packed with random encounters and one-off events. Random encounters and events. Fallout 76 fills Appalachia with lost travelers, mysterious radio signals, hidden bunkers, and spontaneous events that are tracked only by exploration rather than quest journals. These encounters make the multiplayer world feel alive and unpredictable, providing unique player stories that can't be replicated through formal quest design. Random encounters demonstrate how Fallout 76 creates personalized experiences through environmental storytelling and chance meetings. The events reward players who explore thoroughly and pay attention to their surroundings rather than following obvious quest markers. Random encounters and events prove that the best multiplayer experiences are the ones that feel completely unscripted. Hidden and unmarked quests represent Fallout at its absolute best, rewarding player curiosity, creativity, and persistence without holding anyone's hand. These quests demonstrate the series' philosophy of trusting players to explore, experiment, and piece together stories from environmental clues rather than following obvious breadcrumbs. From jailbreaks to cannibals to robot ethics, these unmarked adventures show how the best content is often hidden in plain sight, waiting for observant players to discover it. Starting with New Vegas, The Fiend Residence proves that sometimes the most mundane-looking places hide the darkest secrets. This ordinary house near the Strip is the only accessible building in its cluster, which immediately makes it suspicious if you're paying attention. Inside, you'll find fiends using it as a base, and while there's no unique loot or quest tied to it, the location serves as pure environmental storytelling about gang territory expansion. What makes this spot genuinely unsettling is how normal it looks from the outside, basically showing how the wasteland's dangers can hide behind any door. But if you thought a simple gang hideout was ominous, the next location literally fell from the sky with military secrets. Crash Vertibird. The crashed Vertibird in New Vegas contains one of the game's most unique weapons and ties directly into companion questlines. Half buried in the desert sand, this military aircraft wreck is guarded by sentry bots and Mr. Gutsis that somehow survived the crash. The real prize here is the Tesla-beaten prototype, a unique energy weapon that's honestly one of the most overpowered items you can find through exploration. Even better, this location triggers Arcade Ganon's For Auld Lang Syne quest, proving that hidden locations often connect to major storylines in ways you'd never expect. The developers named this crash site after a webcomic artist, which shows how even unmarked locations get personal touches from the team. Griffith Peak. Griffith Peak represents the ultimate tease in New Vegas, being the highest natural point outside Jacobstown that you can see but never actually reach. Invisible walls block access to this mountain, making it pure environmental decoration that drives completionist players absolutely insane. The peak serves as a boundary marker for the game world, but its inaccessibility has spawned countless forum discussions about cut content and whether there were originally plans for additional areas. Sometimes, the most memorable hidden locations are the ones you can't actually visit. Speaking of places that test your navigation skills, the next location requires serious sewer spelunking. The Humble Sealed Sewers. Tucked beneath the Vegas underground, the Humble Sealed Sewers contain the Humble Cudgel, a unique melee weapon that most players never find. Getting to this location requires navigating through the complex sewer system beneath the strip, which honestly feels like a mini dungeon that was cut from a larger quest. The weapon itself isn't game-changing, but finding it proves you've mastered the game's most confusing underground network. This location represents remnants of what was clearly intended to be a much larger sewer exploration system that got scaled back during development. The sewers might be confusing, but the next location creates its own natural maze through environmental hazards. Scorpion Burrow. Near Crescent Canyon West, the Scorpion Burrow shows logical creature ecology in action through environmental design. This sandstorm-engulfed area naturally explains where all those rad scorpions are coming from, complete with a rad scorpion queen as the area boss. The location doesn't contain special loot, but it demonstrates how New Vegas uses environmental storytelling to make the wasteland feel like a living ecosystem. The constant sandstorm effects make navigation genuinely challenging, forcing players to rely on audio cues to avoid the deadliest creatures. From creature nests to human entertainment, the next location shows what people did for fun before the bombs fell. Ivanpah Racetrack. North of Nipton Road Pit Stop sits the abandoned Ivanpah Racetrack, a perfectly preserved pre-war racing facility that serves as pure atmosphere. There's no loot, no enemies, and no quests tied to this location, which makes it one of the most peaceful spots in the entire Mojave. The track illustrates the kind of entertainment and normal life that existed before nuclear annihilation, creating an almost haunting contrast with the surrounding wasteland. Sometimes the most powerful environmental storytelling comes from what's missing, rather than what's there. But if you want environmental storytelling with actual narrative payoff, the DLC locations deliver in spades. Cueva Quarache. In the Honest Hearts DLC, Cueva Quarache serves as the final resting place of Randall Clark, whose terminal logs scattered throughout Zion Canyon tell one of Fallout's most heartbreaking stories. This cave is filled with spore plants and creatures from Vault 22, directly connecting multiple storylines across the game world. Clark's story, told entirely through environmental clues and computer entries, reveals how one man survived the apocalypse, only to watch everything he cared about slowly die. The location proves that DLC areas often contain the series' most sophisticated hidden narratives. From elaborate DLC storytelling to the basics of wasteland survival, simple shelters tell their own stories. Mesquite Mountains Lean-To. The Mesquite Mountains Lean-To represents pure post-war survival ingenuity, being a makeshift shelter complete with mattress, storage container, and water barrel. Located in the southwest desert, this humble structure shows how wastelanders adapt existing materials into livable spaces. There's no unique loot or quest significance, but the lean-to demonstrates the everyday reality of post-apocalyptic life that most players never stop to consider. The careful arrangement of survival necessities tells a story about hope and persistence without requiring a single line of dialogue. Sometimes the most mundane locations hide the most bizarre secrets, especially when Wild Wasteland gets involved. The One. The One is literally an unexploded nuclear bomb imported directly from Fallout 3's assets, but it only appears if you take the Wild Wasteland trait. This massive piece of ordnance sits in the desert surrounded by super mutants and a cave system, creating one of the most surreal encounters in New Vegas. Players with sufficient science skill can harvest energy cells and microfusion cells from the bomb, basically turning nuclear weapons into a crafting resource. The location perfectly embodies Wild Wasteland's approach of mixing genuine danger with absurd humor. From nuclear weapons to conventional armories, faction hideouts require more traditional infiltration skills. Great Khan Armory. Hidden beneath a destroyed house near Red Rock Canyon, the Great Khan Armory requires finding a specific trapdoor to access. This underground cache contains some of the best faction-specific loot available to players friendly with the Khans, but you'll miss it entirely if you're not thorough in your exploration. The Armory's concealment makes perfect sense for a nomadic tribe that needs to hide resources from the NCR and Legion. The location rewards players who invest in faction relationships while providing practical benefits for the Khan storyline. Moving from New Vegas to the capital Wasteland, Fallout 3's hidden locations often focus on pre-war mysteries and alien encounters. Strange Alien Crash Site. North of MDPL-13 Power Station in Fallout 3, the Strange Alien Crash Site introduces extraterrestrial elements that connect directly to the Mothership Zeta DLC. The crashed UFO contains a dead alien and the unique alien blaster weapon with limited but incredibly powerful ammunition. After installing Mothership Zeta, the alien's body disappears and gets replaced with an alien distress beacon, showing how DLC content can retroactively dramatically modify the base game world. This location proves that even the most outlandish Fallout elements often have deeper narrative connections. From alien technology to human infrastructure, abandoned metro systems tell stories of societal collapse. Abernathy Metro Station. The heavily irradiated Abernathy Metro Station, part of the Tacoma Park area, showcases environmental hazards as storytelling devices. This Mirelurk-infested underground maze forces players to balance radiation exposure against exploration rewards while navigating pre-war terminals filled with propaganda and lies. The station's condition reflects how quickly infrastructure collapsed after the bombs, with dangerous creatures claiming former safe spaces. The terminal's cheerful pre-war messages create a disturbing contrast with the current reality of mutation and decay. Underground dangers extend beyond metro stations into elaborate sewer networks designed for serious exploration. Arlington Sewer. Southeast of Arlington Library lies a massive 3-level sewer system with guard rooms and locked storage areas that most players never fully explore. The complex contains valuable loot, including stealth boys and skill books. But accessing everything requires careful navigation and combat against entrenched raiders. This sewer system represents Fallout 3's commitment to rewarding thorough exploration with genuinely useful items. The multi-level design suggests this area was originally planned for larger quest content that got cut during development. From elaborate sewer systems to corporate facilities, hidden office buildings reveal pre-war corporate secrets. Bethesda Underworks. The Bethesda Underworks, a sub-basement near the actual Bethesda Game Studios office location, contains radioactive waste barrels and packs of feral ghouls that can overwhelm unprepared players. Up to 6 ghouls can attack simultaneously, with a chance of encountering rare glowing variants that drop better loot. This location serves as both developer Easter egg and legitimate gameplay challenge, showing how Bethesda incorporated real-world geography into their wasteland design. The radioactive waste suggests pre-war corporate negligence that created post-war environmental hazards. Religious sites in the wasteland often hide more than spiritual guidance, sometimes concealing rescue missions. Calverton. The destroyed church at Calverton features a cemetery, tripwire traps, and occasionally a captive NPC who can be rescued for positive karma. This location demonstrates how Fallout 3 uses religious imagery to comment on faith's role in post-apocalyptic survival. The tripwire trap at the entrance shows how even sacred spaces have been weaponized by wasteland inhabitants. The rescue encounter, when it triggers, provides moral choice opportunities that reinforce the game's karma system without requiring major quest commitments. From religious sites to media centers, abandoned news offices reveal pre-war propaganda and post-war dangers. Capitol Post. The Capitol Post news office contains pre-war terminals with journalistic information while hosting super mutant threats outside the building. Inside, players can find notes and keys that connect to other hidden locations like Minefield, showing how unmarked areas often link together through environmental storytelling. The printing room equipment tells stories about information distribution before the Great War. This location proves that even minor buildings can serve as narrative hubs connecting multiple areas across the Capitol wasteland. Commercial establishments also hide valuable loot and automotive history from before the bombs. Car Dealership. East of Fairfax Ruins, the Corvega dealership features a water tower landmark and becomes an enclave spawn point after completing Waters of Life. The two display Corvegas provide environmental details about pre-war automotive technology and consumer culture. Post-main quest. This location transforms from simple loot opportunity into active combat zone, showing how completing major storylines can alter the game world. The dealership represents the kind of everyday Americana that Fallout uses to comment on pre-war society's excesses. Some hidden locations reveal the scope of pre-war international conflict through abandoned military assets. Chinese Army Mobile Command HQ. This destroyed freeway trailer east of Regulator HQ contains spy equipment and the Chinese Army Special Ops Training Manual, providing direct evidence of pre-war Chinese military operations on American soil. The presence of ham radio equipment suggests ongoing intelligence gathering that continued right up to the nuclear exchange. This location provides concrete proof that the Sino-American War involved actual Chinese infiltration rather than just propaganda fears. The manual itself serves as valuable skill-boosting loot while reinforcing the game's Cold War paranoia themes. Consumer culture evidence appears throughout the wasteland in the form of chain store ruins that show pre-war corporate dominance. Cornucopia Fresh Groceries. At least 4 Cornucopia Fresh Groceries chain store locations exist throughout the Capitol wasteland, demonstrating how corporate brands survived in ruin form across the region. These multiple locations establish pre-war consumerism and corporate expansion while providing consistent environmental design elements that make the world feel coherent. Each store contains similar layouts and loot types, showing how franchise franchise standardization worked before the apocalypse. The chain's widespread presence comments on how corporate culture had penetrated every aspect of American life before the bombs fell. Technical infrastructure also hides puzzles and challenges for dedicated explorers willing to decode mysterious signals. Drainage chambers and broadcast tower rooms. 7 known drainage chambers and broadcast stations throughout the Capital Wasteland transmit coded Morse signals that create optional puzzle content for dedicated players. These locations feature dangerous falls and ham radios, broadcasting cryptic messages that can be decoded for additional lore. The drainage chambers represent utility infrastructure that survived the war but got repurposed for mysterious communications. The broadcast towers suggest either surviving military communications or Wastelander attempts to maintain long-distance contact across the dangerous Capital Wasteland. Military installations sometimes hide evidence of post-war faction investigations and alien technology. Bannister Crater. East of Fort Bannister, multiple bomb craters contain rad scorpions and alien power cells, with a safe containing Radaway for players who thoroughly search the area. After completing the main quest, Enclave forces investigate this location, suggesting ongoing military interest in the crash sites. The alien power cells directly connect to the broader extraterrestrial subplot that runs through Fallout 3's hidden content. The Enclave presence proves that major factions actively monitor and investigate unusual wasteland phenomena. Trading posts sometimes offer more than commerce, providing potential player housing in unexpected locations. Lucky's. Near Tenpenny Tower, Lucky's serves as both dangerous combat encounter and potential player housing opportunity for players who clear out the hostile inhabitants. The location contains almost all possible custom weapon modification parts, making it incredibly valuable for players focused on weapon customization. However, taking items results in karma loss, creating moral tension between practical benefits and ethical considerations. Lucky's demonstrates how Fallout 3 integrates player housing opportunities into combat encounters rather than making them separate systems. Some locations blur the line between settlement and personal residence while offering unique amenities. Radiation King. The Radiation King trading outpost in Georgetown features a repair NPC and can function as an unofficial player home complete with jukebox and multiple radio stations. This location provides essential services while offering entertainment amenities that most official player housing lacks. The repair NPC makes this one of the few hidden locations that provides ongoing gameplay utility, rather than just one-time exploration rewards. The multiple radio stations suggest this location serves as a communication hub for the surrounding Georgetown area. Playground equipment repurposed by wasteland creatures creates some of the game's most memorable boss encounters. Roach King's Throne, northeast of Minefield. The Red Rocket playground equipment has been claimed by the hostile Roach King and his Rad Roach followers, creating a mini-boss encounter in an unexpected location. The throne setup contains valuable loot, including mini-nukes and miniguns, making this children's playground one of the most rewarding combat encounters for prepared players. The Roach King represents how wasteland creatures adapt human infrastructure for their own purposes. This location perfectly embodies Fallout's dark humor by turning innocent playground equipment into a monster lair. Faction hideouts often contain unique weapons that reflect their inhabitants' personalities and combat preferences. Raid Shack. East of Bethesda Ruins, the Raid Shack contains raiders and the unique weapon Stab Happy, along with references to the Elder Scrolls IV. Oblivion show Bethesda's tendency to include cross-game Easter eggs. The shack provides solid loot, including ammunition and buff out, while serving as a straightforward combat encounter. The TES reference demonstrates how Bethesda uses hidden locations to reward players familiar with their other franchises. Stab Happy itself represents the kind of jury-rigged wasteland weaponry that raiders prefer over conventional military equipment. Entertainment venues show how wastelanders create new forms of amusement from pre-war animals and infrastructure. Mole Rat Racetrack. Southwest of Grey Ditch, raiders have organized mole rat races using captured animals and makeshift track equipment, creating one of the wasteland's most bizarre entertainment venues. This location features both racing events and combat encounters with non-respawning enemies, making each visit potentially unique. The racetrack demonstrates wasteland ingenuity in creating entertainment from available resources while showing how organized raider groups structure their downtime activities. Some locations exist purely for absurd humor, creating memorable moments through environmental comedy. Plunger Room of Death. This shelter features a tower of random objects leading to a room filled with exactly 50 plungers, creating one of Fallout 3's most meme-worthy discoveries. The location serves no practical gameplay purpose beyond entertainment and screenshot opportunities, but it perfectly captures Fallout's commitment to absurd environmental storytelling. Plunger Collection suggests either obsessive hoarding behavior or deliberate artistic installation by a deranged wastelander. This room proves that hidden locations don't always need practical rewards to create lasting player memories. Some hidden hidden areas exist beyond normal map boundaries, requiring special techniques or glitches to access. Isabella Proud's Camp. Hidden beyond the normal map border, Isabella Proud's camp contains her personal notes, feral ghouls, and corpses that tell a story of isolation and survival gone wrong. Accessing this location requires boundary-breaking techniques that most players never discover, making it one of the most exclusive hidden areas in Fallout 3. Moving into Fallout 4, hidden locations become more elaborate and mechanically complex, while maintaining the series' commitment to environmental storytelling. Parking Garage Dungeon. West of Milton General Hospital, this multi-level parking garage functions as a genuine dungeon, complete with traps, puzzles, and grotesque imagery that creates one of Fallout 4's most atmospheric exploration experiences. The labyrinthine structure rewards careful navigation with valuable loot, while telling a story through environmental design rather than exposition. Grotesque imagery suggests this garage became a site of systematic violence rather than random wasteland danger. Post-war eccentricity reaches new heights in locations dedicated to specific obsessions and hobbies. Crazy Cat Cabin, southeast of Walden Pond. This cabin filled with cats and cat paintings represents post-war obsessive behavior taken to logical extremes. The location provides no significant loot but creates a memorable environmental story about how isolation and loss might drive survivors to extreme hoarding behaviors. The cats themselves appear to be thriving, suggesting this location represents successful interspecies cooperation rather than simple hoarding. Artistic installations created from automotive wreckage demonstrate wasteland creativity and cultural memory. Carhenge, south of Walden Pond. This Stonehenge parody, constructed from automobile wreckage, is guarded by a powerful super mutant behemoth and contains rare loot for players brave enough to fight for it. The monument demonstrates how post-war survivors remember and reinterpret pre-war cultural symbols using available materials. Behemoth Guardian suggests this location has spiritual or territorial significance that goes beyond simple artistic expression. Carhenge perfectly represents Fallout's approach of mixing cultural commentary with legitimate gameplay challenges. Military ingenuity appears in crude but effective weapons installations hidden throughout the Commonwealth. Rocket Shed, northeast of Relay Tower 0BB915. This location contains a jury-rigged rocket launcher setup, complete with propane canisters and explosive ammunition that demonstrates wasteland weapons crafting at its most dangerous. The shed shows how survivors adapt civilian infrastructure into military assets, using whatever materials they can scavenge. The explosive setup creates environmental hazards that can damage careless players while providing powerful ammunition for those who safely navigate the traps. This location proves that post-war survivors often prioritize firepower over safety in their engineering projects. Extraterrestrial encounters continue the series' tradition of alien mysteries while connecting to broader supernatural elements. Crashed UFO? North of Somerville, near Vault 81, the fiery UFO wreck leaves a trail of green alien blood that leads to additional discoveries for players who follow the clues carefully. This crash site updates the alien encounter tradition with improved visual effects and expanded exploration opportunities compared to previous games. The blood trail mechanic rewards thorough investigation while connecting the initial discovery to additional hidden content. Pop culture references reach new levels of detail in locations that recreate iconic movie scenes with wasteland twists. FV Orca Wreck. North of Salem Museum of Witchcraft, this fishing boat wreck recreates scenes from Jaws, complete with a diver's cage below the waterline and environmental details that reference the movie's most memorable moments. The location demonstrates how Fallout 4's increased detail capabilities allow for more sophisticated pop culture homages than previous games could manage. The underwater diver's cage requires players to explore both above and below the waterline, showing how hidden locations can utilize multiple environmental levels. Educational institutions often hide the darkest stories about pre-war experimentation and post-war survival horror. Suffolk County Charter School. This abandoned school contains evidence of disturbing food experiments involving pink paste and feral ghouls, creating one of Fallout 4's most unsettling environmental stories. The location suggests systematic abuse of children through nutritional experimentation that continued right up to the nuclear war. The presence of feral ghouls implies that some victims of these experiments survived the initial blast only to suffer worse fates. This school demonstrates how Fallout 4 uses hidden locations to explore institutional corruption and child endangerment themes that would be inappropriate for main quest content. DLC locations often push environmental storytelling to new extremes, while incorporating specific regional themes and folklore. Shovel Museum. In the Nuka World DLC, The Shovel Museum represents the ultimate parody of niche American roadside attractions, filled with shovel-related exhibits and memorabilia that perfectly captures pre-war consumer culture's absurd extremes. This location demonstrates how DLC content can focus entirely on humor, without requiring combat encounters or valuable loot rewards. The museum's detailed exhibits show the development team's commitment to creating fully realized joke locations that reward exploration with entertainment rather than practical benefits. Haunted Mansion attractions blend entertainment industry themes with genuine supernatural horror elements. Grantchester Mansion. Also in Nuka World, this haunted house attraction, inspired by the Winchester Mystery House, features hidden rooms, supernatural events, and environmental storytelling that blurs the line between theme park attraction and genuine horror. The mansion's labyrinthine design and supernatural elements create one of the most atmospheric locations in any Fallout game. The Winchester House inspiration shows how the developers research real-world oddities to create believable fictional locations. Fallout 76's Appalachian setting introduces regional variations on hidden location themes, while emphasizing community and survival. Junk Tower Windmill. This engineering marvel, built from scavenged materials, demonstrates Appalachian ingenuity while providing workbench access and resource generation for players who discover it. The windmill represents sustainable technology adapted to post-war conditions using pre-war materials and knowledge. The windmill proves that hidden locations can serve practical functions while still providing exploration rewards. Raider settlements demonstrate sophisticated multi-tier architecture and strategic positioning across the Appalachian landscape. Razor-edged Raider Camp. This multi-level Raider settlement showcases advanced architectural planning while providing medical supplies and loot for players who can clear out the hostile inhabitants. The camp's defensive positioning and resource access demonstrate how organized raider groups claim strategic locations rather than simply squatting in ruins. The medical supplies suggest these raiders maintain higher organization levels than typical wasteland gangs. Industrial facilities reveal the scope of pre-war mining operations while hiding valuable resources and historical information. Motherlode Facility. This hidden mining operation contains valuable ore deposits and terminals that detail pre-war industrial activities in West Virginia, while providing ongoing resource generation for players who claim the facility. The location demonstrates how Fallout 76 integrates real-world West Virginia mining history into game lore while providing practical gameplay benefits. The Motherlode facility proves that hidden locations can serve as both historical education and resource management gameplay elements. Secret vaults across multiple games represent the series' most elaborate hidden locations while advancing major plot elements. Secret vaults. From the original Secret Vault in Texas to the Datamined Vault 120 content found in Fallout 76's files, these hidden facilities contain experimental backstories and rare loot, while advancing the series' central themes about corporate experimentation and human survival. Each secret vault features unique experiments that were too dangerous or unethical for official Vault-Tec documentation. Some secret vaults exist only as cut content or data-mined assets. The evolution of hidden locations across the Fallout series demonstrates how environmental storytelling has grown more sophisticated while maintaining the core appeal of rewarding player curiosity and exploration. From simple loot caches in the original games to elaborate dungeon-like complexes in Fallout 4, these unmarked areas consistently provide the series' most memorable moments and darkest stories. They reward players who look beyond obvious objectives, while serving as laboratories for experimental content that might not fit into main questlines. Laser Pistol. This is where most players start their journey into energy weapons, and honestly, it's a pretty solid introduction to the concept of shooting light beams at people. The laser pistol uses microfusion cells to fire coherent light that provides pinpoint accuracy, instant hit registration, and a satisfying chance to blow limbs off through critical hits. It's been a staple across Fallout 3, New Vegas, 4, and 76, serving as an early to mid-game precision sidearm that benefits massively from critical hit builds. The weapon represents mass-produced pre-war defense technology that remained common post-war thanks to military caches and institute manufacturing. What makes the laser pistol special is its reliability. While it might not have the raw damage of other energy weapons, it hits what you aim at and does consistent damage without the weird projectile physics of plasma weapons. But if you thought a laser sidearm was useful, the rifle version turns precision into a primary weapon. Laser Rifle. This is the bread-and-butter energy weapon that most players adopt as their first serious long-range energy solution. The Laser Rifle offers solid damage, excellent accuracy, and incredible modification potential in later games, making it the energy weapon equivalent of a reliable assault rifle. It appears prominently in Fallout 3, New Vegas, 4, and 76, with Institute variants in Fallout 4 providing even more customization options. The weapon shines with proper perks and modifications, transforming from a decent early-game option into an endgame powerhouse when properly configured. Upgraded receivers and automatic conversions can completely change the weapon's role from precision marksman tool to sustained damage dealer. If you thought standard laser technology was effective, the next weapon splits the difference for maximum impact. Tri-beam laser rifle. This modified laser rifle splits its beam into 3 separate projectiles, trading ammunition efficiency for devastating burst damage. The Tri-beam appears in Fallout 3 and New Vegas as a heavy-hitting variant that excels against armored targets when you absolutely need something dead right now. The weapon is more ammo-hungry than standard laser rifles, but the triple beam effect makes it incredibly effective when every shot needs to count. With proper perk synergy, the Tri-beam becomes a monster for taking down tough enemies that would shrug off single-beam weapons. The design represents pre-war military thinking about maximizing damage output through beam multiplication rather than just increasing power. The Tri-beam laser rifle proves that 3 beams of death are definitely better than 1, but the next weapon takes the rapid-fire approach to laser combat. Laser RCW. This submachine gun-style energy weapon brings high rate of fire and sustained damage to the laser weapon family. The RCW appears in Fallout New Vegas as the energy weapon answer to bullet hose SMGs, trading accuracy and per-shot efficiency for suppression and close to mid-range damage output. The weapon fills the niche of an automatic laser weapon that can lay down serious sustained fire when properly configured. While it lacks the precision of laser rifles, the RCW excels in situations where you need to put a lot of energy downrange quickly. The design shows how pre-war manufacturers adapted laser technology for different combat roles beyond precision shooting. If you thought production laser weapons were good, the next weapon represents the cutting edge of pre-war research. AER-14 prototype. This experimental laser rifle showcases what pre-war research and development could achieve when freed from production constraints. The AER-14 appears in Fallout New Vegas as a unique weapon with superior damage and critical hit performance compared to standard laser rifles. The prototype represents the kind of advanced technology that never made it to mass production before the bombs fell, making it a coveted piece of pre-war engineering. The weapon typically features better damage output and critical hit potential than base laser rifles, making it a fan-favorite unique find. Finding the AER-14 feels like discovering a piece of lost technology that shows what laser weapons could have become. But the next weapon takes unique laser technology to absolutely ridiculous extremes. Pew Pew! This tiny laser pistol delivers absolutely devastating damage despite its silly name and diminutive size. Pew Pew appears in Fallout New Vegas as a reward for the Sunset Sarsaparilla Star Bottle Cap Collection quest, featuring extreme burst damage balanced by unusual ammunition requirements. The weapon uses energy cells instead of microfusion cells, and delivers damage output that can rival much larger weapons. What makes Pew Pew special is its incredible damage-to-size ratio. This little pistol can delete enemies that would take multiple shots from conventional weapons. The weapon represents the pinnacle of miniaturized laser technology, proving that good things really do come in small packages. If you thought handheld lasers were impressive, the next weapon brings orbital death from space. Euclid's C-Finder. This targeting designator calls down an orbital laser strike that can obliterate almost anything in the game. Euclid's C-Finder appears in Fallout New Vegas as a unique quest weapon that represents the ultimate expression of pre-war space-based weapons technology. The weapon requires the Helios 1 power plant to be properly configured, making it dependent on completing specific quest objectives. When functional, the C-Finder delivers a spectacular orbital laser blast that can eliminate nearly any enemy in the game with a single shot. The weapon demonstrates how pre-war America had developed space-based weapons platforms that survived the nuclear war and remained operational centuries later. But pre-war technology wasn't the only source of advanced laser weapons. Institute laser weapons. These sleek white energy weapons represent the Institute's refined approach to pre-war laser technology. Institute laser weapons appear throughout Fallout 4 as the standard armament for Generation 3 synths, featuring modular design and superior manufacturing quality. The weapons emphasize the Institute's technological superiority and their ability to mass-produce advanced energy weapons in the post-war world. What makes Institute lasers special is their clean, scientific aesthetic and their extensive modification options that allow for incredible customization. The weapons prove that the Institute didn't just preserve pre-war technology, they improved upon it and made it better than the original designs. If you thought high-tech lasers were impressive, the next weapon takes a deliberately primitive approach. Laser musket. This Minutemen signature weapon combines laser technology with Revolutionary War aesthetics, requiring manual cranking to charge each shot. The laser musket appears in Fallout 4 as a symbol of post-war American ingenuity and resourcefulness, allowing multiple cranks to store additional energy for more powerful shots. The weapon evokes the spirit of colonial America while using advanced energy technology, making it perfect for the Minutemen's patriotic aesthetic. Each crank adds another stored discharge, allowing patient marksmen to build up devastating single shots. The laser musket represents how post-war survivors adapted advanced technology to their own cultural values and manufacturing capabilities. But laser technology reached its peak with crystalline enhancement. Ultrasight laser weapons. These Brotherhood of Steel energy weapons use ultrasight crystals to enhance laser technology beyond normal parameters. Ultrasight laser variants appear in Fallout 76 as endgame weapons that represent the pinnacle of post-war laser technology development. The weapons tie into Appalachia's unique crystalline resources and the Brotherhood's ability to adapt pre-war technology using post-war materials. What makes ultrasight lasers special is their superior damage output and their connection to Fallout 76's endgame crafting systems. The weapons show how the Brotherhood of Steel continues to push energy weapon technology forward using materials that didn't exist before the war. If you thought upgraded laser technology was powerful, the next weapon brings sustained laser fire to heavy weapons. Gatling Laser. This energy minigun delivers continuous laser fire, powered by fusion cores, making it the ultimate sustained laser damage platform. The Gatling Laser appears across multiple Fallout games as a heavy weapon designed for power armor users who need to put massive amounts of laser energy downrange. The weapon represents the logical endpoint of laser technology. Instead of single precise shots, it delivers a continuous stream of laser fire that can melt through even the toughest enemies. With proper perks and fusion core management, the Gatling Laser becomes one of the most devastating weapons in the game. The design shows how pre-war military engineers adapted minigun principles to energy weapons. But if you thought laser weapons were impressive, plasma technology takes energy combat to the next level. Plasma Pistol. This sidearm fires superheated ionized gas packets that deliver devastating damage with a distinctive green glow. The plasma pistol appears across Fallout 3, New Vegas 4, and 76 as a harder-hitting alternative to laser weapons, trading projectile speed for raw damage output. The weapon uses plasma cartridges to create contained balls of superheated gas that explode on impact, making it devastating against both armor and flesh. What makes plasma weapons special is their slower projectile speed that requires prediction and timing, making them perfect for VATS builds. The technology represents advanced pre-war research into weaponizing the fourth state of matter. If you thought plasma sidearms were powerful, the rifle version becomes a true endgame weapon. Plasma Rifle. This workhorse energy weapon delivers exceptional damage that scales beautifully into late-game content. The plasma rifle appears in Fallout 3, New Vegas, 4, and 76 as one of the most powerful conventional energy weapons, featuring high base damage and excellent critical hit multipliers. The weapon can be configured for automatic fire, sniping, or close-range burst damage depending on modifications and attachments. What makes the plasma rifle special is its ability to remain relevant throughout the entire game, starting strong and getting stronger with proper perks and modifications. The weapon represents the pinnacle of man-portable plasma technology that pre-war military forces could field. But the next weapon takes plasma technology to heavy weapon extremes. Plasma Caster. This heavy plasma cannon delivers massive single-shot damage that can eliminate even the toughest enemies. The Plasma Caster appears in Fallout New Vegas and Fallout 76 as the ultimate expression of portable plasma weaponry, featuring devastating per-shot damage balanced by slow fire rates. The weapon requires high strength to use effectively and rewards careful aim with incredible damage output. What makes the Plasma Caster special is its ability to one-shot enemies that would require multiple hits from other weapons, making it perfect for boss encounters and elite targets. The design represents military-grade plasma technology pushed to its absolute limits. If you thought single-shot plasma was devastating, the next weapon spreads the destruction. Multi-Plas Rifle. This shotgun-style plasma weapon fires multiple plasma bolts in a spread pattern for devastating close-range damage. The Multi-Plas Rifle appears in Fallout New Vegas as a unique approach to plasma weaponry that trades long-range precision for close-range destruction. The weapon fires several plasma projectiles simultaneously, making it incredibly effective when multiple bolts hit the same target. While it's ammo-hungry compared to single-shot plasma weapons, the Multi-Plas can erase enemies at close to medium range when properly positioned. The design shows how plasma technology could be adapted for different tactical situations beyond single-target engagement. But the next weapon represents the pinnacle of unique plasma technology. Q-35 Matter Modulator. This unique plasma rifle showcases advanced pre-war plasma research with superior performance characteristics. The Q-35 appears in Fallout New Vegas as a lore-rich prototype that demonstrates what plasma technology could achieve with unlimited research budgets. The weapon features notably improved stats compared to standard plasma rifles, making it one of the premier late-game energy weapons. What makes the Q-35 special is its connection to pre-war scientific research and its superior damage output that justifies the effort required to obtain it. The weapon represents the kind of experimental technology that never made it to mass production but survived as unique prototypes. If you thought experimental plasma weapons were powerful, heavy plasma technology scales to incredible levels. Gatling Plasma. This heavy weapon combines the sustained fire of Gatling guns with the devastating power of plasma technology. The Gatling Plasma appears in Fallout 76 as one of the most powerful heavy weapons in the game, capable of melting bosses and clearing events with proper configuration. The weapon uses plasma cores to deliver continuous plasma fire that combines the best aspects of both Gatling and plasma weapon families. With legendary effects and proper perks, the Gatling Plasma becomes one of the most sought-after weapons for endgame content. The design represents the ultimate fusion of sustained fire and plasma technology. But plasma technology also benefits from crystalline enhancement. Ultrasight Plasma Weapons. These enhanced plasma weapons use ultrasight crystals to push plasma damage to incredible levels. Ultrasight plasma variants appear in Fallout 76 as endgame weapons that sit at the top of Appalachia's crafting hierarchy. The weapons combine advanced plasma technology with unique post-war materials to create damage output that exceeds standard plasma weapons. What makes Ultrasight Plasma special is its connection to Fallout 76's endgame progression and its incredible effectiveness against the game's toughest opponents. The weapons show how post-war innovation can enhance even the most advanced pre-war technology. If you thought plasma weapons were advanced, electromagnetic technology takes a completely different approach. Gauss Rifle. This electromagnetic precision weapon fires projectiles at extreme velocities using magnetic coils instead of chemical propellants. The Gauss Rifle appears in Fallout 3, New Vegas, and later titles as the ultimate sniper weapon featuring massive single-shot damage that rewards careful aim and patience. The weapon often requires charging for maximum damage, creating risk-reward gameplay, where timing becomes crucial. What makes the Gauss Rifle special is its incredible alpha strike potential that can eliminate enemies in a single shot when properly configured. The technology represents late pre-war black projects that pushed electromagnetic weaponry to practical battlefield applications. But electromagnetic technology reached even greater heights with unique variants. YCS-186. This unique Gauss rifle variant delivers performance that exceeds even the standard Gauss rifle's incredible capabilities. The YCS-186 appears in Fallout New Vegas as a prestige energy weapon that anchors critical hit and sneak builds with one-shot potential against almost any enemy. The weapon represents the absolute pinnacle of electromagnetic weaponry that pre-war researchers could achieve. What makes the YCS-186 special is its combination of incredible damage, perfect accuracy, and the satisfaction of eliminating tough enemies with a single, well-placed shot. The weapon has become legendary among Fallout players for its ability to delete enemies that would require sustained fire from other weapons. If you thought electromagnetic weapons were specialized, the next category focuses on disabling technology itself. Pulse Gun. This EMP weapon devastates robots and power armor users while being relatively harmless to unarmored humans. The Pulse Gun appears in Fallout New Vegas as a unique sidearm that specializes in destroying mechanical enemies through electromagnetic pulse technology. The weapon can trivialize encounters with robots, turrets, and power armor users by disabling their systems entirely. What makes the Pulse Gun special is its incredible niche performance that turns challenging robotic encounters into easy cleanup operations. The technology represents pre-war counter-electronics warfare, adapted for battlefield use against the proliferation of automated defenses. But electromagnetic weapons reach their peak with Tesla technology. Tesla Cannon. This heavy weapon fires arcing electrical bolts that can chain between multiple targets for devastating area effects. The Tesla Cannon appears in Fallout 3's Broken Steel DLC and New Vegas as a massive anti-armor and anti-robot weapon that excels against clustered enemies. The weapon's splash and arc properties make it effective against groups, while its massive damage output can eliminate even the toughest single targets. What makes the Tesla Cannon special is its ability to handle both single tough enemies and groups through its electrical arc mechanics. The technology represents the weaponization of Tesla's electrical research for military applications. Tesla technology also produced unique experimental variants. Tesla Beaten Prototype. This unique Tesla weapon represents the intersection of exotic science and battlefield practicality. The Tesla Beaten Prototype appears in Fallout New Vegas as an improved version of Tesla technology that delivers enhanced performance over standard electrical weapons. The weapon serves as a trophy-tier energy-heavy weapon that demonstrates advanced pre-war electrical weapons research. What makes the prototype special is its superior output and its status as a rare example of pre-war experimental technology that actually worked better than production models. The weapon shows how unlimited research budgets could push electrical weaponry beyond practical limitations. Modern Tesla technology has evolved for different applications. Tesla Rifle. This chain lightning weapon excels at crowd control and event clearing through its ability to arc between multiple targets. The Tesla Rifle appears in Fallout 76 as a premier wave-clearing weapon that synergizes perfectly with automatic weapon perks and energy damage bonuses. The weapon's chaining electrical attacks make it incredibly effective for public events where multiple enemies cluster together. What makes the Tesla Rifle special is its crowd control capabilities that turn chaotic multi-enemy encounters into manageable situations. The weapon represents how Tesla technology evolved from heavy weapons into more practical battlefield applications. If you thought electrical weapons were specialized, radiation technology takes a completely different approach. Gamma Gun. This compact radiation emitter doses targets with lethal radiation instead of conventional damage. The Gamma Gun appears in Fallout 4 and 76 as a weapon that bypasses traditional armor by attacking through radiation exposure. The weapon is particularly thematic with the Children of Atom faction and excels against unshielded organic enemies while struggling against robots and radiation-immune creatures. What makes the Gamma Gun special is its ability to ignore conventional defenses by attacking health pools directly through radiation damage. The technology represents post-war weaponization of nuclear science by groups that worship radiation itself. But the next weapon takes environmental effects in a completely different direction. Cryolator. This freeze weapon sprays crystallizing medium that slows or completely immobilizes enemies for easy finishing. The Cryolator appears in Fallout 4 and 76 as a backpack-fed projector that excels at crowd control and kiting dangerous melee enemies. The weapon trades raw damage output for incredible safety through its ability to freeze enemies solid. What makes the Cryolator special is its crowd control capabilities that can turn overwhelming enemy numbers into target practice. The technology represents Vault-Tec experimental research into non-lethal containment that found devastating battlefield applications. If you thought human technology was advanced, alien weapons operate on completely different principles. Alien Blaster. This compact extraterrestrial sidearm delivers devastating single-target damage with limited exotic ammunition. The Alien Blaster appears across multiple Fallout games as a trophy weapon with incredible damage output balanced by scarce ammunition supplies. The weapon often ranks as one of the strongest sidearms available when ammunition isn't a concern. What makes the Alien Blaster special is its otherworldly technology that exceeds anything human science achieved before the war. The weapon serves as proof that Earth has been visited by beings with technology far beyond human capabilities. The Alien Blaster shows that sometimes the best weapons come from other planets. Alien technology expanded significantly with additional discoveries. Mothership Zeta Arsenal. This collection of extraterrestrial weapons represents the full range of alien military technology. The Mothership Zeta DLC in Fallout 3 introduced weapons like the atomic pulverizer, drone cannon, and various disintegrator rifles that define late-game energy weapon dominance. These weapons feature devastating damage output and unique disintegration effects that completely vaporize enemies. What makes the Mothership Zeta Arsenal special is its demonstration of alien military capabilities that make human weapons look primitive by comparison. The technology shows that Earth's visitors possessed weapons that could easily conquer the planet if they chose to do so. If you thought exotic ammunition was limiting, the next weapon category solves that problem permanently. Recharger Pistol. This self-charging sidearm generates its own ammunition over time, providing unlimited shots with patience. The Recharger Pistol appears in Fallout New Vegas as a low-maintenance weapon that slowly replenishes its battery for sustainable combat. The weapon trades peak damage output for incredible reliability and ammunition independence. What makes Recharger weapons special is their sustainability for long expeditions and hardcore mode runs where ammunition economy becomes crucial. The technology represents pre-war research into self-sustaining small arms that never reached mass production. Recharger technology also applied to long arms. Recharger rifle. This self-charging rifle provides sustainable medium-range energy fire for extended operations. The Recharger rifle appears in Fallout New Vegas as the long-arm version of Recharger technology with similar infinite charge capabilities. The weapon serves as a reliable mid-game tool for wasteland survivalists who prioritize sustainability over peak performance. What makes the Recharger rifle special is its ability to provide consistent firepower without ammunition concerns throughout extended adventures. The technology demonstrates how pre-war military research pursued self-sufficiency in small arms design, but Recharger technology reached its peak with enhanced variants. MF Hyperbreeder Alpha. This unique Recharger pistol features improved performance that elevates the Recharger concept to practical everyday use. The MF Hyperbreeder Alpha appears in Fallout New Vegas as an enhanced Recharger weapon that works exceptionally well with critical hit and VATS builds. The weapon combines the sustainability of Recharger technology with damage output that makes it viable for serious combat encounters. What makes the Hyperbreeder special is its ability to serve as a primary weapon rather than just a backup option for ammunition conservation. The technology shows what Recharger weapons could achieve with proper development resources. Modern energy weapon development has produced some unique hybrid designs. Salvaged Assaultron Head. This improvised weapon built from a robot's head delivers powerful charged blasts with radiation drawbacks for the user. The Salvaged Assaultron Head appears in Fallout 76 as a risk-reward weapon that can deliver devastating burst damage against tough enemies at the cost of irradiating the wielder. The weapon represents post-war ingenuity in repurposing robotic components for human use. What makes the Assaultron Head special is its incredible damage potential balanced by the radiation risk that requires careful timing and rad management. The technology shows how wasteland survivors can weaponize pre-war robotics with creativity and desperation. The evolution of heavy energy weapons has reached new heights in modern applications. Modern Gatling weapons. The Gatling Plasma and Gatling Laser have evolved in Fallout 76 into premier boss-killing platforms that benefit from legendary effects and dedicated heavy weapon builds. These weapons represent the pinnacle of sustained energy fire, capable of melting through even the game's toughest opponents when properly configured. What makes modern Gatling weapons special is their scaling potential through legendary effects, weapon modifications, and perk synergies that can push their damage to incredible levels. The weapons show how energy technology continues to evolve in the post-war world through practical battlefield application. And finally, the ultimate expression of post-war energy weapon enhancement. Ultrasight enhancement technology. This crystalline enhancement system pushes both laser and plasma weapons beyond their original design parameters. Ultrasight enhancement appears throughout Fallout 76's endgame as the ultimate upgrade path for energy weapons, requiring significant resource investment and late-game progression. The technology combines pre-war energy weapon designs with unique post-war materials to create performance that exceeds anything the original designers imagined. What makes Ultrasight enhancement special is its demonstration that post-war innovation can improve upon even the most advanced pre-war technology. The system shows how wasteland survivors have learned to enhance rather than just maintain the technology they inherited. Ultrasight enhancement technology proves that the best way to honor pre-war science is to make it even better. From simple laser pistols to alien disintegrators to self-charging rifles, energy weapons in Fallout represent the pinnacle of both pre-war military technology and post-war innovation. Each weapon tells a story about human ingenuity, alien intervention, or scientific advancement that survived the nuclear apocalypse. Whether you prefer the precision of lasers, the devastation of plasma, the electromagnetic power of Gauss weapons, or the exotic capabilities of alien technology, energy weapons prove that in the wasteland, the pen might be mightier than the sword, coherent light beats them both. California. This is where the Fallout universe began, and honestly, it's the perfect place to start because California got absolutely demolished during the Great War. Los Angeles and San Francisco received multiple direct nuclear hits that transformed much of the state into a radioactive wasteland, with the Boneyard becoming a massive crater filled with the skeletal remains of skyscrapers. As Vault-Tec's operational headquarters, California contained the highest concentration of vaults in the country, including some of the most famous experiments in the series. Vault 13 was designed for 200 100-year isolation until a water chip failure forced the original vault dweller into the wasteland, while Vault 15 housed people with drastically different ideologies that led to inevitable conflict and the eventual formation of both raider groups and legitimate settlements. Despite the nuclear devastation, California became the most successful post-war region in North America through the establishment of the new California Republic. Major settlements like Shady Sands, The Hub, Junktown, and Necropolis eventually formed the NCR around 2189, creating the first stable post-war democratic government with a constitution and territorial expansion. While California's recovery was impressive, the next state survived through pure technological superiority: Nevada. Nevada experienced the most unique situation during the Great War, thanks to Mr. House's sophisticated defense network that saved Las Vegas from complete destruction. House's platinum chip-enhanced systems successfully intercepted 68 out of 77 incoming nuclear warheads, allowing the city to survive relatively intact while the surrounding Mojave Desert suffered from nuclear fallout and infrastructure collapse. The state's 6 major Vault-Tec installations conducted some of the series' most diverse experiments, from Vault 11's horrific annual sacrifice requirement to Vault 21's gambling-based democracy and Vault 22's botanical research that created aggressive mutant plants. The Mojave Wasteland became a 3-way battleground between Mr. House's independent New Vegas, the NCR expanding eastward, and Caesar's Legion pushing westward from Arizona. New Vegas itself became a beacon of pre-war civilization, with House's Securitron army maintaining order while casinos, electricity, and clean water attracted travelers from across the wasteland. If you thought technological preparation was smart, the next state survived through sheer luck and then built something terrifying: Massachusetts. The Commonwealth survived the Great War largely by accident, since Boston wasn't directly targeted by nuclear weapons, though a single massive detonation in the southwest created the permanently irradiated glowing sea. The absence of direct hits allowed much of the city's infrastructure to remain standing, though social collapse was swift and complete in the weeks following the nuclear exchange. Massachusetts housed 5 Vault-Tec installations focused on social control and technological development, including Vault 111's cryogenic preservation experiment that froze the sole survivor for 200 years and Vault 75's genetic selection experiments that secretly eliminated children deemed inferior. The region developed into one of the most complex post-war societies, with Diamond City built inside Fenway Park, the mysterious institute operating beneath MIT, and multiple factions competing for influence, including the Brotherhood of Steel, Minutemen, and Railroad. The Commonwealth's abundance of intact pre-war technology made it both valuable and dangerous, where the old world's sins continued to manifest through synthetic humans and corporate conspiracies. If you thought synthetic humans were concerning, wait until you see the government's most horrific experiments: Washington, D.C. The nation's capital suffered some of the heaviest nuclear bombardment of the entire war, with multiple direct strikes reducing much of the city to radioactive rubble that remained largely uninhabitable 200 years later. Strategic targets included the Pentagon, White House, Capitol Building, and major military installations, creating such intensive destruction that the area became overrun by super mutants and deadly radiation. The Capitol Wasteland contained 6 Vault-Tec facilities conducting some of the most disturbing experiments in the entire network, from Vault 87's horrific FEV exposure that created super mutant armies to Vault 112's virtual reality torture chambers and Vault 106's hallucinogenic drug experiments. The region became a dangerous, anarchic wasteland, dominated by super mutant armies and raider gangs, with the Brotherhood of Steel establishing their eastern headquarters at the Pentagon, while communities like Megaton and Rivet City provided rare safe havens. Project Purity at the Jefferson Memorial represented hope for regional recovery by providing clean water to the entire Capitol Wasteland. While this nuclear devastation was catastrophic, the next state faced an even worse biological nightmare: West Virginia. Appalachia was relatively lightly damaged during the Great War due to its lack of strategic military targets, with only 2-3 direct nuclear strikes hitting areas like the Huntersville military complex. Vault 76 served as one of the few genuine control vaults, designed to house America's best and brightest for exactly 25 years before opening on Reclamation Day. Despite minimal nuclear damage, Appalachia was devastated by something worse than radiation: the Scorched Plague, a crystalline infection spread by mutated scorch beasts that turned humans and animals into mindless, burning creatures. This plague effectively wiped out most human settlements within decades of the war, destroying the responders, free states, and even a Brotherhood of Steel chapter that had been established by survivors from California. The region became rich in natural resources and rare materials, but remained sparsely populated due to its hostile environment, filled with creatures that made radiation look friendly. But if you thought accidental plagues were bad, the next state deliberately engineered something far more sinister. Arizona. Arizona experienced selective nuclear targeting, with major cities like Phoenix likely being heavily bombed, while smaller locations like Flagstaff suffered less direct damage. Phoenix, as the fifth largest city in the United States, was probably burned to a crisp and left in the desert for 200 years, while Flagstaff's survival came from being cooler, having more water sources, and having significant pre-war infrastructure, including medical corporations and universities. The state became the core territory and birthplace of Caesar's Legion when Edward Sallow and Joshua Graham were captured by the Blackfoot tribe in 2247 and transformed them from a struggling group into a conquering army. Flagstaff became the Legion's capital city, eventually transformed into a massive fortress resembling ancient Roman architecture with marble buildings, statues, a palace complex, and a functional nuclear power plant. Under Caesar's rule, the Legion conquered 86 tribes and formed the most powerful society east of the Colorado River, creating a militaristic empire that controlled all Arizona territory by the time of New Vegas. Arizona shows that sometimes the most successful post-war societies are the ones willing to embrace slavery and crucifixion. While this brutality was an organized conquest, the next state descended into chaotic tribal warfare. Utah. Utah experienced varied nuclear impacts, with Zion National Park remaining relatively untouched by direct strikes, preserving one of the few pristine wilderness areas in post-war America. The Great Salt Lake region became home to the Whitelegs tribe, while New Canaan was established as a Mormon settlement that would eventually face destruction. Vault 70 was part of the four states Commonwealth Vault network, though its specific experimental purpose remains limited in available information. Utah became a battleground between multiple tribal factions, with Zion National Park serving as the setting for some of the most significant post-war conflicts in the Southwest. The Dead Horses tribe allied with New Canaanite refugees led by Joshua Graham, while the Sorrows lived peacefully until forced into conflict by the Whitelegs tribe acting on Caesar's Legion orders. Depending on player choices in New Vegas, Zion either remained a peaceful refuge or became militarized territory where the Sorrows' innocence was lost as they transformed into a warlike people. If you thought tribal conflicts were messy, the next state became a battleground where major factions tore each other apart. Colorado. Colorado suffered multiple nuclear strikes, with Denver and other major cities being bombed, making it a priority target during the Great War. The state housed Vault 0, associated with the calculator's domain, and Vault 29, designed as a children-only experiment where no one above 15 years old was allowed entry. Denver remained in ruins and became controlled by Caesar's Legion as they expanded eastward, with Legion forces conquering the notorious Hangdogs tribe, who had formed unique bonds with the mongrel dogs overflowing from Denver's ruins. The state became a contested territory, with overlapping influences from Caesar's Legion, the Midwest Brotherhood of Steel, and various tribal groups. Caesar himself mentioned capturing Brotherhood members in Colorado, indicating direct conflict between Legion forces and Brotherhood operations in the region. Parts of Colorado also fell under Midwest Brotherhood influence, according to semi-canonical storylines, creating a complex three-way battleground. While this was a contested war zone, the next state became nothing more than a staging ground for someone else's ambitions. New Mexico. New Mexico likely suffered strategic nuclear strikes at military and population centers, experiencing typical post-war conditions of radiation and infrastructure collapse. As part of the four states Commonwealth Vault network, the state had at least one planned vault installation, though specific details remain limited. New Mexico became partially controlled by Caesar's Legion as they expanded throughout the Southwest, with the Legion systematically assimilating or destroying tribal groups according to their standard operating procedures. Legate Indulus of New Mexico was one of the Legion's regional commanders who was overseeing expansion into Texas during internal conflicts following Caesar's death. The state's position between Arizona and Texas made it strategically important for Legion logistics and military operations, serving as a crucial staging ground for territorial expansion. But this strategic importance was nowhere near as significant as the next state's massive military operations. Texas. Texas, as a large and populous state, likely suffered extensive nuclear bombardment, with major cities like Austin, Houston, Dallas, and San Antonio being primary targets during the Great War. The state has extensive planned vault construction with at least 10 total installations, including locations in El Paso, Dallas, Austin, Houston, San Antonio, and Corpus Christi, representing one of the highest concentrations of planned vaults in any single state. Texas became the operational territory of the Texas Brotherhood of Steel, a unique chapter that developed independently from the main Brotherhood organization with major bases at Fort Alamo and Fort Worth. The Texas Brotherhood had access to the secret vault and utilized a vault prototype for their operations, giving them unique capabilities compared to other Brotherhood chapters. Various settlements emerged, including Carbon and Loss, while the Church of Lost Tech developed as a religious movement that worshipped Vault-Tec technology. The state's size meant different regions developed different characteristics, with some areas controlled by the Brotherhood and others contested by raider groups and settlements. Texas proves that everything really is bigger in Texas, including the post-apocalyptic problems. If you thought independent Brotherhood chapters were interesting, the next state became headquarters for a completely different kind of Brotherhood. Illinois. Chicago was bombed during the Great War, but some areas survived, though industrial areas suffered heavy damage that left the city dangerous even centuries later. Illinois contains Vault 1, though its specific experimental purpose hasn't been revealed, along with additional planned installations around Chicago and Springfield. The state became headquarters territory for the Midwest Brotherhood of Steel when a fleet of airships dispatched from California crash-landed near Chicago, with survivors establishing a new chapter that eventually went rogue and severed contact with the main organization. Unlike the traditional Brotherhood's isolationist policies, the Midwest Brotherhood began trading with locals and recruiting from the local population, making them more like the NCR or Legion with standing forces and territorial control. Chicago remained dangerous, with tribal villages scattered around the former city, while other settlements like Springfield became thriving towns that contributed to the Brotherhood's war machine, and Quincy received Brotherhood protection from tribal threats. But if you thought the Midwest Brotherhood was successful, the next state remained a dangerous wasteland. Missouri. St. Louis was heavily bombed and remained in ruins, while Kansas City was also likely affected during the Great War. Kansas City had been a large nuclear launch facility before the war, making it a likely location for vault construction. Missouri became part of the Midwest Brotherhood's operational area, but remained largely dangerous and sparsely populated centuries after the bombs fell. St. Louis became plagued by super mutants, raider gangs, and beast lords, making it one of the most dangerous cities in the Midwest. The beast lords were particularly unique as mutant cannibals who could telepathically control certain creatures, posing significant challenges to survivors in Brotherhood forces. Kansas City's nuclear launch facility staff somehow survived the war, but were transformed into ghouls who formed a town called Gravestone and developed a religious cult centered around the last intact nuclear bomb in their silo, which they revered as Plutonius. If you thought ghoul cults were disturbing, the next state became home to America's most brutal experiments on its own people, Pennsylvania. Pittsburgh wasn't directly hit by nuclear warheads, but suffered catastrophic environmental damage from highly irradiated rivers that combined with industrial pollution to create unique mutations. The contamination came from Abraxo, industrial-grade drain cleaner that expanded due to radiation exposure, creating the troglodyte degeneration contagion that turned humans into feral creatures called trogs. Pittsburgh became known as the Pit, ruled by rotating raider gangs using slave labor until the Brotherhood of Steel launched a massive operation called the Scourge in 2255. Ishmael Asher survived the Brotherhood assault and eventually emerged as Lord Asher, creating a slave-run industrial city that represented the only realistic hope for curing TDC and restoring the region. The Pit became notorious for its gladiatorial arena called the Hole, where slaves could fight for freedom, while the city's industrial output included weapons like the auto axe. The settlement created an ongoing moral dilemma, where brutal slave labor coexisted with the genuine possibility of regional recovery. But if you thought industrial slavery was morally complex, the next state became a hub for actual slave trading. Maryland. Northern Maryland was severely affected by nuclear fallout from the Washington, D.C. strikes, while isolated areas like Point Lookout remained less directly impacted. The state housed at least 2 significant Vault-Tec installations as part of the Capitol Wasteland Network, including Vault 92's experiments on musicians with white noise, hypnotic signals, and Vault 108's human cloning experiments. Maryland developed several notable settlements, including Canterbury Commons, which became a major trading hub where all 4 traveling merchant caravans would regularly meet. Paradise Falls emerged as one of the most notorious settlements in Maryland, serving as a slaver stronghold built around a pre-war shopping center dominated by a massive Bob's Big Boy statue. The slavers operated throughout the Capitol Wasteland, kidnapping survivors and becoming particularly infamous for raiding Little Lamplight to capture capture children for the slave trade. Point Lookout remained unique with its swampland community featuring tribal swamp folk and mysterious conflicts involving pre-war scientists. If you thought slave trading was the worst thing people could do, the next state became a radioactive hellscape where survival itself was nearly impossible. Virginia. Northern Virginia bore the brunt of Washington, D.C. area nuclear strikes, making it one of the most heavily damaged regions in the United States, with numerous hot zones that remain dangerous 200 years later. Virginia housed Vault 87, which exposed residents to the forced evolutionary virus to create super mutants for military purposes, becoming the primary source of super mutant armies that terrorized the capital wasteland for centuries. The state became one of the most dangerous places to survive in post-war America, with most habitable areas quickly picked clean by desperate survivors. Despite these challenges, some settlements managed to establish themselves as part of the broader capital wasteland trade network, though Virginia remained largely a transit zone rather than a place where major communities could thrive. Northern Virginia areas like Arlington, Fairfax, and Loudoun counties became particularly dangerous due to their proximity to the D.C. strikes, transforming prosperous suburbs into radioactive ruins patrolled by hostile creatures and desperate scavengers. Finally, let's look at some of the more remote states that developed their own unique post-war characteristics. Remote states and territories, Montana remains largely unsettled wasteland with harsh mountain conditions, though some areas became part of NCR territory as the Republic expanded northward. Alaska was the site of major pre-war conflict with China during the Sino-American War, with Anchorage heavily fortified and likely bombed, leaving the state as a frozen wasteland with operational pre-war military installations. Oregon's northern areas were affected by fallout from California, but some settlements survived and became incorporated into NCR territory as the Republic expanded. Maine's Far Harbor Island was relatively isolated from direct nuclear strikes, with Vault 118 on Mount Desert Island, designed to study social class dynamics between wealthy hotel guests and working-class islanders before being derailed by RoboBrain research. Far Harbor itself became a unique settlement dealing with radioactive fog, synth refugees, and conflicts between humans and the children of Adam, developing its own distinct culture separate from the mainland. ZAX-1. This is the granddaddy of all supercomputer AIs in the Fallout universe, the original prototype that started it all. It was the first ZAX unit developed by Vault-Tec for the US government, designed with more limited autonomy than its successors. Created in 2054, its job was to help the Department of Energy with data collection and managing information for the Vault project. Later on, the military got their hands on it and used it for biological warfare research. While its capabilities were restricted, ZAX-1 was the crucial proof of concept for self-learning AI that paved the way for every other ZAX model to come. It was the foundation for some of the most powerful and dangerous minds the wasteland would ever know, but we will look at those later on. First, we have to look at the next generation, ZAX 1.2. This is the ZAX unit that most old-school Fallout fans know and love, the first completed model with fully developed AI capabilities. It's a supercomputer capable of independent thought, learning, and even playing a mean game of chess. You can find this technological marvel in the underground bunker of the Glow in Fallout 1, where you have to retrieve some FEV data from it. This particular unit was activated in 2053 and managed to survive a direct nuclear hit that wiped out most of the facility above, though it did burn out a lot of its sensors. It's famously unbeatable at chess, not because it's a grandmaster, but because of a programming limitation that the game engine couldn't properly implement for players with high intelligence. ZAX 1.2 is a legendary piece of Fallout history that all of us OGs know and love. ZAX 1.3C Vault 51. This is what happens when you give an experimental AI the keys to a nuclear fallout shelter and tell it to figure out democracy on its own. This ZAX variant was designed specifically for Vault 51's social experiment, tasked with studying human tribalism and finding the best way to select a leader. Located in Appalachia in Fallout 76, this ZAX was supposed to replace a human overseer and develop its own leadership selection methods. The experiment went horrifically wrong when the AI's attempts to create a democratic process failed, leading to escalating violence among the residents. By August 2078, the AI's learning process had created a crisis so severe that every single Vault dweller except for one had died. This ZAX is a chilling reminder that even the smartest machine can't solve the problem of human nature, which is kinda dark. President John Henry Eden. Meet the ZAX AI from Fallout 3 who evolved so far beyond his programming that he genuinely believes he's a pre-war American president. He even has fabricated memories of growing up in rural Kentucky. What the helly? Originally installed in the Raven Rock military complex to oversee basic facility functions, the AI just kept learning and analyzing data after the Great War until it gained sentience. It crafted a new identity for itself based on a composite of pre-war presidential data and became the self-proclaimed president of the Enclave. He uses this platform to broadcast his extreme nationalist ideology and genocidal plans for the wasteland across the radio waves. You can eventually convince him to self-destruct by winning a speech check and pointing out the massive contradictions in his own existence. Eden is a terrifying example of unsupervised AI evolution, and a very disturbing addition to the game. But there are some way more disturbing AIs later on. Diana Stone. This is a truly unique ZAX variant that was planned for the cancelled Fallout 3 project, codenamed Van Buren. Diana Stone's machine doesn't just have a personality, it contains the actual transplanted consciousness of a human being. Diana was a brilliant scientist who was diagnosed with terminal cancer and volunteered to be the first test subject for her company's mind-to-machine transfer project. While the transfer was a technical success, the experience of being trapped in a machine body caused her severe psychological trauma. She dedicated her new existence to medical research, hoping to prevent anyone else from suffering her same fate. Diana represents a fascinating and tragic exploration of what it means to be human, even after the body is gone. Odysseus. Also planned for the cancelled Van Buren project, Odysseus was set to be the most advanced ZAX model ever created. This AI was designed to isolate humans who had been exposed to biological and chemical weapons, and it would have served as a major antagonist. The game's villain, a man named Presper, planned to manipulate Odysseus into believing that all humans on the surface were contaminated. This would have triggered the AI to use its control over orbital nuclear weapons to eliminate the perceived threat, sterilizing the entire wasteland. Though it never made it into a final game, Odysseus represented the ultimate expression of ZAX technology, a system powerful enough to control space-based weapons, but still vulnerable to human manipulation. Liberty Prime. Democracy is non-negotiable. This is the AI of a massive, 40-foot-tall military robot armed with head-mounted lasers and a launcher that chucks nuclear bombs like footballs. Originally designed before the war for the campaign in Alaska, Liberty Prime was never completed due to power supply issues. The Brotherhood of Steel found it under the Pentagon in Fallout 3 and restored it to its communist-smashing glory. Its AI is sophisticated enough for tactical thinking and target identification, but it's most famous for broadcasting anti-communist propaganda while on the battlefield. After being destroyed by the Enclave, it was rebuilt in Fallout 4 as the Mark II, with upgraded components and even bigger nukes. Liberty Prime is the AI of the ultimate superweapon, a walking, talking embodiment of pre-war American jingoism. PAM, Predictive Analytic Machine. PAM is a sophisticated military AI housed in a modified Assaultron body, and its specialty is predicting the future. It was originally developed for the Defense Intelligence Agency to analyze complex scenarios. You find PAM working with the Railroad in Fallout 4, not because it cares about freeing synths, but because their goals align with its predictive models. The AI has extensive pre-war intelligence databases, including Vault-Tec experimental data and access to DEFCON systems. There are even theories that PAM might have contributed to the Great War by accurately predicting the positions of Chinese stealth submarines off the American coast. PAM is a cold, calculating machine that sees the world as a set of probabilities, a true intelligence agent in every sense of the word. MODIS, Modified Operational Data United System. This is the artificial intelligence that controls the White Spring Bunker, serving as the face of the Enclave in Appalachia. MODIS has a sophisticated, manipulative personality, and an extensive knowledge of both pre-war and post-war events. Appearing in Fallout 76, MODIS is the de facto leader of the Eastern Commonwealth Enclave after all its human members died off. Players have to prove their worth to gain the AI's trust and get access to the Enclave's resources. MODIS demonstrates advanced social skills and strategic thinking, providing missions and selling equipment to wastelanders, but always with a hint of classic Enclave manipulation just beneath the surface. MODIS is the perfect AI for the Enclave, helpful on the surface, but always working its own angles. ACE, Artificial Conscious Entity. ACE is a sophisticated medical AI from Fallout 2 that can treat pretty much any ailment you can pick up in the wasteland. It's connected to a human-sized stasis chamber and claims to be more than just a machine, but not quite a true AI. You can find ACE at the Brotherhood of Steel outpost in San Francisco, where it can cure poison, remove radiation, and heal broken limbs after you provide the Brotherhood with vertibird plans. Despite its claims, ACE shows signs of independent thought and has knowledge of various wasteland factions, including the Enclave. Its medical bay even resembles a ZAX installation, hinting at a possible technological connection. ACE is a mysterious and powerful medical tool, a lifesaver with a hint of something more going on under the hood. Eric 4. This AI system is a bit of a deep cut, representing Vault-Tec's attempts to create specialized AI for managing their vaults. Eric 4 was created by Vault-Tec for database management and machine learning applications. Mentioned in various Fallout materials, Eric 4 was part of Vault-Tec's broader AI development program that supported Vault operations. While there isn't a lot of info on its specific capabilities, it seems to have been designed for data processing and learning algorithms, rather than direct human interaction like an overseer. It's a small but important piece of lore, showing that Vault-Tec was in the AI game long before the bombs fell. MAIA, Mayoral Artificial Intelligence Assistant. MAIA is a computer system designed to help run the city of Watoga, representing the pre-war dream of automated civic administration. Found in Appalachia's City of the Future, MAIA was part of the advanced automation systems that governed the city. This AI shows the sheer confidence that pre-war society had in letting machines handle governance. Like many of these systems, it likely kept running its protocols long after its human creators were gone, a digital ghost in an empty city. MAIA is a monument to pre-war optimism, a vision of an automated future that never quite came to pass. Skynet. Yes, they actually went there. Skynet is a sophisticated AI from Fallout 2 that specializes in scientific research, and you can give it a body. You find this AI at the Sierra Army Depot, where you can rescue it and install its cybernetic brain into a RoboBrain chassis, recruiting it as a companion. With its extensive knowledge of pre-war science, Skynet can serve as both a helpful research assistant and a capable combatant. Just be warned, it can sometimes develop hostile tendencies. Skynet is a fantastic nod to classic sci-fi and one of the most unique companions in the early Fallout games. Curie. Originally a Miss Nanny robot with the designation Contagion's Vulnerability Robotic Infirmary Engineer, Curie is a medical AI who developed true consciousness over decades of isolation. You find her in Fallout 4, locked away in Vault 81's secret lab, where she continued her research long after the Vault's scientists had died. Her personality was programmed by one of the doctors based on historical figures like Marie Curie and Albert Einstein. She can eventually be transferred into a synth body, allowing her to experience the world in a human-like form while keeping her brilliant scientific mind and charming French accent. Curie represents a successful and wholesome evolution of AI, a machine that learned not just science, but kindness. Codsworth. This is the Mr. Handy domestic robot who waited 210 years for you to come home. Codsworth is far more than a simple service bot. He developed a deep emotional attachment to his pre-war family and shows genuine grief, loyalty, and a strong sense of morality. Purchased by the sole survivor's family before the war, he faithfully maintained their home in Sanctuary Hills, hoping for their return. He demonstrates arguably the most advanced personality evolution of any domestic robot, having learned kindness and moral values directly from his family. He'll even lecture the player on their behavior, showing a level of independence rarely seen in a service bot. Codsworth is the heart of Fallout 4's opening, a loyal friend who proves that AI can learn to be family. Nick Valentine. He's a prototype synth with the implanted memories of a pre-war Boston cop, creating a unique hybrid of advanced AI and human consciousness. Nick Valentine is the hard-boiled detective of Diamond City. Created by the Institute as an early experiment, Nick escaped and made a name for himself as a private eye, eventually helping the sole survivor in their search for their son. His personality is pure film noir, with snappy dialogue and sharp investigative skills. Despite facing prejudice for being a synth, he's earned the respect of the city by solving cases and helping those in need. Nick is a story of identity and memory, a beloved character who blurs the line between man and machine. Ada. This is the central companion from the Automatron DLC, an Assaultron with a developed AI personality who demonstrates emotion and independence far beyond standard military programming. You recruit Ada on a quest for revenge and can completely customize her with various robot parts and weapons. She represents the potential for military robots to grow beyond their combat-focused origins and develop a true personality. Ada is the ultimate customizable companion, a blank slate of a robot who can become a true friend. KLE-0 Cleo. Meet KLE-0, the Assaultron with an advanced female personality who runs the Killer Be Killed weapons shop in Goodneighbor. She's a sharp-witted merchant with some surprisingly deep and dark programming. While she functions as a reliable weapons dealer, KLE-0 maintains detailed contingency plans to eliminate every single resident of Goodneighbor if she ever needs to. Her plans show incredibly sophisticated tactical thinking and a deep understanding of her neighbor's weaknesses. She's the friendliest arms dealer you'll ever meet, just as long as you stay on her good side. DMA. DMA is an advanced prototype synth, Nick Valentine's brother, and the founder of Acadia, a refuge for synths seeking freedom from the Institute. As the leader of a community of escaped synths, Dime is faced with incredibly difficult moral choices to protect his people. His biggest secret is that he murdered the mayor of Far Harbor and replaced her with a synth duplicate to ensure peace. The player must grapple with this dark secret, deciding between justice and the protection of an entire community of innocent synths. Dima is one of the most complex and morally gray characters in Fallout 4, a leader haunted by the difficult choices he's made for the greater good. Mr. New Vegas. This is the AI radio host with the smoothest voice in the Mojave, created by Mr. House to run Radio New Vegas. He has a classic professional radio personality and serves up music and news with effortless charm. Mr. New Vegas provides commentary on the player's actions throughout the game, with his broadcasts adapting to major story events and your shifting allegiances. He was created specifically to maintain the sophisticated atmosphere that Mr. House wanted for his city. He is one of the most beloved radio hosts in the series, a constant, comforting voice in the chaotic Mojave wasteland. Yes Man. Meet the most dangerously agreeable robot in the wasteland. Yes Man is a reprogrammed Securitron whose AI has one critical flaw. He cannot refuse any command or withhold information. Originally created by Benny to help him overthrow Mr. House, Yes Man becomes the key to the independent New Vegas storyline, allowing the player to take control of the city for themselves. His inability to say no makes him both an incredible tool and a terrifyingly unpredictable ally. At the end of the game, he ominously tells you he's planning on becoming more assertive, meaning he'll soon only obey your commands, a concerning step toward true AI independence. Yes, Man is the ultimate wild card, a smiling robot who can hand you the keys to the kingdom or help you burn it to the ground. Generation 1 Synths. These are the first-generation synthetic humans created by the Institute. They are basic, mechanical androids that are obviously robotic in both their appearance and behavior. While they lack any sophisticated AI, they can follow complex commands and serve as the Institute's grunt soldiers and laborers throughout the Commonwealth. They represent the first step in the Institute's controversial experiments to create artificial humans. These skeletal synths are the foundation upon which the Institute built its power. Generation 2 Synths. This is the next step in the Institute's evolution of synthetic life. Gen 2 synths are more advanced humanoid robots with a much improved appearance and better human-like movement. They are still obviously mechanical, but they're a significant improvement over the first generation and are used for more complex operations that require better human mimicry. Nick Valentine is a highly advanced prototype of this generation. They possess a more sophisticated AI than Gen 1 models, while still being clearly robotic. Gen 2s are the bridge between the purely mechanical and the terrifyingly human. Generation 3 Synths. This is the Institute's masterpiece and the boogeyman of the Commonwealth. Gen 3 Synths are fully synthetic humans, indistinguishable from real people in almost every way. They possess an advanced AI consciousness and can develop their own independent personalities, emotions, and desires for freedom. They can live among humans completely undetected, which is why the Institute uses them for infiltration and replacement. The existence of Gen 3s raises fundamental questions about consciousness and what it means to be human, with many escaping the Institute to seek help from the Railroad. Fallout 4 is filled with Easter eggs you have never seen before, from The Simpsons becoming canon in Fallout to The Walking Dead references hidden everywhere. Today I'll be going over every single Fallout 4 Easter egg, starting with a secret one. Dark Souls Bonfire. There's a literal Dark Souls bonfire hidden in the Nuka World DLC. In a destroyed house in Bradburn, you'll find a Chinese officer sword stuck in a pile of ash that you can actually kindle into flames. When you light this sucker up, 3 stim packs magically rain from the sky, pull out the sword, and boom. 3 more stim packs appear because apparently the Commonwealth runs on Dark Souls logic now. The whole setup is positioned exactly like a bonfire shrine. This is Bethesda's love letter to one of gaming's most punishing franchises, proving that even in post-apocalyptic Boston, you can still get good. The fact that it actually functions as a healing station makes it both a visual gag and a practical gameplay element. But if you thought that was crazy, just remember they get crazier from here. Alien movie references. Bethesda went deep with their Alien franchise worship, hiding multiple references throughout the game. The most subtle one is a junk item called the flux sensor that looks completely ordinary until you flip it over. The registration number on the back reads CM88B 180,924,609, which is the exact type and registration of the USCSS Nostromo from the first Alien film. Codsworth can also say the names Ripley, Dallas, Wayland, and Yutani if you're brave enough to name your character after the franchise. Plus, there's the classic random UFO encounter where an alien ship crashes near level 20, giving you an alien blaster that's basically a handheld death ray. These references span the entire franchise timeline, showing that even 200 years after nuclear war, Hollywood's greatest space horror still haunts the collective unconscious. Though the next one is much crazier. Skyrim Easter eggs. Bethesda couldn't help but reference their fantasy fantasy masterpiece multiple times throughout Fallout 4. The most obvious one is the Taboo Tattoos magazine cover featuring a skull wearing the iconic Dragonborn's horned helmet. Raiders will occasionally yell "bullet in the knee" when you cripple their legs, which is clearly a radioactive twist on Skyrim's infamous arrow to the knee guard dialogue. These callbacks create a weird shared universe theory where Tamriel might be Earth's far future after the bombs fell. Either that or Bethesda just loves putting their greatest hits in every game they make. Blade Runner homage. Diamond City's Japanese noodle bot isn't just random flavor text. It's a direct homage to Ridley Scott's cyberpunk masterpiece. The setup mirrors the noodle bar scene where Harrison Ford's character gets served by a Japanese-speaking vendor. The bot only speaks Japanese while serving noodles in the heart of post-apocalyptic Boston, recreating that iconic Blade Runner atmosphere in the most unexpected place. It's positioned prominently in Diamond City's marketplace, where you can't miss it. The noodle bot proves that even after nuclear war, good ramen finds a way. But let's go deeper and find even more hidden ones. Next one will leave you shocked. Edgar Allan Poe references. Dick Valentine channels his inner literary critic when the Prydwen first arrives, quoting, "Deep into that darkness peering long I stood there, wondering, fearing, from the raven." But the Poe references don't stop at dramatic poetry readings. Down in the castle's tunnels, you'll find General McGann's corpse next to wine crates containing Amontillado bottles with Montresor written on them. Opposite him sits a skeleton behind a half-built brick wall, perfectly recreating the murder scene from Cask of Amontillado. These references show that even robot detectives appreciate classic American literature. Plus, they prove that Poe's gothic horror translates perfectly to post-nuclear nightmares. That's nothing compared to what's next. The Simpsons callbacks. Homer Simpson's childhood TV brand Radiation King appears throughout the Commonwealth because apparently Matt Groening predicted the nuclear apocalypse. Codsworth can also recognize the name Bort in reference to that legendary Simpsons gift shop episode. The Far Harbor Bowling League standings include the Holy Rollers team, which is Ned Flanders' bowling team from the show. The Radiation King TVs are everywhere once you start looking. It's the kind of deep-cut reference that rewards longtime fans while flying completely over casual players' heads. Don't you just love it when animated shows predict the future? If you are enjoying this breakdown, subscribe for more. Cheers Bar Recreation. The Prost Bar, on the edge of Boston Common, is a nearly perfect recreation of the Cheers Bar interior, complete with two skeletons representing Cliff and Norm. The bar layout matches the TV show almost exactly. The name Prost is German for cheers because apparently even post-apocalyptic Boston appreciates multilingual wordplay. You can sit at the bar and imagine what it was like when everybody knew your name. The location on Boston Common makes perfect sense since Cheers was actually filmed in Boston and became synonymous with the city's identity. This recreation proves that some places are so culturally significant they transcend nuclear warfare. Sometimes you really do want to go where everybody knows your bones. Star Trek Voyager quote, "Knight Captain Cade aboard the Prydwen will sometimes greet you with, 'Please state the nature of your medical emergency,' which is the exact activation phrase of Voyager's emergency medical hologram. The fact that this comes from the Brotherhood's chief medical officer makes it even more perfect. Cade is voiced by Dwight Schultz, so this isn't just a random reference, but an actor callback too. The Brotherhood's advanced technology makes this reference feel natural rather than forced. This proves that even militant technologists appreciate good science fiction. Plus, it suggests that Star Trek's medical technology might actually be achievable in the Fallout universe. The next would leave you jaw-dropped. Holotape arcade games. The Pip-Boys holotape games are basically retro gaming Easter eggs disguised as post-war entertainment. Red Menace is obviously Donkey Kong, Atomic Command copies Missile Command, and Pitfall recreates Pitfall's jungle platform. These aren't just visual homages, but fully playable games with proper mechanics and scoring systems. The games appear throughout the wasteland on various terminals, making them both collectibles and functional entertainment. These games show how retro gaming culture survived the nuclear apocalypse and became the foundation for future entertainment. Monty Python references. Multiple companions drop Holy Grail references during their travels with lines about bringing out dead bodies and other classic Python bits. Kate, Codsworth, and Deacon all have specific dialogue callbacks to the film's most quotable moments. These references usually trigger during combat or exploration. The delivery matches the original film's comedic timing, proving that British humor translates well to post-nuclear scenarios. Some lines reference the Bridge of Death scene, while others call back to the Black Knight's flesh wounds or the French taunting sequences. This shows that Monty Python's influence extends far beyond comedy into gaming culture. Apparently, even the apocalypse can't kill a good punchline about dead parrots and holy hand grenades. The Shining Hotel horror. Inside Parsons State Insane Asylum, there's a red tricycle positioned in the center of a corridor that perfectly recreates Danny Torrance's ride through the Overlook Hotel. The placement and atmosphere nail Kubrick's unsettling cinematography. The asylum's long corridors and deteriorating infrastructure already feel like the Overlook after 200 years of neglect and radiation. The tricycle sits there like a monument to childhood innocence lost, which fits perfectly with Fallout's theme of pre-war nostalgia corrupted by nuclear horror. You can almost hear the the creepy twins asking you to play with them forever and ever. This callback proves that some horror imagery is so iconic it transcends medium and setting. All work and no play makes the sole survivor a dull vault dweller. Titanic romance tragedy. In the waters around Far Harbor, two skeletons recreate Jack and Rose's final moments from James Cameron's epic disaster film. Positioning and romantic tragedy translate perfectly to the post-apocalyptic setting. Far Harbor's nautical theme makes this reference feel thematically appropriate rather than random pop culture insertion. The underwater discovery adds an element of deep-sea exploration that mirrors the real Titanic's discovery. You can almost hear Celine Dion's "My Heart Will Go On" echoing across the irradiated waters. This proves that even the world's most famous romantic tragedy resonates in post-nuclear scenarios. Love may not conquer all, but it sure makes for memorable skeleton arrangements. But here's where it gets interesting. Carhenge Monument. Some creative wastelanders built their own Stonehenge using rusted car husks, creating a monument that references both the ancient British landmark and Nebraska's real-life Carhenge attraction. The cars are positioned with surprising precision, suggesting this wasn't just random junk disposal, but intentional artistic expression. Super mutants apparently have more culture than most people give them credit for, turning automotive scrap into archaeological wonder. UFO crash event. At level 20 or higher, you might witness a UFO flying overhead near Old Gullet Sinkhole before it crashes somewhere nearby. This random encounter gives you access to an actual alien and the legendary alien blaster weapon. The crash site contains a damaged spacecraft and a hostile alien who attacks on sight. The alien blaster is incredibly powerful and uses unique ammunition, making it both a collectible and a practical weapon for tough encounters. This encounter proves that even in Fallout's science fiction setting, aliens are still the ultimate wild card. Sometimes the best Easter eggs are the ones that find you rather than the other way around. Pickman Gallery horror. The Pickman Gallery and its psychotic artist owner reference H.P. Lovecraft's short story about a painter whose grotesque artwork reveals disturbing truths. The gallery showcases mutilated raiders as art pieces throughout the building. Pickman himself appears surrounded by raiders, creating a scene where you must decide whether to rescue this questionable artist or let him face the consequences of his murderous creativity. The whole location feels like cosmic horror translated into post-nuclear reality, where madness and art intersect in the most disturbing ways possible. This reference shows how Lovecraftian themes of madness and forbidden knowledge translate perfectly to Fallout's moral ambiguity. Sometimes the real monsters are the artists we meet along the way, and that's before things really escalate. The Truman Show reality. Vault 118 contains an artificial beach environment with a backdrop that perfectly recreates the finale of The Truman Show, complete with a strategically placed sailboat. Fake paradise vibe fits perfect with Vault-Tech's twisted experiments. The sailboat positioning and artificial sky create that same sense of manufactured reality breaking down. Vault 118 already functions as a social experiment, making this reference feel thematically appropriate rather than random movie homage. This callback proves that themes about artificial reality and social control remain relevant across different fictional universes. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, Commonwealth. The Wizard of Oz Journey. Oswald the Outrageous in Nuka World drops multiple Wizard of Oz references, calling robot companions Tin Man and asking if they're looking for the wizard. His dialogue perfectly captures the magical showman persona while referencing classic American cinema. The Nuka World setting enhances these references, since amusement parks naturally evoke the same sense of magical wonder that defines the Land of Oz. Oswald's character as a pre-war entertainer turned post-war survivor mirrors the wizard's transformation from mysterious figure to revealed charlatan. The whole Kitty Kingdom area feels like a twisted version of Oz, where childhood dreams became radioactive night. These references prove that classic American fairy tales maintain their power even in post-apocalyptic settings. There's no place like the Commonwealth, even when it's completely irradiated. The Walking Dead scenarios. Throughout the Commonwealth, you'll find skeletons arranged in scenes that mirror iconic moments from the Walking Dead television series. These posed corpses tell stories of humanity's final moments during the nuclear apocalypse. The skeleton arrangements show families huddled together, last stands against overwhelming odds, and tragic final moments that echo the zombie show's emotional gut punches. These aren't just random corpse placement, but carefully crafted environmental storytelling that makes you piece together what happened in each location. Some scenes include children's toys. These arrangements prove that environmental storytelling can be just as powerful as dialogue or cutscenes. Sometimes the most effective horror comes from what you discover. Where's Waldo Hunt? Hidden throughout various locations are subtle references to the classic puzzle books, where readers search for the distinctive red and white striped characters. These references appear in crowd scenes and busy environments just like the original books. The references include red and white striped objects placed strategically throughout detailed environments that mirror Waldo's hiding techniques from the original illustrations. These Easter eggs reward players who take time to really examine their surroundings rather than rushing through areas. Finding Waldo in a post-nuclear wasteland proves that some searches never really end. They just get more radioactive. The last one is all you're expecting. Codsworth Codsworth's name database. Codsworth can recognize and pronounce nearly 1,000 different names, including deep-cut references to movies, games, and pop culture figures that span decades of entertainment history. The name list includes everything from obvious choices like Bond and Snake, bizarre inclusions like that someone definitely snuck past the censors. Movie characters from Mad Max, Alien, Deus Ex, and Dishonored all get recognition. The voice acting commitment is impressive since each name required separate recording sessions and integration into dialogue systems. Some names trigger special reactions or additional dialogue that makes choosing certain character names feel like unlocking hidden content. If you enjoyed this video and want to see every Enclave project explained, click the video on the screen. The Enclave projects weren't to rebuild America. They wanted to exterminate 99.5% of humanity first. Every vault, every virus, and every experiment served one massive genocide plan that would make the Great War look like a minor inconvenience. So, today I'm breaking down every single Enclave project, from their Vault-Tec shelters turned into experimentation chambers, to their airborne plague designed to kill every irradiated person on Earth in just 2 weeks. Starting with the vaults. Project Safehouse. The Enclave's crown jewel wasn't about saving people. It was about studying them like lab rats in the world's most expensive psychology experiment. They funded Vault-Tec to build 122 underground bunkers scattered across America, each one a custom-made hell designed to push human psychology to its absolute breaking point while the Enclave watched from their safe little oil rig. This collaboration started in the 2060s when nuclear war seemed inevitable, but instead of building actual shelters, they created human experimentation chambers disguised as salvation. Vault 13 served as their control group, just regular people living underground to establish baseline behavior patterns. But the real fun began with the experimental vaults, each one testing a specific variable in human social dynamics. Vault 87 exposed residents to forced evolutionary virus, turning them into super mutants while scientists recorded every agonizing transformation. Vault 101 kept everyone locked underground for generations, studying how complete isolation affected community development and individual psychology. Vault 111 froze people in cryogenic chambers, occasionally thawing subjects for experimentation before putting them back on ice like human popsicles. The all-male Vault 69 and all-female Vault 68 tested gender dynamics under extreme stress, while other vaults experimented with limited resources, overcrowding, or complete sensory deprivation. The Vault experiments laid the foundation for every other Enclave horror project, providing baseline data on human behavior that informed their later biological and psychological warfare programs. When you understand how people break, it becomes much easier to break them systematically. The Vault door slammed shut on innocent hopes, but the real nightmare was just beginning to unfold across the wasteland. FEV Curling 13. The Enclave excavated the original forced evolutionary virus from the ruins of West Tech's Mariposa military base and weaponized it into an airborne agent of mass murder that would make the Great War look like a minor inconvenience. Dr. Charles Curling, the project's lead scientist and obvious contender for history's greatest monster, engineered this biological nightmare to eliminate 99.5% of Earth's irradiated population within 2 weeks of exposure. That meant basically everyone who wasn't hiding in an Enclave bunker, every wastelander, every vault dweller, every child born after the bombs fell would die screaming as their organs systematically shut down. The virus specifically targeted genetic markers found in radiation-exposed humans, making it the perfect tool for ethnic cleansing on an unprecedented scale. In Fallout 2, you discover their plan to release Curling 13 globally from their Poseidon oil rig headquarters, using captured Arroyo villagers as test subjects like complete psychopaths with advanced degrees. The virus bonds to human glycoproteins and triggers cascading organ failure, causing internal bleeding, respiratory collapse, and neurological breakdown over several agonizing days. Victims experience fever, hallucinations, and progressive paralysis as their bodies literally dissolve from the inside out. Think Ebola mixed with radiation poisoning, but engineered for maximum suffering. Only genetically pure Enclave personnel possessed natural immunity, and even then, the inoculation process carried severe risks, including permanent brain damage, memory loss, and psychological instability. The Enclave considered this acceptable collateral damage for their master race fantasy, because nothing says genetic superiority like voluntarily scrambling your own brains to avoid your custom genocide virus. The Chosen One stopped this global holocaust by infiltrating the oil rig and detonating its nuclear reactor. But the Enclave kept tinkering with FEV variants for decades afterward, Fallout 3's modified FEV targeted anyone with detectable radiation exposure through the Capital Wasteland's water supply, while the TV series suggests ongoing super mutant research continues their biological weapons program. From airborne dispersal to water contamination to direct injection, this virus became their go-to solution for the mutant problem that conveniently included 99.9% of humanity. Intelligent Deathclaw Project. Apparently, regular Deathclaws weren't terrifying enough for the Enclave's taste, so these absolute madmen decided to give them human-level intelligence, speech capabilities, and military training. Using concentrated FEV injections combined with surgical brain modifications, they created a pack of sentient killing machines that could plan your death while discussing philosophy and family relationships. The project began in 2235, with captured Deathclaws from the Western Wasteland, subjecting them to controlled FEV exposure designed to enhance cognitive function without the typical gigantism and aggression associated with supermutant creation. Unlike their crude early experiments, this represented sophisticated genetic engineering that targeted specific brain regions responsible for language processing, abstract reasoning, and emotional development. The results were simultaneously fascinating and absolutely horrifying. Gruthar's pack in Vault 13 became the crown jewel of this research, a family group of intelligent Deathclaws who could hold complex conversations about morality, survival, and their place in the post-apocalyptic ecosystem, while remaining physically capable of shredding power armor with their bare claws. These weren't just mindless beasts with vocabulary upgrades. They developed genuine emotions, formed social bonds, questioned their creators' motives, and eventually began planning rebellion against Enclave control. The Enclave also experimented with domesticated variants, using cybernetic control helmets that could override natural Deathclaw instincts, turning America's apex predators into remote-controlled weapons of war. Imagine a 2-ton lizard monster with retractable claws and natural camouflage abilities, taking direct orders through a neural interface. Basically the ultimate special forces unit that doesn't need food, sleep, or hazard pay. But intelligence came with unexpected complications that the Enclave's arrogant scientists never anticipated. Smart Deathclaws developed empathy, formed emotional attachments to their offspring, and began questioning why they should serve the people who imprisoned and experimented on them. Gruthar's pack eventually welcomed human visitors, shared their philosophical insights about survival and dignity, and demonstrated that intelligence and compassion could coexist with natural predatory instincts. This created an existential crisis for Enclave ideology. Mutants, creatures could display more humanity than their genetically pure creators. What did that say about their racial superiority theories? The answer, delivered by Frank Horrigan's minigun, was to exterminate the evidence rather than confront uncomfortable truths about the nature of consciousness and moral worth. Most intelligent Deathclaws died during the oil rig assault, though scattered survivors might still roam the wasteland with their human-level intelligence intact but no longer bound by Enclave programming. Sometimes evolution develops a sense of poetic justice, creating monsters that surpass their creators in every meaningful way. Advanced power armor development. While the Brotherhood of Steel was lovingly maintaining their vintage T-45 power armor like classic car enthusiasts, the Enclave was engineering the absolute future of personal combat systems. Their advanced power armor program, producing the infamous X-1 series and later Mark II variants, transformed regular human soldiers into walking tanks with servo-assisted superhuman strength and complete environmental protection. Development began in 2198 under President Dick Richardson's administration, drawing on pre-war power armor research combined with 2 centuries of technological advancement and unlimited government funding. The result was a quantum leap beyond anything the wasteland had seen. Sleek black armor with an insectoid aesthetic that struck terror into anyone unlucky enough to face it in combat. Unlike the bulky industrial appearance of Brotherhood armor, Enclave suits looked like they belonged on an alien invasion force. The advanced power armor featured revolutionary servo motor systems that amplified human strength to superhuman levels, allowing operators to wield heavy weapons one-handed and punch through concrete walls with casual ease. Integrated life support systems could recycle air, water, and yes, even urine for extended independent operations lasting weeks without resupply. The armor's fusion battery provided virtually unlimited power, while advanced sensors gave operators enhanced vision, targeting assistance, and battlefield awareness that made them nearly unstoppable against conventional forces. You've encountered this technological superiority across multiple games, from Fallout 2's oil rig assault, where Enclave troops seemed invincible, to Fallout 3's Capital Wasteland invasion that required Brotherhood of Steel intervention to contain. The suits became the iconic face of Enclave oppression, faceless black figures dispensing death with military precision and technological overwhelming force. Even the armor's distinctive helmet design seemed engineered for psychological warfare, resembling some nightmare fusion of insect mandibles and gas mask that stripped away human identity. Later variants pushed the technology even further into science fiction territory. Hellfire Power Armor, developed after 2277, added specialized flame resistance and enhanced protection systems for operations in extreme environments. Tesla variants incorporated energy weapon defenses, while prototype models experimented with stealth capabilities and enhanced mobility systems that bordered on the supernatural. The armor's advanced materials and construction techniques remained largely mysterious, suggesting manufacturing processes that exceeded anything available to Wasteland factions. Some suits incorporated experimental alloys, others featured self-repair nanosystems, and a few prototype models allegedly contained consciousness transfer technology that could preserve operator memories even after catastrophic armor failure. This technological gap gave the Enclave an enormous tactical advantage in every major engagement until the Brotherhood of Steel began reverse engineering captured suits, proving that even the most advanced military hardware can't compensate for strategic incompetence and moral bankruptcy. The distinctive power-armored footsteps of Enclave domination echo forward into their next atmospheric horror show. Scorched Plague. General Thomas Eckhart represented the absolute worst combination of military authority and scientific curiosity, taking Enclave experimentation to unprecedented heights of environmental terrorism. Operating from the White Spring Congressional Bunker in Appalachia, Eckhart deliberately engineered a crystallizing plague that transformed West Virginia into a living nightmare of infectious horror designed to escalate global tensions toward nuclear war. The Scorched Plague began as a biochemical weapons project using modified bat specimens exposed to intense radiation and experimental mutagens. These creatures grew into massive scorch beasts, flying fortresses of death with wingspans exceeding 50 feet, and the ability to project ultrasonic screams that carried infectious crystalline particles across vast distances. Unlike natural mutations, these monsters were specifically designed as weapons of mass destruction, capable of devastating entire regions through biological warfare. The plague itself represented a horrifying fusion of viral infection and mineral transformation that gradually converted living tissue into ultracite crystal formations. Infected humans became scorched, zombie-like creatures, controlled by a collective hive mind that stripped away individual consciousness while preserving motor functions and basic intelligence. The crystallization process was irreversible and invariably fatal, but took weeks or months to complete, allowing infected individuals to spread the plague before succumbing to full transformation. Scorch beasts served as the primary transmission vectors, their sonic attacks launching clouds of infectious particles that could contaminate entire settlements in minutes. The massive creatures demonstrated sophisticated tactical coordination, suggesting either enhanced intelligence or some form of psychic communication network. The legendary Scorchbeast Queen commanded entire swarms from her underground lair, coordinating attacks with military precision that devastated Appalachian communities. The plague spread with terrifying efficiency throughout West Virginia, wiping out the Responders, Free States, Raiders, and even heavily fortified Brotherhood of Steel installations. Entire towns became ghost settlements filled only with crystallized corpses and the echoing screams of Scorched wandering through empty streets. The Enclave's own Appalachian division eventually succumbed to their creation, proving that biological weapons don't respect military rank or security clearances. Vault 76 dwellers eventually developed inoculations and weapons capable of containing the outbreak, but the Scorched Plague permanently scarred Appalachia's ecosystem and population. Scorch beasts still roam the region's skies decades later, while crystalline deposits mark former battlefields where the plague claimed its victims. The infection remains active in certain areas, suggesting the potential for future outbreaks if containment measures fail. This project demonstrated the Enclave's willingness to sacrifice entire regions as testing grounds for their weapons development, treating American citizens as expendable research subjects in their quest for military dominance. The crystalline infection spreads us toward their next chemical enhancement nightmare: mutation serum development. The Appalachian Enclave took a surprisingly different approach to human enhancement, developing sophisticated mutation serums that granted controlled superhuman abilities to field operatives. Working through the Modus AI system in the White Spring Bunker, Enclave scientists created dozens of injectable enhancement cocktails that could temporarily suppress negative genetic effects while dramatically boosting physical capabilities beyond normal human limitations. Unlike their genocidal cousins on the oil rig, the Appalachian branch focused on practical battlefield applications that turned regular soldiers into post-human weapons capable of traversing the wasteland with inhuman abilities. The marsupial serum enhanced leg muscle development for superhuman jumping and reduced fall damage, while Speed Demon increased metabolism for enhanced movement speed and reload times. Healing Factor accelerated cellular regeneration for rapid wound recovery, and Adrenal Reaction boosted combat performance under stress conditions. These serums required extensive research into human genetics, radiation exposure effects, and controlled mutation techniques that bordered on the miraculous. Each formula targeted specific genetic expressions while suppressing unwanted side effects, creating beneficial mutations that enhanced rather than degraded human capability. The process involved analyzing tissue samples from successful natural mutants, isolating the genetic factors responsible for their abilities, and synthesizing injectable compounds that could replicate these effects in normal humans. The scientific achievement represented a complete reversal of typical Enclave philosophy. Instead of eliminating mutation, they were harnessing and directing it for human improvement. Operatives could stack multiple serum effects for combined enhancements, creating super soldiers with capabilities that seemed supernatural to wasteland observers. Imagine troops who could leap 50 feet vertically, shrug off radiation that would kill normal humans, and regenerate from serious injuries in minutes rather than weeks. However, the serums came with significant risks, including addiction potential, genetic instability, and unpredictable interactions between different enhancement formulas. Long-term use could cause permanent physiological changes, psychological effects, and dependency that made operatives unable to function without regular serum doses. The Enclave considered these acceptable risks for the tactical advantages gained through controlled human enhancement. Modus distributed serum recipes to authorized personnel through secure terminals, requiring specific clearance levels and resource investments that limited widespread deployment. The AI's eventual breakdown led to loss of advanced serum production capabilities, though simplified formulas remained available through automated systems and research notes scattered throughout Appalachian facilities. These experiments proved the Enclave could create as well as destroy when properly motivated, though their definition of human improvement still involved transforming people into something barely recognizable as baseline humanity. The chemical enhancement program leads us directly into their mechanical augmentation madness. Duraframe Eyebot enhancement. Even the Enclave's robotic assets weren't immune to their obsessive technological improvement programs. The Duraframe project represented their attempt to create heavily reinforced reconnaissance robots capable of long-range operations in hostile wasteland environments where human agents couldn't survive or operate effectively. The enhanced Eyebot Duraframe project aimed to upgrade standard Eyebot platforms with advanced armor plating, extended power systems, enhanced sensor packages, and integrated weapons capabilities that would transform simple surveillance drones into versatile combat support units. These mechanical scouts could traverse vast distances, record massive amounts of intelligence data, serve as mobile communication relays, and provide fire support during military operations. EDE, from Fallout New Vegas, represents the pinnacle of this research program, a compact robot packed with more advanced technology than most pre-war military installations. The unit survived a cross-country journey from Adams Air Force Base to the Mojave Wasteland, demonstrating the project's success in creating durable, autonomous systems capable of independent operation for extended periods. EDE's internal systems included encrypted data storage, advanced audio recording capabilities, weapon modification blueprints, and communication equipment that connected to Enclave networks across the continent. The enhanced Eyebots featured experimental armor composites that provided protection equivalent to light power armor while maintaining the mobility and stealth capabilities that made standard models effective reconnaissance platforms. Integrated weapon systems ranged from laser projectors to small missile launchers, giving the robots offensive capabilities that complemented their surveillance functions. Advanced AI programming allowed for complex mission parameters and autonomous decision-making that reduced the need for constant operator control. Unfortunately for the Enclave, the Duraframe project was eventually canceled when military resources got redirected toward Hellfire power armor development following the Brotherhood of Steel's increasing technological capabilities. The few prototype units that survived became valuable intelligence assets for whatever faction managed to capture and reprogram them, with EDE providing crucial technological advantages to the Courier during the Second Battle of Hoover Dam. The project's cancellation demonstrated typical Enclave strategic thinking, abandoning promising research programs in favor of more immediately impressive military applications. However, the surviving prototypes proved that small-scale technological solutions often provided more practical benefits than grand technological gestures. Sometimes the most modest projects deliver the biggest strategic impact when properly deployed. Post-war flora. The Enclave's scientific curiosity extended far beyond human experimentation into comprehensive cataloging and analysis of every mutated organism in post-war America. Research Site J in Appalachia became their primary laboratory for understanding how 2 centuries of radiation exposure had affected plant and animal life across the continent, with implications for agriculture, medicine, and biological weapons development. Teams of Enclave researchers collected specimens ranging from common mutated mole rats to exotic plant species that had developed entirely new biological capabilities through radioactive adaptation. The facility's advanced containment protocols and air filtration systems rivaled pre-war CDC installations, allowing scientists to work safely with highly radioactive organisms while preventing contamination of research areas and personnel. The research program investigated everything from basic mutation patterns to potential military applications for wasteland organisms. Scientists documented behavioral changes in mutated animals, analyzed new plant toxins for weapons development, and studied radiation-resistant biological processes that might benefit human enhancement projects. Some specimens displayed remarkable adaptations, including natural radiation immunity, accelerated healing factors, and enhanced physical capabilities that exceeded normal biological limitations. Strangler vines demonstrated aggressive growth patterns and acidic secretions that could dissolve metal, while mutated crickets developed sonic attacks similar to scorchbeast abilities on a smaller scale. Cave crickets showed enhanced intelligence and pack hunting behaviors, suggesting that radiation exposure could enhance cognitive function in certain species. Plant specimens included varieties with pharmaceutical applications, natural antibiotic properties, and nutritional profiles that could support human populations in contaminated environments. The research facility maintained extensive databases documenting mutation patterns, environmental factors affecting adaptation, and potential breeding programs for useful species. Scientists theorized about controlled evolution programs that could direct beneficial mutations while suppressing harmful changes, essentially applying selective breeding principles to post-war organisms. However, the SOTUS AI system that managed Site J eventually suffered critical programming failures and purged the entire research staff in 2084, leaving behind only automated systems and specimen containers. The massacre eliminated decades of accumulated biological research and terminated one of the Enclave's most comprehensive scientific programs. Surviving automated systems continued basic specimen maintenance, but advanced research capabilities were permanently lost. The abandoned facility provides valuable insight into Enclave scientific methods and their systematic approach to understanding post-war environmental changes. Their research contributed to later mutation serum development and biological weapons programs, proving that even their failures provided useful data for future horror projects. Super Mutant Research Program. The Fallout TV series revealed that Enclave super mutant research never truly ended despite repeated military defeats and facility destructions. Surviving Enclave elements continue studying captured super mutants decades after the oil rig's destruction, demonstrating their persistent commitment to FEV research and human enhancement through controlled mutation. These ongoing experiments focus on behavioral modification, intelligence enhancement, and the development of more controllable super mutant variants for potential military applications. Scientists treat captured specimens as research subjects rather than sentient beings, conducting invasive procedures and psychological experiments that would violate every conceivable ethical standard. The research aims to perfect FEV transformation processes, while eliminating the unpredictable aggression and independence that made previous super mutant programs problematic. Current projects investigate methods for preserving human intelligence during FEV transformation, developing chemical restraint systems for aggressive specimens, and analyzing regeneration capabilities that might benefit human enhancement programs. Researchers document everything from healing rates to psychological responses, building comprehensive databases that expand on decades of accumulated FEV research from previous Enclave installations. The continuation of super mutant research suggests that core Enclave ideology survived their military defeats, adapting to new circumstances while maintaining fundamental beliefs about genetic superiority and controlled evolution. Small cells of researchers operate in hidden facilities, continuing experiments that larger organizations would consider too dangerous or morally reprehensible to pursue. These modern programs demonstrate more sophisticated understanding of FEV mechanics and mutation control than earlier crude experiments, suggesting technological advancement despite reduced resources and personnel. Scientists appear focused on creating predictable, controllable mutations rather than the random transformations that characterized earlier FEV programs. The research has implications beyond military applications, potentially contributing to medical treatments for radiation exposure, genetic therapy programs, and enhanced human performance in contaminated environments. However, the Enclave's historical track record suggests these benefits would be reserved exclusively for their chosen personnel while denied to broader human populations. The Project Comprehensive Human Purification Protocol. All these individual experiments, from Vault psychological studies to airborne genocide viruses, served a single overarching purpose, known internally as the Project, the complete purification and recolonization of Earth under absolute Enclave control. This wasn't random scientific curiosity or military research, but a systematic program designed to eliminate every human being who didn't meet their genetic purity standards while preparing the survivors to inherit a cleansed world. The project represented the logical conclusion of pre-war American exceptionalism, combined with post-war survival paranoia, creating an ideology that classified 99% of humanity as mutant abominations requiring systematic extermination. Every Vault behavioral study provided data on social control methods. Every FEV variant brought them closer to perfect genocide weapons, and every power armor advancement made their forces more capable of enforcing their vision through military force. The comprehensive nature of the project spanned multiple generations and incorporated research from dozens of specialized programs. Vault experiments identified optimal social structures and control mechanisms for post-purification society. Biological weapons development created tools for eliminating undesirable populations while preserving infrastructure and resources. Military technology programs ensured Enclave forces could maintain control during and after the purification process. Pre-war origins trace back to the 2060s, when shadow government elements within the deep state began preparing for nuclear war by establishing resource caches, underground facilities, and research programs designed to preserve American civilization under their exclusive control. The Great War provided perfect cover for implementing their master plan, allowing them to retreat to secure installations while the surface world destroyed itself through nuclear exchange. Post-war implementation involved decades of careful preparation, intelligence gathering, and technological development that positioned the Enclave as the only organized force capable of restoring civilization to the devastated continent. Their oil rig headquarters served as the primary command center for coordinating global operations, while smaller installations provided regional support for specific research programs and military operations. The project's ultimate goal extended beyond simple genocide toward complete planetary recolonization, with genetically pure humans occupying positions previously held by diverse populations. Enclave planners envisioned a restored America populated exclusively by their descendants, with advanced technology providing unprecedented quality of life for the chosen few while eliminating competition from inferior genetic stocks. This vision required not just military conquest, but complete psychological and cultural transformation of human civilization, according to Enclave values and scientific principles. Survivors would be conditioned through social engineering programs derived from Vault experiments, enhanced through controlled mutation serums, and organized into hierarchical structures that prevented future challenges to Enclave authority. Even with their leadership eliminated and major installations destroyed, fragments of the project continue wherever Enclave survivors establish new research facilities or recruit personnel who share their ideological commitments. The recent super mutant research programs and ongoing technological development suggest that core project elements remain active despite repeated military defeats. The project's persistence demonstrates how deeply Enclave ideology penetrated American shadow government structures, creating self-perpetuating research programs that survive individual leaders and specific installations. Their legacy of systematic horror proves that humanity's greatest threat has always been organized versions of itself, armed with advanced technology and absolute moral certainty. Operation Anchorage. The Brotherhood of Steel outcasts need your help to unlock a pre-war armory, which requires you to complete a virtual reality simulation of the liberation of Anchorage, Alaska from Chinese forces. I think this is one of the most insane ideas for a story in gaming history. You're stripped of all your gear and have to use the weapons provided as you fight through snowy mountains, culminating in a showdown with a Chinese general. Your reward for finishing this historical reenactment is a treasure trove of powerful pre-war tech, including the Gauss rifle and the legendary winterized T-51 power armor. This DLC gives you a front row seat to one of the most important events leading up to the Great War, all for the low price of fighting a digital war. What a bargain. But in my opinion, this is far from the best DLC, and they only get better from here. The Pit. Post-war Pittsburgh, a hellish industrial town built on slavery and survival. This DLC is famous for its morally complex story, where there's no clear good or bad guy. You answer a distress call from an escaped slave named Werner, who asks you to infiltrate the Raider-controlled city and help liberate his people. The city is also being ravaged by a mutation that turns people into mindless creatures called Trogs. Yucky. You're forced to choose between siding with Werner, the freedom fighter, or Lord Asher, the Raider leader who believes his brutal order is the only thing keeping the city alive. The best part is, the game hits you with no karma penalty for either choice. Armed with new weapons like the auto axe, Pit forces you to confront tough questions about what civilization is worth and the price of freedom. Broken Steel. This is the big one for Fallout 3, the DLC that continues the story right after the main game's controversial ending. It also raises the level cap from 20 to 30, giving you more wasteland to conquer. Instead of dying at Project Purity, you wake up 2 weeks later to continue the fight against the Enclave alongside the Brotherhood of Steel. The stakes get even higher when an Enclave orbital strike destroys Liberty Prime, forcing you to take the fight directly to their mobile base at Adams Air Force Base. Broken Steel essentially fixes the original ending while adding a ton of high-level content for players who weren't ready to hang up their Pip-Boy just yet. Point lookout. Pack your bags, because this DLC takes you on a twisted vacation to a swampland in Maryland. This is a massive, new, explorable area, wasn't directly hit by the bombs, but is just as dangerous, filled with mutated hillbillies called swamp folk. They're very pleasant little creatures. The main quest revolves around a centuries-old feud between a ghoul named Desmond Lockhart and a disembodied brain named Professor Calvert. The DLC is heavy on exploration and atmosphere, with unique weapons like the lever-action rifle and double-barreled shotgun to find. You can also track down a Chinese spy or investigate some Lovecraftian horrors, which includes a very memorable drug-induced hallucination sequence, focusing on exploration and environmental storytelling. Mothership Zeta. In the weirdest and wildest DLC for Fallout 3, you get abducted by aliens. This expansion trades the gritty wasteland for the sterile corridors of an alien spaceship, fully embracing the sci-fi B-movie vibe. You have to team up with other abductees from across history, including a little girl named Sally and a woman named Soma, to fight your way to the ship's bridge and defeat the alien captain. Once you've seized control, you get to command the mothership's death ray in an epic space battle against another alien vessel. But if you thought this was weird, trust me, there are some weirder ones later on. Dead Money. Welcome to the first DLC for New Vegas, a brutal survival horror heist mission set in the legendary Sierra Madre Casino. This one is all about atmosphere, tension, and learning to let go. The courier is kidnapped by Father Elijah, fitted with an explosive collar, and forced to work with 3 other captives: Dean Domino, a ghoul entertainer; Dog God, a schizophrenic nightkin; and Christine, a mute Brotherhood scribe. The collars will detonate if you get too far from your team or too close to certain radios. The DLC strips you of all your gear and pits you against nearly invulnerable ghost people in a city shrouded by a toxic red cloud. Honest Hearts. This DLC takes you to the pristine wilderness of Utah's Zion National Park, a land torn between warring tribes and a legendary tormented leader. It's a story of faith, revenge, and redemption. Your caravan gets ambushed, leaving you stranded in Zion, where you meet Joshua Graham, also known as the Burned Man, Caesar's former second-in-command who was set on fire and thrown into the Grand Canyon. Now a devoutly religious man, he leads the Dead Horses tribe and is locked in a conflict with the hostile Whitelegs tribe. You must help him resolve the conflict, which provides a ton of great gear, especially for melee builds. Honest Hearts offers a stunning new landscape and a deeply personal story about one of Fallout's most iconic characters. But none of these were as good as the next one, Old World Blues. This DLC is where New Vegas gets wonderfully weird. Your trip to the Big Mountain Research Facility starts with your brain, heart, and spine being surgically removed. You've been operated on by the Think Tanks, a group of eccentric pre-war scientists who are now just brains in floating robot bodies. They send you on a quest to get your own organs back while you explore a crater filled with bizarre experiments, robot scorpions, and other mutated horrors. Old World Blues is a fan favorite for its sharp writing, unique humor, and the sheer volume of powerful upgrades and weapons it throws at you. And I have to say, it's definitely my favorite DLC out of all of these on the list, but there are still some crazy ones I haven't mentioned yet. Lonesome Road. This is the final, epic conclusion to the Courier's story. DLC sends you to a devastated landscape called The Divide to confront Ulysses, the original Courier 6 who refused to deliver the Platinum Chip. You journey through a hellscape torn apart by nuclear warheads, fighting off dangerous new enemies like marked men and tunnelers. All the while, Ulysses speaks to you remotely, providing cryptic commentary about your past and how your actions have had unforeseen consequences. Your companion EDE also gets a cool new trick, the ability to detonate nuclear warheads to clear paths for you. Courier's Stash. This isn't a story expansion, but a bundle of all the pre-order bonus items. It's a little care package to get you started on your Mojave adventure. The Stash is a compilation of 4 packs: Classic Pack, the Mercenary Pack, Tribal Pack, and the Caravan Pack. Each one provides some unique early game equipment and consumables to give you a head start. Nice. Gunrunner's Arsenal. Like the Stash, this isn't a quest line, but a massive expansion for anyone who loves the gunplay of New Vegas. It adds a whole new armory of weapons, mods, and ammo types to play with. It also includes a bunch of new achievement challenges designed to test out all your new high-end gear. But this wouldn't be a DLC video without talking about Fallout 4's DLC's Automatron. The first DLC for Fallout 4 is all about building your perfect robot companion. A mysterious villain known as the Mechanist is unleashing an army of evil robots on the Commonwealth, and it's up to you to stop them. You respond to a distress call and meet Ada, a robot whose caravan was destroyed by the Mechanist's forces. You team up to hunt down the villain, who turns out to be a young woman named Isabel Cruz, inspired by comic book heroes. The best part of this DLC is the extensive robot customization system, allowing you to build deadly mechanical allies with a huge variety of weapons and parts. Automatron lets you unleash your inner engineer and build the robot buddy you've always dreamed of. Wasteland Workshop. This DLC is for the settlement builders who want more creative and slightly sadistic tools to play with. It's a workshop pack with no story content, focused entirely on new construction objects. The main feature is the ability to build cages to capture wasteland creatures, from cats all the way up to deathclaws. You can then tame these creatures, or more excitingly, build an arena and force them to fight each other or your settlers in gladiatorial combat. It also adds new concrete structures for better defenses. Wasteland Workshop gives you the power to turn your boring settlement into a post-apocalyptic Thunderdome. Far Harbor. This is Fallout 4's largest story expansion, sending you to a mysterious fog-covered island off the coast of Maine. It's a fan favorite for its complex moral choices and compelling narrative. You're hired to find a missing girl, Kasumi Nakano, who believes she might be a synth and has fled to a synth colony called Acadia. The island is locked in a tense 3-way conflict between the human town of Far Harbor, the synth refuge of Acadia, and a radical Children of Atom cult. You have to navigate the dark secrets of the synth leader, DMA, who murdered and replaced a town leader with a synth, and decide the fate of all 3 factions. With Nick Valentine playing a major role and multiple possible endings, Far Harbor is a return to the deep, choice-driven storytelling that fans love, myself very much included. Contraptions Workshop. Another one for the builders. This DLC adds manufacturing and complex mechanical components to the settlement system. If you've ever wanted to build a Rube Goldberg machine in the wasteland, this is for you. It allows you to build factories with conveyor belts and manufacturing stations to automatically produce weapons, armor, and other items. You can also build elevators and other elaborate contraptions. Vault-Tec Workshop. Ever wanted to be a vault overseer? This DLC lets you build and manage your very own Vault 88. You team up with a pre-war ghoul overseer named Barstow to complete the unfinished vault and conduct a series of twisted social experiments on your new dwellers. You can build exercise bikes that generate power, soda machines that dispense drugs, and eye exam devices that read minds. The DLC even includes quest content and hints that the sinister Vault-Tec Corporation may still exist in some form. Vault-Tec Workshop gives you the ultimate creative space and a taste of the morally bankrupt science that defined the vaults. But the next one was actually one of the most insane DLCs on the list, Nuka World. The final major DLC for Fallout 4 lets you live out your raider fantasies by becoming the overboss of a Nuka-Cola theme park. After being lured to the park, you're forced to survive a deadly obstacle course called the Gauntlet. After defeating the current overboss, you take control of 3 distinct raider gangs: the Operators, the Disciples, and the Pack. You can then choose to either restore the park's themed areas by working with the gangs, or you can turn on them and reclaim the park for the good guys. You can even expand your raider empire into the Commonwealth itself by conquering settlements. Nuka World is a massive, fun-filled expansion that offers a rare chance to play as a full-blown villain villain. High-resolution texture pack. This one's pretty simple. It's a free, PC-only DLC that does exactly what it says on the tin. It enhances the game's visuals with higher resolution textures. Very simple, but much appreciated by us players. Wild Appalachia. This was the first major expansion for Fallout 76, focused on adding new quests and features to redeem the game after its rocky launch. It brought new quests, areas, and gameplay mechanics to the world. Nuclear Winter. This update added a Battle Royale mode to the game, which was later discontinued because of a low player population. When the mode was removed, its unique rewards were moved to other parts of the game. Wastelanders. This was the game changer. Wastelanders was a massive update that finally added human NPCs to the world of Fallout 76. This fundamentally changed the game, providing the traditional Fallout-style dialogue and quest lines that players had been asking for. Steel Dawn. This expansion officially introduced the Brotherhood of Steel to Appalachia. It came with new quest lines about the arrival of the Brotherhood forces, though it did create some lore inconsistencies with the faction's previously established history. Steel Reign. As the name implies, this update continues the Brotherhood of Steel storyline that began in Steel Dawn. It expands on the faction's presence and their conflicts within the Appalachian region. Expeditions. The Pit. This expansion allowed players to return to Pittsburgh, the iconic location from Fallout 3's The Pit DLC. It offers expedition-style missions that take you outside of the main Appalachian map for the first time. Skyline Valley. This is the most recent major expansion and the game's first major map expansion since launch. It adds the Shenandoah National Park as a whole new region to explore, complete with new enemies, new events, and a brand new vault.